Yeah.
With all that we have given them, we
Stanley
should
Cross.
own perhaps at least one half of this
Book
asset.
smart,
The
street
revenues
friendly.
generated because of it.
Coors Light philosopher.
And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain. Quotes
Well,
big
You saw it,
I don't know what it was, but the
Talking,
thing is
talking, a
that
plastic crowd.
if you
Street
ever
said,
go and
prove
you
it
kind of
easy,
read
look
these
back
people's
down, Nick in
biographies,
his head, fear in his shoes, library brave.
whew, the MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President.
Oh, I'm
You
Stanley
get MAGA
Cross, and my
blacks
life is
who
doomed.
will put, they will,
I'm a drunk old man with a head shaped like a shroom.
and then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today. And I know
I'm Stanley, bitch.
We turn now to a deeply personal story of race in America. 100 years ago, two black brothers from New Orleans were separated by the harsh reality of the Jim Crow laws. One lived as a black man in Louisiana. The other, with lighter skin, moved to Chicago, passing as white. Journalist Susan Solney uncovered this story by tracing her own ancestry, and she joins Michelle Martin to discuss the legacy of this long-buried family secret.
Thanks, Christiane. Susan Solney, thank you so much for talking with us.
Thank you for having me.
And I understand that you are joining us from a very meaningful and very beautiful location. Where are you?
I'm in the Lower Garden District of New Orleans. I'm on Prytania Street, inside the home, believe it or not, of my great-great-grandfather, Colonel Joseph H. DeGrange.
Amazing, amazing. And one of the reasons this is amazing is that your article begins with a family mystery, and it ends with a family reunion. So, but before
And the
we get
reunion
to that,
was right here
was
in
right
this
there
house.
in that house. So let me start with what was the mystery?
Well, my grandfather and his brother spent time in an orphanage in New Orleans in the 1910s, and it was a pretty grim existence. They aged out of the orphanage at a time of harsh segregation in the South. And one of the brothers, Edward, who was just a few shades lighter than my grandfather, George, decided to take a chance on a better life in Chicago as a white man. And his skin color allowed him to do that. My grandfather, being just a shade or two darker, didn't make that choice. I don't know if he wanted to or chose not to, but the reality is he stayed in New Orleans and lived as a black man. So what we have from that point are parallel lives of one brother living in New Orleans and having children and grandchildren, and one brother living as white in Chicago and having children and grandchildren. We have a very neat 100-year arc to look at. So that Edward left the family and passed for white in another city, that was the secret. That was the secret that I've known since I was a little girl, and we were taught not to talk about.
That's so, I have so many questions. How did this come up when you were a child?
Well, my grandfather still loved his brother, and I think he wished him the best in life. And if Edward thought that this was his opportunity to go chase the American dream, George wanted him to do it. George was a protective older brother, and he wanted us to protect.
Hey, Tamika.
Hi, Stanley. I came to show you my braids.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
You
here.
like them?
Hold on to it. Let's put you up on the big screen. Oh, yeah, I do.
You see?
And how long did it take?
I went. This is the back. Can you see the back?
Yeah.
I went like around 8:30, and I didn't leave till almost 2:00. So.
Oh, that's
And then
not
I went
so
back
bad.
yesterday because right here she had made like single braids instead of a French braid. So it was like
Uh-huh.
4 braids right here that was hanging. And I was like, girl, I look like
Uh-huh.
a dinosaur. I was like, didn't I tell you I might get on camera? I was like, look, I can't be getting on camera. Look, like she made them like right here. Like she made 2 rows that do that.
Right.
And then she did one over here. And then she had 2 rows of these right here. And it didn't match this side. So I was like, okay, like what I want you to do, take these middles out, make it into 1 French braid if you got to turn it into 2 because it might be fat. She did what I asked. I gave her another $20. But it looked
Well,
cuter when I
you said it was $200 at first, right?
yeah. Yep. And then
Wow.
yesterday, when I got her to fix those braids, I gave her $20 because she was
You
actually
know,
doing
that's
somebody's hair.
so that was about 6 hours, $200. So that's what I don't know, about 18. I'm sorry. Well, that's about $18 an hour, $19 an hour, somewhere in that range.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty reasonable.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean, it's not like I'm going to get my hair braided anytime soon, but I don't think that's bad. Now, $200,
Well,
yeah, that's a lot compared to like a
well, I
man's.
got okay. So from 8 to 2 is 6 hours. So it's $33.
Mhm.
It's
Oh,
33.
I'm sorry, my math's off. To be honest, I still think that's pretty good.
So yeah, I'm just mad
Yeah.
because the lady who do my eyebrows, she messed up my eyebrows. Can you tell?
Well, what do you do to your
So
eyebrows?
if I have to end up doing them myself, just get them plucked because they're really bushy. Well, she did it with the thread.
You can't just get them trimmed?
Yeah, I mean that's the same thing. It's just
Well,
she was talking on the phone, so Hmm?
plucking's painful. Why not just like I don't know. I'm just thinking you could take a pair of clippers and just do it like a haircut. Trim them
Uh,
down.
no, that's more finer than the hair on my head. See, like this is a thicker texture than my eyebrows. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess. Well,
Yeah,
we
I
are
did my
we
sideburns though because I didn't want her to put them
you
in the
know
braids. That's how they pull your hair out. So
right.
I had her pull them out and then I cut them.
Uh-huh.
She was like, "Why
Oh
did you
yeah,
cut
with
your
like
hair
a razor.
back in there?" No, I use scissors. Why would I use a razor, man? I
Well,
just
because you
gelled
can
them
make you know how they tape your hairline in the front for men?
Well, I don't get my hair tapered like that. That's for men.
Well, no,
When
tape,
I
not
had a
tailored.
mohawk, yeah, when I had a mohawk, I had my hair lined up here.
Uh,
I think my hairline was up here. My hair is going back so far, make my head look even bigger.
does it still hurt?
Yeah, especially right here where I just touched.
Oh.
But it'll be fine in a couple of days. I just want to be able to bend all the way down without hurting. I
What
just
was I
want
going
to.
to ask you? Um, oh, do you have pictures of you in the mohawk?
No,
That
and
I
I
would
would
love to
never.
see.
I would never. If I was younger, it would have been cute. But since I was older, my face is like more fatter because I had
Mhm,
more of like a narrow face, especially like right here. But since I've gotten older, it's wider. So
mhm.
no, that wasn't cute. When I was younger, that would have been very cute on me because
Well,
I
what
didn't care
made you
about
get
my
the
head when
mohawk
I.
in the first place?
Well, okay, I had some braids. I was probably about this thick, about these many braids all over. So they
Uh-huh.
were called jumbo knotless. These are just small knotless, but jumbo will be about 6 of these. and I had about 20 some of them in my hair, and my hair was a lot longer than it is now. It was longer than these actual braids too. And it's natural hair because I had been growing it for like over 10 years. But when I took those knotless braids out, my hair tangled on this side real bad. And this is more from like right here all the way to the front is like more my sensitive side, is the thinner side of my hair too. And it hurt really badly. So I couldn't get the knots out. And my stupid self got it wet, went to sleep, and it matted because my hair is natural, so it kunta kinte'd all the way up. Like that was like coiled hair, like no straight pieces because I didn't straighten my hair for many years. So no, I couldn't get that out, and it hurt so bad. I just got in the bathtub and I sat in there and cried about it for a little while, and then I just cut a big old spot, and the spot went down too far. So I went to a barber and asked her, can she like make me have a bob? I was talking about the female bob with your hair straight. I was like, I kept doing this. I was like, can you just cut me a bob? Because at least if this is short up here, I still have my length over here and I could just, let that grow back. This lady cut my hair into an afro bob. That wasn't cute. So that's how I ended up changing it into the mohawk. Because the afro bob wasn't cute either. You know how like let's say for instance that little student that's on your thing up there in the front, that's how low she cut my hair.
Let's
see
see
that
here.
student right there? Take me off the big screen. It's the first student, or even the second student, the black student on your avatar.
Like this student right here? The one with his hand raised?
Yes. That's how she cut my hair.
Okay.
I had a head full of hair, and I was in a barbershop full of men. They was looking at me like I'm crazy.
Well, what I think of Afro Bob is, I don't think that would look bad on you.
Okay, so just imagine hair longer than these braids, and I came in there with a big old hole in the middle of my head right here. That's how I went in there. And when I came out, my hair was the length of that student. No. Nope.
What's up, Speak Radio? So this video that I'm showing, I wasn't even aware of it until a couple hours ago. This lady in New Orleans, she's a reporter, and her family, going back to her grandfather, his brother, well, I'm sorry, it might have gone back one more, or maybe it was her grandfather. She'll update us. But one of them back during the Great Migration stayed in New Orleans because he was darker skinned. And so he lived as a black man, but his brother was a couple shades lighter, went up to Chicago, passed as a white man. And so there are two branches of the family, one in the Midwest, one still in New Orleans, and one is white, one is black, but they all have the same great grandfather. I think it's great grandfather, but it's kind of amazing. America's full of stories like that, and it was just an interesting story, so I figured I'd open the show with it. Oh, by the way, I guess while I have this stopped, everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new to the show, please make sure you subscribe to it and like the show, especially if you're hearing this on a replay. And I'm actually kind of surprised at the number of people who catch these shows in replay. Support the show by supporting the host. And I want to thank again, I did open the show with folks who supported the Saturday show, Brooklyn Watson, the CKJ3, the executive producer, one of them, Dirty Dude, and 12th Man. I want to thank y'all. It's so kind of you. And, I'll definitely be able to pay the StreamYard and the and the YouTube bills. So anytime, I can kind of break even or come close to break even, y'all don't know how much I appreciate it. It's gratifying that this little old boring show actually does have supporters, like Tamika. And
I'll support
let,
you, Stanley.
oh, you absolutely do.
No, I said I
So,
would.
oh no, don't worry about it. Contributing to the show is, I mean, it can be you coming up here and talking about braids. No one ever comes up here and talks about hairstyles. Oddly enough, I'm actually kind of interested in it, just from,
Oh,
what
you
do
like
women
my
have?
braids?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, thank you. They're called tribal Fulani braids. This is my second time
Interesting.
getting in. At first, I was a lot fatter when I got in, so my face was
Really?
fatter, and I didn't think it was too. Yeah, I used to weigh 340 pounds, and I gained that weight. I gained like 120 pounds in about a year from
Well,
being
how'd
at
you
home.
lose it?
I stopped eating.
You stopped dating or eating?
I meant eating, but if I said dating, I'm sorry.
No, I'm
But
joking.
I stopped dating too. I stopped dating too. I wasn't dating when I got fat like that. Me and my boyfriend broke up. We was together for 7 years. So this year, this last month is actually been, has it been 5 years? Yeah, 5 years since we've been broke up.
Well,
And I was
I'm glad
celibate
you.
for 3 and
Well, I'm glad you're back in shape. You feeling good.
I'm not in
Nice work.
shape. I'm not in shape. I weigh like 250 pounds.
Do you really? Wow.
Yeah, don't tell anybody. Shh. Because I'm
Well, I
gaining the
think
weight.
you.
No, I got to like 209, but I've been gaining the
Mhm.
weight back after all that stuff last year that I was going through with so and so and so and so. That made me really depressed.
What, gaining weight?
No, just fighting with everybody all the time. Like I've been fighting with people since like all summer last year, all the way up to now. But now is like the people in my real life, not the people on the internet. And it's all from being too nice to people that I love. And when you start putting your foot down with people, they really can turn into your worst nightmare.
Well, it's hard to put your foot down, in the middle in the middle of it. It's almost like teaching kids. You can't. You have to start out strict, and then as
And that's
time
what I
goes,
did wrong. And I know I did wrong by being the opposite of the way I was raised. But I
Mhm.
felt good doing it. And I still don't feel bad for playing with my kids all the time. Like people used to always like complain. Like you don't ever take nothing serious. That's why they don't respect you. Like, and this was when they were little. And now I get to see what that's like. Like what all that crap that everybody was complaining about me. Brian, thank you for not telling anybody. It's okay because I don't weigh that now, saying you can't prove it either.
Well, I can tell you right now, you better be glad you didn't run into Bobby Perkins.
I know, because Bobby looked like he like girls that got what's that called, neck bone necks.
Well, no, he said it for quite some time. Yeah, he tends to like women that are plus size
I know.
models.
I said he like neck bone necks.
Well, I
You
don't
know,
know that
the
I neck.
necks
I
with
see.
the
I don't
rolls on
I
it.
call them plus size. I don't call them neck bone neck.
I can call him that because I am a plus
Do
size
you
girl.
really?
Man.
Wait, oh,
I call him whatever I
did,
want to
did she
because
turn
I'm.
around and say she was
I
playing
am.
with
I'm a
her
fat girl.
kids?
See, I got a fat face.
How's
I
that
don't
mean?
think I
Wait,
actually
hold up.
don't.
Wait.
Hold on one second. Hold on one second, Simon. Um, I personally don't. Your face looks normal. I mean, it's cute. You got a kind of a narrow, kind of. I guess you would call it a heart-shaped face, but I don't think it's
Oh,
fat.
Thank you,
What's going on,
Bobby.
Simon?
No, I just didn't really understand what she said. Like,
I didn't
What
either.
specifically?
Ask the
What
question
specifically
again, and
didn't you
then-
understand?
she said she was playing with her kids. Like, so that's
Oh,
two
yes,
connotations.
Simon. So where I went wrong on that, Simon.
No,
was-
no, like look, no parent says that shit. That's outrageous. Like,
Yeah, but like my nephews would come over or my little niece, and I would like make it a fun time house. I would buy them all the stuff, all the junk food. I would always take them to like indoor arenas. I was doing too much, and they didn't do nothing to deserve it. They didn't
you
even
see, you're
clean up
doing it
after
again. You said you're doing too much. Right?
That is doing too much. When a child is constantly rewarded, stop laughing because that's annoying. Why are
Oh my
you
God.
laughing?
No, because you don't know what you're saying. You know what I mean?
Okay, well,
Firstly,
Simon,
you said
Simon.
you're playing with your kids, and then secondly, you said you were playing too much. Right? You understand if a black man said that shit, what the fuck implications that would be?
Okay, Simon, I'm curious. Did you come up here to play judge, jury, and executioner?
No, no, too. I just like to have a conversation. I don't have a
Is
problem.
that
with
what you call this?
people. Yeah, of course. I mean, but yo,
Okay.
I mean that I just apologize. That's wild. Like, there's a thing. It begs a question. Like, who are these women are led by? Like, I mean, that's why I didn't mean to run her off. I'll help her if she want to come back. Like, seriously.
No, she'll be back, but actually, I'm confused about what your point is.
Well, you got to check it, right? So,
I'm sorry, I got what?
firstly, right, what she said, and look,
Uh-huh.
verbatim, like what she said, I play around with my children.
Right.
Verbatim.
What
That's
did
what
you
she said.
What did you think she meant by that?
I don't know. But to the world, that can mean anything.
Okay, well, let me help you out here because I actually am part of the world. I just assumed she was playing with her kids like parents sometimes play with their kids. I didn't really get, I can see where you might get other interpretations or connotations or something, but I basically take her at her word because before YouTube, playing around was, could mean several different things. So I heard her mother playing
Exactly.
with the
You see what
kids.
you just said there?
Yeah, and I choose not to constantly hang out with my mind in the gutter. I didn't think anything of it.
No, it's not a gut thing. It's like
Oh, I think it is.
you
I
said,
think it-
right?
I think
You
that
said
I think that's where you seem to dwell.
no,
sometimes.
no. It's not that. You said
Well, then what did you think playing around meant?
you said there's a
Okay,
possibility.
don't tell me. Nope. Don't tell
Don't
me
do that,
what I
Stanley.
said. I want to concentrate. I want to concentrate on what you thought she meant by quote playing
I'm
around.
trying to, but you're deflected. You
Okay,
literally said
I'll
right.
wait. I'll
And
wait
you're
here
like,
for you to
whether
answer.
my mind was in the gutter or not, okay?
Okay, well,
literally
was it
said
in the gutter?
there's
Was it in the
potentially
gutter?
there's potentially 7 connotations. This is what you said. But I
Okay,
just
well,
don't
which
think
which of
no,
the
it
7
wasn't.
did you
No,
choose?
it was number 3. The fact of the matter is, like, a woman and a mother shouldn't speak like that on their children.
Why
You know
not?
what I'm saying? Because the connotations will be pulled out. You know
Okay,
what I'm
well,
saying?
do you understand that a connotation is basically something you infer? And
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I inferred something totally different than you.
Exactly. but we got
Okay, well,
several
that might be
options,
the
right?
difference. That might be the difference between me and you. Have you
Yeah,
ever
but
thought about
she
that?
didn't even
Okay, what does
respond
she
to
was
it.
talking?
So
She was talking to me. She might have phrased it differently if she was
no, but
talking to
you're
someone.
being like
She
simply.
might have phrased it differently if she knew you.
Don't
But
get
you
mad.
weren't
Look,
even on the.
look.
Were you even on the panel when she said it?
No, of course not.
Okay,
But
well
I
then,
picked
if
up. I was
you
listening.
hold on, Simon, if you weren't on the panel and it was TMKC talking to me, maybe she just assumed, well, Stanley's mind isn't in the gutter. He will understand what I'm
Let me tell you,
saying.
Stanley.
She
I'm
might
not in
have
the
phrased
business of
it
trying to be right.
differently. She might have phrased it differently if you had been on the panel.
Let
And
me tell you, Stanley. I'm
given
not.
your seven different interpretations of playing around, she would have been right to do so.
You know what? Let her explain it. That's what I wanted to hear because it's kind
Okay,
of interesting.
I think the problem is you, not what she said.
I didn't. I mean, maybe the problem is me, but all I did was
It
pose a
is you.
question.
She
Right,
said it.
right. I can
I heard
accept
it.
that.
She said it. I heard it.
I
I
can accept
didn't
that.
think anything of it. It sounded like what parents do with their kids. And you come
No,
up
no,
and
no.
drop
That's not
that
what she said. She
you
said she
drop the
plays.
perverted
No,
pebble.
no, no,
You
no,
drop
no,
the
no,
perverted
no.
pebble
You
in
said
the
that's what
calm,
she
decent
said.
pond.
No, 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 no. Look.
Okay,
I
I'm
didn't. I
not going to
wasn't
sit.
trying to be
Okay,
prepared, like, bro. Mhm.
Simon, I'm not going to sit here and debate your perverted inferences from what she said.
I didn't say it. She said it.
I'm going to yeah, and what she said was perfectly innocent, perfectly fine, perfectly motherly.
Let me tell you something, Stanley. I'm a parent. I'll never
And
say that shit.
so am
I
I,
will
sir.
never say that
So
shit.
am I. Well, it's different when a man says it.
No, it ain't. Why do we always
Yeah,
do
I
this
think
thing
it
about
is.
man and woman? Like,
I think it's different when a man says, I'm playing
all right,
around with
okay,
my
cool.
kids. A
All right.
woman, women,
Listen
women,
to that.
I think if we went and we looked
Oh my
statistically,
God.
women tend to be a lot less inclined
No, it's the
to
same thing.
crimes,
I'm
criminal
Stanley.
behavior of the PDF nature.
Jesus
Women tend to
Christ.
be less inclined
Come on,
if
you look.
if
When
if
you
I
just literally,
understand
you
statistics.
literally said it
So
right
when an
there, right?
innocent, beautiful woman comes up to my
No, no,
panel and
that goes out the
talks
window. That
about
goes out the
playing
window. We're
around
talking
with
about
her
mothers.
kids,
Now we're talking about mothers. I don't
I
talk about how
assume
beautiful
it's
she is. This, that,
innocent and
shit.
motherly. You are the big bad wolf. If you said playing around with your kids,
All right.
I might go what? But not with
Exactly. Do
Tamika.
you see what I'm saying? So
Tamika,
how come it? How come
Tamika,
it?
so I would never think that of Tamika, but I might
Why?
think it
Because
of you.
she's a
So
beautiful black woman.
you come up here and you kind of prove me right.
No, I'm just saying I ain't trying to prove you right. But look, if you could reiterate what you just said out of your mouth, doesn't that sound kind of crazy?
You're the only one who thought it of the three.
I appreciate you, sir. But no, I'll hop off. Let her come back on and explain
Oh
herself.
no,
She
no, no,
said
no.
something else as well, but I didn't
You're
give
here
her the answer.
now.
No, I'm just saying I'll stay here. But I'm just saying, like, you gotta understand how these.
No,
Oh my God,
I actually understand your point. I just think
that's
you're weird.
crazy.
I think you are an outlier in this case.
Yeah, of course I am. But that's why I'm over here. You know what I'm saying? I don't fuck with these motherfuckers. They're stupid. Like at the end of the day,
I need
I'm
to
putting some shit
add
out.
that. I need to add that to my channel description. It says characters welcome. I need to go characters and outliers welcome.
Exactly. Thank you very much, sir.
That way we cover you.
Nah, she did it. She did it to herself. And the thing is like, you know
No,
what?
you did it. You did it to her.
No, I did
Oh
not.
shoot!
I'll tell you. I'll tell you who did it. I'll tell you who did it. You want me to tell you who did it?
Who?
You know who? You know what's coming, right?
No.
Well, she didn't give birth to herself, right? But she gave
Okay,
birth to
I
this
don't know
child.
where this is going, but it
Yeah,
doesn't sound.
exactly.
It doesn't sound wholesome.
Yeah, all right, that's cool. But people don't want to face the truth, and that's the fact. You know what I'm saying? I've never heard that shit before in my life. And look, if that was my girl, I'll smack the shit out of her, no doubt. You know what I'm saying? I'll do some black sheep shit on her. Like, what? That's crazy.
All right, so let's get back to the regularly scheduled programming, which is this young lady telling a story about her family, which became bifurcated during Jim Crow. The lighter, I think, grandfather wound up moving to Chicago in the Great Migration and passed as white. That branch of the family has white people in it in the Midwest. The part that stayed, the grandfather that stayed in New Orleans, her grandfather, I think, is basically lived as a black man in the South. So let's hear this. It's not super long. And then I've got another one that's somewhat related playing next. And by the way, this show is going to be about like Black American history. It's most of these Saturdays tend to be. I don't have a hard agenda, but I do have plans. But Saturdays are kind of a free for all. I hope y'all like the title. And a salute to Deacon Dave. Show titles are a contribution to the show, by the way, and I never would have thought of this. But N-words on layaway. I don't even remember the context, but when I read it, I died laughing because it was so funny. I think we were talking about the N-word, and you shouldn't say it. And somehow or another, maybe we got on to, hey, some people charge a couple bucks for using the word. And I think that's how the layaway system came up. But it was funny when I read it. So
that's totally accurate. That's totally accurate. That's totally accurate.
Do you know what layaway is?
Yeah.
Okay. So
that's
basically,
you have those crisps in the United States called Lay's, right?
No, we're talking layaway. It's like
you don't see the subliminal message.
No, I don't see the subliminal between potato chips and laying, say, an expensive Christmas gift away, where you just pay. Hopefully you pay a little.
You know what a layman is, Stanley?
What a layman is?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Exactly. There you go.
Okay, I'm sure that means something. But anyway, let's get back to this beautiful young reporter, by the way.
Edward, by not talking about it, because there was tremendous amount of risk involved. And we're talking about a time when a black man found to be posing as white could face enormous violence, mob violence, perhaps even lynching. He could be accused of race fraud, lose his job, lose his home. So in my grandfather's time, this secret was truly life and death. And he passed that sense on to his children, who knew that their uncle passed, but that they weren't to talk about it. And then my parents' generation passed it on to me and my cousins, of which there are 30. So, yes, George created a really big family.
He may not have been rich in possessions, but he was rich in love.
Right. We see that both brothers were able to create things from scratch. In Edward's case, there was a smooth trajectory to the middle class, and home ownership and buying a car. And the children went to college. Some went on to law school. Everyone had a nice amount of success and achievement, comfortable lifestyle, summers on Lake Michigan. In George's case, now remember, same upbringing of these boys, just a few shades apart in color. George didn't have those opportunities in New Orleans. George couldn't find work except as a bricklayer, and he laid bricks until he retired. He was living in poverty for quite a lot of time during the Depression. And I've heard stories about how he burned his own furniture for firewood when it was cold, or how he would go look for food that had fallen off of cargo ships unloading at the Mississippi River docks. And this was a man who had a good amount of intelligence and ambition, but you can see how race plays out across time, across families. And that's what I was hoping this article would show, that we know passing happened as a historical fact, but what was the emotional toll, the psychological toll, and how did the pain morph and mutate over generations? That's what I was hoping my story would show, to add to the conversation, to see the real lived experiences of an actual family going through this, Black and white, North and South.
But the immediate spark, as I understand it, was Pope Leo, the first American Pope. His family had Creole roots in New Orleans. And how did that make you kind of think differently about your family, or did it?
It did. I remember when the American Pope was announced and the amount of excitement I saw in the media all across the country. And then later that night, for it to be confirmed by a local historian here in New Orleans and also the Archdiocese of New Orleans, that in fact, Pope Leo's maternal grandparents lived in the 7th Ward of New Orleans. This is a historic center of Afro-Creole culture, and that they identified as Black and mulatto while here, but then lived as a white family in Chicago. It sort of felt like the quiet part of so many Creole family histories was just said out loud. And I thought I could help explain not the Pope's story in particular, but the circumstances of the time that might lead someone to make a decision that way. I could focus on my own family and just provide some historical context that might be helpful in this moment. That was one reason. And my mother has never known, she's 85 now, what happened to her Uncle Edward. She didn't know if he died young or lived to an old age, how many children he had, if he had children at all. And I wanted to give her some peace of mind as she enters her final years. And I had a feeling that since the secret now is not a matter of life and death, that this third generation of descendants of Edward would probably be more open to having more information about their family. And it turns out that all of that was true.
Well, hold on that thought for a second. Let's go back to where you are. That is a grand house.
Yes.
How is it that your grandfathers were living in poverty if their grandfather lived in that house? What's the story there?
That's a really great question, and that's the crux of it all. So this house was built in the mid-1800s, and the owner, my great-great-grandfather, used enslaved labor to build wealth and was someone who fought for the South in the Civil War. And he had really strong and certain ideas about the separation of the races. His son thought differently, and his son, my great-grandfather Ned, ended up having a very open relationship with a Black woman in the city who lived just a few miles away in Tremé, which is, the historic heart of Creole culture. I would say a lot of white men at the time had second families or secret families, but what was different about this relationship is that Ned and Minerva lived openly. Ned was different for his time, and I've tried to figure out why. And I think that maybe some of his formative years were during Reconstruction, and maybe he had a more optimistic spirit about what the future was going to be like for African Americans. Maybe he thought it would be easier over the long run than indeed it turned out to be. But long story short, Ned and his father had a falling out over this because you can imagine a Confederate veteran son who is openly living and having children with a Black woman. The colonel who lived here in this house did not approve. And so when the children's mother died young and Ned found himself alone with those children, my great-great-grandfather who lived here in 8,000 square feet of space did not take them in. And that's how they ended up in an orphanage called the LaFawn Asylum for colored boys.
So how did Edward wind up getting to Chicago? How did that happen?
I think Edward, through his father, had some exposure to the white world and probably picked up on how to pretend to be a part of it. And with his light complexion, I think one day in his late teens or early 20s, he decided there's nothing for me in New Orleans. No parents, no money, no job opportunities, not much education. I haven't interviewed him since he died in the 1970s, but I'm imagining that he had to make a very hard choice between family and survival, and he chose survival. And I don't know as well whether my grandfather was upset about this or distraught or supported it, but however he felt, in the end, he decided to keep the secret and wish for the best for his brother.
So let's fast forward. You always knew that you had this ancestor who, passé blanc, right? You weren't really sure how for want of a better term, I'll call it the white branch of the family, would react to your queries. What were you anxious about or worried about?
I think there are a lot of things. I think my grandfather's voice was still in the back of it was in my ear somewhere saying, we just leave well enough alone. For what reason? Just leave things alone. And so I was going against my grandfather's wishes. So just personally, as a granddaughter who's somewhat obedient, I knew I was doing something that Grandpa George might not have approved of, right? And then there's the fact that 20 years or so ago, I lived in Chicago and I could have reached out to them. But yeah, think of the amount of racial animus in our country right now and the polarization and the fact that hate crimes based on race are rising and not going down. I remember thinking, maybe this is something I just don't want to touch. I prioritized it now for a whole host of different reasons that have to do with being more mature myself and dropping those assumptions about how the other side would react, my mother's age, and the Pope's announcement. And also, I thought, we're in a society now that is so deeply connected online and in every other way. It's hard to keep a secret these days. I had a feeling that I'd be giving them information that maybe they already knew or at least had an inkling of. And sure enough, that turned out to be the case.
So how did you go about finding them? And, of course, here's the big reveal. How did they react when you reached out?
Right. Well, I had a good amount of research help, and I thank the New York Times for that. So we used all sorts of ancestry tools. And beyond that, I looked for obituaries. I looked on social media. We looked in old newspapers. There was a lot written in ancient French in New Orleans. We just tried to gather every bit of information we could about my grandparents and great-grandparents and their descendants. And then it just came down to the very gentle reaching out and just hoping for the best. And I reached out with short messages either over social media or, if I found an email address or maybe in a search, we'd come up with
any comments so far?
Oh, I was writing them all in the chat, but what do you want me to talk about?
Oh no, I saw what you wrote. I know it's actually, interesting, but this has happened quite a bit. Mostly from like places like New Orleans, Mississippi. But New Orleans, ever since way before the Louisiana Purchase, it's just been like the crossroads of just all kinds of people. And so, but funny enough, I've been to New Orleans once. It was nice, especially the French Quarter, and then down, I forget, there's a market walk or something like that right along the Mississippi. But it didn't impress me too much. I just think I like the smaller southern coastal towns, Savannah, where I was born and raised. But Charleston, I actually kind of like Charleston better than Savannah in some ways. And Norfolk, I lived in Norfolk for like 7 years. And that is another city that I actually loved because I lived downtown. It's like, where I lived was just really cool. So, but, New Orleans, it's famous. So, a place like New Orleans would probably suit Megabyte more for reasons I won't get into. Hey, it's so funny. Mm-hmm.
You changed the topic too many times because I wanted to say something twice and now I forgot.
Change the topic?
You was telling me your story, but it was like questions I was asking in between your story, but you didn't hear me.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Let me comment on CKJ3's. Hey, funny enough, CKJ3, while I was actually in the Navy in Norfolk, I literally lived there for probably 4 years before I ever made it to Virginia Beach, which is weird. But I actually got a job working in Virginia Beach. But before that, while I was actually still in the Navy, I just never had a reason to go to Virginia Beach. And that's literally like from downtown Norfolk, you're in Virginia Beach in about 15 minutes. Just never went up. What is it? I don't even remember what the interstate is from Norfolk. Is it I-64 still? I can't remember. But anyway, what is it with these British dudes? Who would just write that in a chat randomly?
Who just gets on the panel busting out laughing? Like, come on, man. That is the rudest stuff ever. Him and Truth get on my nerves with that laughing. If you're nervous, go get a chill pill and shut the hell up. Like, I
Oh,
don't
you
get
mean
it. Like,
Simon?
yes, like he's got to stop that. Like, and then when I try to talk to him and explain myself, then he's laughing again. Shut the fuck up. Like, why are you laughing? That's like cutting me off.
Well,
Plus,
I don't think sometimes I think, and let me just say this, and I'm going to go way out on the limb here, but a lot of these guys are, maybe they took half a red pill. A lot of these guys just don't respect women.
and he really doesn't respect me because literally that's what I felt like when I was every time I kept trying to talk, he's laughing. It's like that's kind of just like somebody saying, "Got you, got you, got you." Like, shut your ass up. Like he's like a JP, but a weird, twisted Ricardo Montalban type of JP. Like he thinks he's some kind of master planner and shit because he's so smart. Nigga, no, you're stupid. Sorry.
Yeah, he is a character. Now he's fun like late Saturday night at about midnight, when we're all a little inebriated, but I'm trying to figure out where he's coming out of left field with the question about
I
it's like
know. I was talking about baby and my kids, rewarding
I
them
you know
for
what? I didn't
behavior.
even I had to ask him what the hell are you talking about? I'm like,
Man,
what are you I have
no,
no
but
clue. I mean, I
like,
think, just because of the way society is right now,
mhm.
I yeah, and so sometimes people just, if your first option is to think the worst, that's really not a good way to live life.
No, it's not. It's fucking psychotic. And you're supposed to think
Um,
the worst if you are gonna think it, but keep it to yourself. Don't instantly just infer that somebody is talking about some kind of perversion stuff. That should be the last thing. The word play does not go with perversion.
well, let me tell you why I think Simon and others forget that my show is not like even a nightish sort of show where you get a bunch of guys and you say something a little off color and everybody thinks it's hilarious. And dude, I'm like, the thing that's off color is you.
Right. And you know what? Guys like Simon get physically abused. Like that incident would have got me out of my character. Like if we were in a professional setting and him just coming in the door laughing and then interrupting, and then when I try to talk to him with respect, because that's what I did, instead of talking to him like the bitch that he is, I try to talk to him. So when I try to talk to him mid word, he's cracking the fuck up. Do you think he would do that to my face? Do you think he would? and not get either talked to like a bitch or get my hands put on him. And then we'll be in a lot of trouble and about to get fired for our job because he's a fucking dumbass. Like, don't disrespect me. That's like sneezing in my face, just walking up to me. Hey, Drew. Like, what the fuck? Get your punk ass out of here.
Yeah, I think that that was an odd experience.
Yeah, very
So
odd.
let's but I've come to expect that from him. You know, you never get a hint of normal. You know, no one would ever call Simon normal.
But I was talking to you. I wasn't even expecting him there. That was kind of just like traumatizing a little bit. How dare you set me up and put that trash next to me like that?
You know what? He's kind of like a box of chocolates. You never quite know.
Never gonna like him again because I'm tired of him anyways. So
well, I might have to like scream because I have no clue what the fuck he was getting on.
And why would he treat me like that? That's not even how I talk to him. I could see if I was a very sexualized person and you just getting that idea, but that's not even how I come across most of the time. And then if I do, it's only talking to Nightish anyway, because he's always out of his mind. So I just start going ahead with it. Like,
well, I honestly think I really do think that because some of the conversations Simon and I have had, I think there are people who think this show should be a little bit more provocative. And, you know, late on a Saturday night after a couple beers, you know, we'll get up here and talk a little bawdy. But no, it's
is it nighttime where he is?
You know what? Actually, yeah, it's close to midnight. He's in Britain. They're either 5 or 6 hours ahead on the East Coast. So it is, you know, he's probably a little inebriated and it's close to midnight.
Yeah. No wonder why he's trying to be the little diddler on the roof ass nigga. I don't like Simon. I really gets on my nerves.
Well, if you catch him on a good day, when he's, you know, less I don't know, spirited, he's actually a pretty interesting guy. But Mega says it's 10 o'clock, so they're only 5 hours ahead.
And it's only 4:12 here, and it's broad daylight. So I don't know.
Yeah, well, you're an hour behind me.
I'm not gonna be harsh. I'm not gonna fight and be disruptive on your panel. I'll just get him somewhere else.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, but I had no clue what.
He knows I would act crazy with him too, because then he'd be crying. Because that's what he was doing before he thought it was okay to talk to me like that. And he's gonna go back to that.
I let him up because I honestly thought he was going to comment on the video.
No.
And you know, once you left and once I started the video, he left. Yeah. And you know what? I'm actually interested in the video, and I've watched most of it, by the way, up to about where we are now.
Back to the
video. But let's just finish this, and then after this, there's it's a history of Atlanta thing. This lady's talking to another older Black lady who's 95, I think. So she's going to talk about Atlanta, which you know, I'm interested in.
Phone number, but I broke through, I say first, with one cousin. Her name is Christine, and I got such a positive reaction from her. I was really encouraged to keep going. As soon as she saw the message, she wrote back like something to the effect of, "Oh, hey, yes, of course, I would love to. When can we talk?" And then through Christine, I found out that she had longstanding questions that she wanted answered. And she said, "Cousin Lauren feels this way too, and Cousin Lauren feels this way too." And so through one person, I learned of other people, and I just slowly made my way through the family tree. introducing myself as someone who shared a common ancestor, and also pointing out pretty quickly that I was a writer and reporter and that I'd want to share our story.
When you first encountered some of the family members, when you all first met each other, there were tears.
Oh, yes.
There were tears.
Yes.
Say more about that.
When Edward left Louisiana and New Orleans, he left his culture, he left his kinship ties. He carried a secret along with his wife. She was also a very light complexioned Creole from Louisiana who was passing in Chicago as a white woman. So the two of them were bonded by their cover stories. And I think they must have lived with quite a bit of isolation because of fear. If you get too close to someone, maybe they'll figure something out. So one thing Christine described to me was always wanting extended family and wanting to know more about where they came from and who their grandparents were and things like that. And they didn't have that sense that I grew up with in New Orleans of an enormous, sprawling family and very clear lineage. And I think they wanted that. And when you long for that all your life, and then one day it's finally explained to you why you didn't have it, and then you have it because we were all there with open arms, I think the emotion of it was just overwhelming to them.
Does anyone not feel that way?
It's a totally understandable and legitimate question. I think anger is among the responses that a person could have, especially in the past, right? You know, why him and not us? And was it a selfish and escapist thing to do? I think when I was a little girl and I first heard the story of the man in the picture who left the family, say I'm like 8, 9, or 10, I thought, what, we weren't good enough for him? Why did he leave? You know, and I may have had these feelings that were anger, but I didn't understand everything then. As I grew up, I understood more and I can see him as a fuller person and with a lot of empathy. And now, of course, I totally understand that he was stuck in a terrible system that forced hard choices on people who I'm sure would have rather do other things with their lives. But the system of judging people along color lines and then meting out opportunity along those lines is illogical, absurd, and completely arbitrary. And that's what I want to show with this family story, and what I'd hope, that the story gives us an opportunity to think deeply about our own racial history in this country and how it plays out in families across time.
So before we let you go, the country is beginning to commemorate the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States. Your story encompasses almost all of it. Slavery, the Civil War, Jim Crow. It's just the Great Migration. And I just wonder if there's something that you're thinking about as country enters this period of commemoration, as you thought about how your own family story fits into that bigger story. What comes to mind? And what would you like us to be thinking about?
That we're always working towards something better, right? My story, our story, so many people's story is about race and poverty and injustice and a shameful part of the American past. But it is equally about love and loyalty and resilience and the possibility of new beginnings, of joy, of hope. And that latter part is the part I'm trying to focus on. And I think the more empathy we have for people who are not exactly like us, and in our case, it's me being Southern and Black and opening myself up to cousins in Chicago who are Midwestern and white, them doing the same, vice versa, the more we can see other people as extensions of ourselves, the more we will move our country forward out of the polarization and gridlock that we're seeing right now, and especially out of the pits of racial animus that have gripped some of us in the wake of the last several years of many prominent people in this nation trying to pit us against one another and framing things in terms of us versus them. I think this is an opportunity to look at our past and get a deeper understanding of what still needs to be healed in America.
Susan Stanley, thank you so much for talking with us.
My pleasure, Michelle. Thank you.
So So this is interesting. Reminds me of several different things, and I'm not going to get bogged down. But um, that point about the racial animus and stuff, it just talking about YouTube and over the past 5 days or so, some of the like the racial stuff that's happened, everything from nightish to um apparently something similar happened on Izzy's show a few days ago, a couple days ago, 3 days ago, maybe. Dude, in my YouTube experience, it's generally fucking idiots, like people who just want to racialize everything. And the people like me who go, well, hey, you're being mighty racial here, then I'm the racist for pointing out. And the other thing that people on YouTube don't seem to understand is that a racist comment, even as a joke, is racist. Now, how people take it, if you got to be racist, at least be funny. It's kind of the rule of thumb. But
He's never
this,
funny, not even a little bit.
well, some people are, but it's rare. Uh,
Who's the one
but the
that
other
makes
thing,
racialized comments and is funny with it? I haven't really
well,
seen.
even the funny racialized comment or racial comment is still racial, but people tend to take it a lot better.
Mhm.
I'm just basically saying that the notion that, hey, I'm not racist because I like you when I call you the N word, it's a term of endearment when I say it. No, it's
No,
not a
I don't
matter
say
of
it in
hate.
term as a deterrent. I don't even use that word on a daily
Well,
basis.
I'm
I
not
use it
talking
in
about you. I'm
oh,
talking about in general. Using the word, with all its connotations historically, it's a racial comment. Whether you mean it as a term of endearment, whether you mean it, as a hate, I hate you, N word, it's all racial. And people need to understand that. Stop saying you're not racist when you're
you
using racial
participate.
terms. And
Right.
I'm kind of an absolutist. I think if you use the N word, you're a racist. Black, white, Hispanic, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Now
Just
I'm a little bit of an absolutist there. Other people aren't, and I realize that. But this is my show, this is my panel. I don't think it should be used by anybody.
okay. I'm sorry for doing
Oh no, wait, hold it. Why do you think I'm talking about you?
it. No, I know you don't like it, and sometimes I say it
Well,
because
but
it's
people do it. I mean, and you know what? Even someone like tough guy, who every other word, it's adjective, verb, it's like now a noun. Tough guy, like every other word. It's like me when I was in the Navy. MF was noun, verb, adjective. It was all kinds of things that sometimes you could make a whole sentence with just MF. I literally had to break. I had to break myself of the habit. It took like a summer. Like after I got out of the Navy, I got out in April, and I had to work on it. There's so many bad habits, verbal tics almost that you develop, when you're around a bunch of guys on a destroyer. But the bottom line is most people by now kind of know. And when someone like a tough guy goes, "Oh, I'm sorry, I know you don't like it," dude, I'm not saying that's why I don't do the where jar, the N word jar. I'm not going to charge. Just don't do it. So, and Speak Radio. Yeah, Speak Radio. I'm sorry. There's a couple things I need to research. And I'll just do a short show tomorrow on that specific topic because I think it really deserves its own show. So I will do it tomorrow, probably around 3 or so, maybe later. Who knows? Because I got some cooking I got to do.
Mike is so
Uh,
fake.
um, I've known Mike a while. He's just weird. He's kind of like Simon in a way. You know, he can be objectionable.
Yeah. Like they have Tourette's or something.
Well, they probably do. Now,
I want to see what Mike looks like since he thinks I look so depressed inside.
I think I've seen a picture of him.
Mike, can we see what you look like? Can you come to the panel, sir? I'm calling
Oh,
you.
here he is. He just popped up. What's going on, Mike?
Good evening, Mike.
What's going on? And real quick, why am I being called name? I just hopped in. What's going on? What did I miss?
To make you come to the panel.
Excuse it,
Mike, you got that echo again.
excuse it.
So go ahead, Tamika.
No, I was saying I was
He
trying to
wants to
provoke
know.
him to come.
He wants to know
No,
why he's being called fake.
Oh, because I just was trying to provoke him to come and defend himself so I could ask him to get on camera.
Well, I don't. There's no need to defend myself. I did nothing to defend myself from. It's not a court or anything.
Okay, well, that's good. Now, can you get on camera, please?
Why? So you can look at my beautiful face or what?
Yeah, I want to see how sexy you look.
Shit. Your man might get mad.
I don't have one of those anymore. Let me see you.
Well, I'm talking to Stanley and the old other for.
I am just a what would I call myself? A hopeful man.
A spectator. Now,
I really did.
let me see.
I really did.
Let me see. Bend over. Let me see you.
I'm planning on. I'm gonna cam up next weekend on my short.
Why you gotta plan? Can you just be spontaneous? I like
He's got to get a haircut.
I promise my people on my show that I'm gonna cam up, so that's what I'm gonna do.
Well, can you make me a promise?
The show that
comb
he
your
won't
hair.
drop links for.
Comb my hair.
Yeah, do you got hair?
You'll find out.
Can I find out today?
Nah, I'm not gonna let my people down. Just
okay,
so
I'm
you
done
can
talking. I'm done talking. Thank you.
Well, let me ask you a question.
No problem. You're welcome.
Would you allow Tamika to watch your show?
Well, Tamika is kind of, and I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, but she kind of straddles the fence a little too much for Mike.
Hey, Stanley, I hope you have a good rest of your show. I don't have any respect for this person.
Oh, no, I'm about to leave. You ain't got to leave. I'll leave.
My God. Why did these men just come up? Well, you did invite him up, though.
I know. He don't want to do what I want, so forget him. Forget him.
Well, let me put it to you this way. You know, I think if a man should never be ashamed of how he looks.
I know.
Now, I haven't combed my hair. I'm just sitting here.
I know, but you still was cute on camera. I couldn't believe you didn't want to show yourself. Now that picture looked crazy, like you were caught in shock or something. The one that Nina showed me, I was like, what the hell? But when I saw you on camera, you were so relaxed and so distinguished looking. I like the way you look, Stanley.
Well, you know, funny enough, I never get called ugly except by people like Leonard, or I don't even, did Nidus call me ugly? Look,
he was trying to be funny. I don't know. I didn't want to laugh, so I just left the panel. Like, stop playing.
Well, look, I do need a haircut, but for what? When I need
Did
to
you
get a haircut,
owned your hair when you was on that panel with the ladies? I liked it. You combed your hair.
Let me tell you something that's funny. So this is about it's probably close to 2 years now. At my mother's funeral, you know what? I put on a suit, but I wasn't going to get a haircut even then. And So my father looks at me and he goes, I your mother.
Mike,
Go.
at least he got on camera. You can't even get on camera, not even a little bit, and you're supposedly half his age. So you need to shut your trap in the chat or bring your raggedy tail back up here, you ratchety bastard.
Well, if he comes back up, please don't leave. Don't leave me
Okay,
alone
I'm
with
gonna
him.
try to talk to him, but he's the one that's
So here's
gaslighting, pretending
but
like
here's the
he's
deal.
all cool in the gang and shit. Please.
At the time, my son has a haircut now, but his hair was shoulder length. It's kind
I
of
bet it
curly.
was.
It was like a weird, he's got loose curls and he just let it grow down to his shoulders. So not about 2 months before my mother died, my son and I were basically, home taking care of her while my sister took my father to a doctor's appointment. So she didn't remember my son. I don't even know that she remembered me, but I looked so much like my father that, and I kept calling her mama. So she knew,
Oh.
she probably remembered me. Weird thing, she never forgot my father, like to the last day. Now she was deep into Alzheimer's, and I'm not even sure she forgot me. Um, but she looked over at her grandson, my son, and goes, "Who's this boy with all that hair?" See, my mother, you had to have a haircut. It was like
Yeah.
she wasn't having the blowout kit and all that bullshit. Get a
I
haircut.
used to get told that too. My brother did because he
Really?
said that I wouldn't comb my hair and my hair was always all over my head. He's like, you need to get a
Mhm,
haircut if you're not gonna comb. Well, we lived together, so he saw it
mhm.
like that all the time, and it was a lot, and I couldn't control it. So I was like, okay, fine. So I went and got a haircut, and everybody was so upset. They was like, "Why would you cut all that beautiful hair?" And I was like, "Cause my brother." He told me he was tired of me looking like a boot in a shoe. Mm,
A boot in a shoe.
mhm.
I don't know. I think, as time goes on, I kind of like wild hair. You
I
can.
like wild hair too because it's wild again now, and I wish
Mhm.
somebody would tell me that crazy stuff.
No, I think you have the kind of, it's gonna sound weird, but the kind of head shape and the kind of face.
Mhm,
I actually am not super into braids. However, I've seen your hair like unbraided and styled, and I
mhm,
understand the protective hairstyle.
mhm.
One of the reasons my hair isn't longer is I literally don't put anything on it. I don't, other than shampoo every now and again. And breakage, if you leave your hair natural and you're not careful when you comb and
Mhm.
brush it, the ends
Yeah,
break.
yeah,
Which
that's
is
all it
kind of
does.
like a yeah, but it's kind of like a natural haircut. I don't particularly care. Probably if I actually took care of it and conditioned it and, all that stuff, it would probably be down my back. But, it's to be honest, I have thought recently about getting a haircut because once it gets long, even combing it's a little bit of a chore.
Yeah.
Um,
If it was me, it
so
would be hurting if my hair was breaking at the ends like that, it was because I haven't combed my hair in about 3 weeks. All I did was wet it and rub my fingers around it or whatever to
mhm.
style it, but I didn't comb
Well,
through it.
yeah, I probably need to, I like Jamaican, what is it? Jamaican black castor oil or something
Yes,
like that.
I'm getting some
I
in the
should
mail tomorrow.
probably, what I might do? I might just start taking care of my hair. And when it gets down to my shoulders, then I'll
I'll
cam up.
come and braid it for you, Stanley.
Well, I don't know. If it comes to that, I'll just get a haircut. I'm not doing braids.
Yeah, don't be like Ruthless Truth looking. Never mind. Sorry,
No,
sorry.
and one of the reasons I kind of it was during COVID. I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to the barber. But dude, I think one of the reasons is I'm 61 and I don't even have a bald spot. I like the hair.
I got a
is-
bald spot. I got
yeah.
like 3 of them.
You really? Well, you cut it out.
You can't see it, but I call my bald spots areas where my hair is thinner. So
Mhm.
that's what I call a bald spot.
Was it?
But when my Jamaican
Did it happen
cousin-
after pregnancy?
Yeah, all of it did.
Yeah, I've
It was
heard about that
directly
before.
after my son, and it's still the same way. Like my hair is way finer than it was, and then
Mhm.
also in certain areas, my hair will like I could rub it off. So it's kind of
Mhm.
almost like having alopecia, but it's not like something I can do all the time. Like let's say for instance, if I didn't have her take my edges out, all the ones that I took out, I cut them shorter so I can be able to style them with my braids and I won't look so crazy with long hair hanging on the side of my face. But if those areas got braided, those are the areas that I probably would wash my face in a couple of days and the braids will be pulling my hair out. Like literally
Huh.
I could be washing my face and rub my hair out of like
Mhm.
when the whole follicle comes out, the little end part from the root of your hair. That's what
Right.
I'm talking about. If I let her braid that pieces of hair.
Interesting. Well,
So
I
when
mean,
they say that
everybody
girls
has
don't
like
have edges, that's what's happening. Like what I'm describing, that's how I
right.
will end up with no edges.
All right. Well, this is what I was talking about here. This is Rose Martin Palmer, 98, a living bridge to Black Atlanta's past. And funny enough, this is a woman who probably back in the day could have passed. Let's see here.
Which one? The left or the
The
right?
one on the left. She's the 98-year-old.
Oh, okay.
Quite frankly, she looks pretty good for 98, to be honest.
I thought you were gonna say the one on the right could pass. I'm like, no, she couldn't. She can barely pass as a woman.
No, the one on the left.
Okay.
Palmer.
Okay,
Oh,
let
it's
me.
Now it's the one on the right?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get a new computer. YouTube is not cooperating here. All right, so let's try it now.
Her contemporaries include Martin Luther King, Joseph Lowry, Herman Russell, and several of those fabulous Maynard Jackson's sisters, the Dobbs sisters. Unfortunately, they are all gone, but we are so blessed, thrilled, in fact, to have you here to tell us about our dear Atlanta, as you recall it. How you feeling today?
Today,
Good. I'm so excited to talk to you. Now, let me just say this. You were born in 1927, that's right. Yeah, it was after World War I and before the Great Depression. The Roaring Twenties is what they used to call it. You are the niece of Atlanta native, former NAACP president for 2.5 decades, Walter White. It's a great PBS documentary about his life, just came out last year. You are the goddaughter of the city's first Black millionaire, Alonzo Herndon. And according to some, and we'll get to this later, we have heard that you might be a descendant of President William Henry Harrison. You also, in your own life, you are a trailblazer in higher education for women because you, as I recall, we'll talk about it, have earned an advanced degree from Stanford. That's amazing. So you have an amazing life. So tell us, where was your birth in Atlanta? Exactly where were you born? And what are your earliest memories of Atlanta, Georgia?
I was born probably at home on 250 Sunset Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia. The sister was probably born 2.5 months later at the infirmary at Spelman College. No, everything was so totally segregated. in Atlanta at that time that they never built any decent facilities for people of color. So
you were born at home.
I was born at home, I think. And, but there was a time when the Ku Klux Klan controlled almost everything, and there was no real justice and total segregation. And, well, not totally, because there was my parents migrated to the west side of Atlanta. There were whites living below us and blacks above us.
And you grew up in Vine City, is that correct?
I grew up.
Vine City?
My mother always said that was not Vine City, but because there was a paved street called Sunset Avenue, and my parents.
Tamika, I don't know. I don't know. This might be an old interview. It was just posted 12 days ago. Interesting.
Parents married in 1926 and built a little brick house. All the houses below us were white owned and framed. And as the street developed, a doctor built below us, Dr. Hightower, and Fred Toomer, an officer of Atlanta Life, built above us, and above him was the principal of a high school that I think was the house that M.L. King bought, and then above him was like a two-story. It almost looked like an apartment house. Maynard Jackson's father, who was a minister, built. So Maynard was a roly-poly little boy that was running up and down the streets. And when I was small and Coretta had two children that my nephew used to play with.
So you all were all there together. I mean, it sounds like there was a very small, affluent Black middle class in Atlanta at the time. Very small. You mentioned just the paved street.
The street parallel to Sunset was not paved. It was rental property, and it was very poor. And I think Martin Luther King wanted to say, that he lived with the poor people in Vine City. So he attached our street to theirs. But my mother always said, I don't live in the Vine City.
It was similar to over in Collier Heights and Cascade Heights, even when I was growing up in the late 60s.
Yeah, this is a rather interesting comment by Deacon Dave. Yeah, let's not talk to the elders. Let's not talk about Black history, because Black history is probably not something that is conducive to coonery. So, Deacon Dave, that's fine. If this lady wanted to rest, she would probably be resting. So I understand.
Exactly. Like she gets to practice the talk.
Yeah, I understand. Well, Deacon Dave's a friend of the show, and I understand. People like Deacon Dave and SKC, they just want to, we shouldn't talk about slavery. We shouldn't talk about Jim Crow. We should be colorblind and celebrate white people because they freed the slaves. We ought to be thanking white people for freeing us, our ancestors, from slavery. Couldn't have been free without the whites. That's Deacon Dave and SKC.
But is it truth?
No.
We couldn't do it on our own. If we did, we would have.
There are so many examples. Like the Civil War wasn't about freeing the slaves.
Of making them steal themselves away, but actually freeing themselves legally, it did take white people to do that.
No.
It didn't?
Abraham Lincoln didn't. Well, let me ask you a question.
Huh?
It's way more nuanced than that. Let me put it to you this way. There were so many people who escaped the plantation to go up north. Frederick Douglass, for
But
instance.
they had to
He
steal
let me
away.
finish what I'm saying, please.
Okay.
If someone escapes the plantation and goes to a state where they're free, white people didn't do that. The black person escaping the plantation did that. So it's way more nuanced than white people freed us. Plenty of black people, Frederick Douglass is one of them, like a really good example. Not only did he make himself free, because the woman he married happened to be a free black that he met in Baltimore. It's like, you know what? I'm going all the way up to Massachusetts to make sure that, I don't get caught or dragged back to slavery. Plenty examples of black people not only going to the north, but all the way up to Canada. So white people didn't make them free. They escaped.
I was talking about legally. Legally, they
Okay,
did.
well, if you escape to a free state, you are legally free in that state.
Until the marshal came and got him. Right?
No. Plenty. The marshal never came and got Frederick Douglass.
Yeah. Because they let him
It
live.
happened. It happened quite frequently. Why do you think there's a fugitive slave clause, and then they made a fugitive slave law? Can't remember the exact date, but it's 1850 something. This idea. Now, yeah, legally after the Civil War, sure. But a lot of slaves had escaped and were free in Canada and other places. The problem with a lot of these well, I call them soul brothers, because they're all fans of Thomas Sowell. They want to make broad generalizations and they want unnuanced positions. Some of the slaves, the bulk of the slaves, got freed by law, but there are plenty of examples of slaves before the Civil War that freed themselves.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know that because I'm not an intellectual, so I'm sorry, Stanley.
Well, it's really shoot.
And I probably got told this before, but you know what? It went through one ear and out the other because I've been told a
lot of people aren't
stuff.
that interested in it. A lot of people aren't that interested. And funny enough, I really didn't get that. I mean, I've always been a history buff. My mother was a history buff, but I really didn't start getting this interested in American history until I got married and my son was born. And I think it's also a function of getting older. My father, for instance, maybe in the past 10 years started doing like a family genealogy. He never expressed an interest until, he's 83 now, probably in his 70s.
Oh wow.
It's kind of weird.
Stuff.
Well, I think people, the closer they get, once you're on the back 40 or the back the back 9 of life.
No, I'm about to be on the back 40. How dare you?
Well, you're still in your 40s, right?
Isn't that the back 40s? Because after 46 is back.
You won't really start thinking it until you get around, your 60s. Because I mean, if everything goes right, my father's 83 and he's still in pretty decent health. His mother lived to 89. My father-in-law is in his 80s. His mother lived to 97. He's got a sister who is probably close to 90 now, my aunt-in-law. So, 60's not super old. It just depends on health and circumstance and stuff. But the bottom line is, I think the closer you get to, the ultimate end, the more interested you are in where you've been, trying to kind of make sense of it all.
Yeah.
But I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of this history is mistaught in high school and college to produce Deacon Daves and SKC and all these weirdos who don't understand history well enough to know if Black people didn't want to be free, they wouldn't be free even today. What if the Black people, what if the slaves went, we want to be slaves, we like it?
But there was a lot that had to get evicted off the plantation after they were free because they went right back to it. And then not only that, Stanley, guess what? They still are willing to be slaves now. Hence, people who continuously, never mind.
Well, let me give you another example. Once the North started winning the Civil War, and they, like Sherman's March is a perfect example. There were slaves leaving the plantation to join Union lines. These masters weren't setting their slaves free. The slaves were escaping to go behind Union lines. There's a whole history because at the end of Sherman's March, he gave Savannah, my hometown, to Lincoln as a Christmas present. And there's a whole history about how he met with prominent Black people, ministers, and, kind of civic leaders in Savannah to kind of figure out, well, how are we going to, manage freeing the slaves? But these slaves were escaping once they're like, oh, hey, the North is here. We know where to go to be free. The masters weren't setting them free. And this was before the 13th Amendment. It was during the Civil War.
Yeah,
Black
that's how we
people-
got to Juneteenth.
Right. But let me, what I'm saying is these Black people weren't being set free. They were escaping to go trail the Union Army because they would no longer be slaves.
Right. They were
This was
railroaded
before
into the
this was
army.
before the 13th Amendment. So there was nothing saying, hey, you're free. They're just like, hey, if we go north, we will be free. And then let me also tell you more. A lot of those slaves and free Blacks in the North joined the Union Army. At the start of the Civil War, Blacks weren't allowed to fight in the Civil War. And then the North got desperate for people because young white boys were like, nope, we're not fighting.
I definitely
so-
learned this in high school and in college because when you talk
Right.
about it, I'm starting to remember because I took American history and I took world history. I took a lot of history classes in college. So, and I got A's in those classes, but that's because I know how to memorize stuff. But then when I don't need it no more, it goes to the wayside.
Well, the thing is that even the survey courses, unless you're going to major in history, and even if you major in history, you're probably going to have to do U.S. history or something even more specific. But the bottom line is these Deacon Daves, these SKCs, and I'm picking on Deacon Dave because I see him in the chat, and I know I'm just poking him a little
Come
bit.
up, Deacon Dave. I like your voice.
The bottom line is they don't teach the details of history because there's no time to do it in high school. You got to get the basics. But this notion that Blacks, it was the white man who freed them, there are many documented cases of Blacks freeing themselves. And like SKC and I had a discussion years ago now where I told them the first step to being free is wanting to be free. If you want to remain a slave, you'll remain a slave. So, I call them MAGA Blacks or Soul Brothers, or, they call themselves coons, which even that's not a big enough insult. I'd
Or
call them
Sambos.
I call them uneducated. I would call them willingly uneducated or, willfully blind, something like that. But,
Or you're dumb.
We forced whites to deal with the slavery problem, starting like the earliest. One of the most famous examples is Nat Turner. Nat Turner didn't do what he did because he wanted to be a slave.
What, smoking crack?
No, Nat Turner. Well, you never heard of Nat Turner's Rebellion?
No.
Right, just Google it. You'll
I
get
probably did, but okay. Maybe I'm not the one you should talk to about this. I'm sorry, Stanley.
No, it's all right. I'm just saying that no, the notion that white people were responsible for black freedom, sure, they helped. They controlled the legal system.
And
So
they were
yeah,
needed. That's probably all they want to hear.
well,
White people,
they were
you were
needed, but
needed.
they were needed because they fucking controlled the country.
Yeah, they're the ones who set the standard or stole
Well, no,
the standard.
they're the ones who created slavery in the legal system to begin with.
60s and 70s, things were de facto segregated. So I do understand what you're saying. It was the black neighborhood, but it was you were comfortable there, it sounds like. Let me ask you this, though, Jim Crow. You lived through decades of it. Please help us understand what your day-to-day life was like when you went shopping downtown Atlanta, when you had to travel and stay overnight, accommodations. Tell us a little bit about what the environment was like at the time. You mentioned the KKK was very powerful. I know the Talmadge was a governor, and you lived through the Hartsfield two terms for Hartsfield and Mayor Key and these other mayors. What do you remember of that time in terms of segregation and Jim Crow?
Everything was segregated. I mean, my father was an officer of the Atlanta Life Insurance Company. So when people travel and the managers stay with us or with families, because there were no hotels that they could go to and stay in, or we had relatives and friends. If we went to Florida, the Herndons had a home down in Tavares on a lake in Florida near Orlando. And then the head of the insurance company down in near Jacksonville, there was a black beach called Fernandina where all of us, where they let us stay a lot.
Yeah, I know right where Fernandina is. I think I've been there once when I was real young.
We'd go down to Florida and stay on the beach.
I understand. Actually, my father is from the Tavares area. My grandfather was the pastor in the 3-city area, Tavares, Eustis, Mount Dora. So I do know that area well. You mentioned going up north. Do you remember the first time you went up north, and how was that different to being down south?
Well, I think when I was 12 years old, my parents were going to arrange me to go to a camp for a week. And my sister and I, and it was in 1940, and they were going to take us to the World's Fair. We were only up there a couple of weeks, and my grandmother passed. But the first 12 years of my life, I spent every Saturday night with my grandmother. The Congregational Church was a half block up the street, and she would walk me up and with my sister to Sunday school every morning. And then my parents would meet us at church, and when my mother was growing up, they had a church group called the Christian Endeavor. And apparently it was a great social outlet for them at that time. And I guess that's where she met my father, who was an early member of the Congregational Church, which was affiliated with Atlanta University, which was started by missionaries to teach the children of the freed slaves. So my grandmother and grandfather migrated to Atlanta to get a better education after slavery, but they were both part of the slave generation, you know.
Yes. Now, I remember there's this wonderful documentary, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. 2025, it's a pretty recent PBS documentary, Forgotten Hero, Walter White and the NAACP. And again, for the viewers, you are the niece of Walter White, who was president of the NAACP. He was able to do some great work by being very fair skinned. And in the documentary, they talk about a challenge that was faced by fair skinned Blacks. And I would want to know if you could address this. And that is, sometimes you were sitting on the back of the bus. You went to the back of the bus to sit with your friends or whatnot. And the bus driver would say, "Lady, you need to sit up here." Or maybe sometimes you were just drinking out of a water fountain and they're telling you, I remember someone threw a rock at your uncle when he was drinking out of a water fountain for coloreds. And the white boy was saying, what are you doing? Talk about the challenges that people must face when, because what is race really? I guess at the end of the day, I don't know. It's a construct, as we say. And then you're experiencing looking one way, but maybe being of a culture of another. Any reflections on that?
Had a beautiful answer to that. He said, there's only one race, the human race, and he lived by that and made friends with all people, regardless of race. Did not want me to suffer all the indignities of segregation. And so they sent us away to school. And like most Black families who inherited the legacy of slavery, they all wanted their children to have a better opportunity than they had. And the most outstanding one in Atlanta was Mr. J.W. Dobbs, who had 6 girls.
Hey, Dawn. No, I actually think she might be deceased by now, but this video was posted about 12 days ago. And I haven't gone in and done deep research, but I enjoy the pithy comments that are being left in the chat. You hear this in more sane more sane venues of Black folks that talk about, listening to your elders, recording to your elders, because a lot of this history is either not told in the textbooks or the history books. So, and my father, I personally am not that interested in, even my family history. I know back through my grandparents, but my father every now and again will talk about, especially his father's side of the family. And there are some interesting facts in there. I think it's a shame that we have trained our young people, millennials, and even some Gen X and earlier than that, to think in the here and now and not understand that, as Faulkner said, the past isn't over. It's not, the past isn't dead. It's not even past. Faulkner and, even people like me to a certain extent understand that there's really nothing new under the sun. And sometimes knowing things and how they happened in the past actually can help you deal with now. Think of medical history. If you have a history of, I don't know, cancer or heart disease or something, knowing that can actually help you live longer. So this notion that, well, I'll give you a better story. My brother is 48 now. And I remember, I guess when I turned 40, he was still in his 20s. And he would tease me about being an old man. And about 20 years later, when he was in his 40s, early 40s, he's like, well, my response was, hey, you know what, laugh now, but one day you'll be old too.
That's what I
And
told my sister.
he reminded me of that about 20 years later. He's like, "Well, Stanley, you were right." So my response to all these little people who want to make snide remarks about being 98, you'll understand that you will be the same way if you're lucky enough to live that long. You're all a bunch of children. What's up, tough guy?
What's up, old school?
It's been a while since I've talked to you. How you been?
You always
Say
say that. I just don't be
hello
coming
to
on here every
Miss.
day. That's all.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
I say
You've
you
been
say that
busy.
every time I come up here. It's just that I don't come up here every day. That's
Oh well,
probably why.
no. I figured you've been busy or something. You know, a lot of people just kind of listen and as they're doing other stuff. So I appreciate that.
Yeah,
Hi,
I'm
tough
about
guy.
to fly out to Denver next week.
Oh, really?
Or actually, yeah, this week coming up. I got to
Are you
play.
moving there?
No, I'm playing drums.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, it's a little
So
showcase.
you're taking your drums with you, or they're going to supply you?
They have it there.
I see.
I might take a few things, my personal shit that I usually use, I'm comfortable on my shit, But other than that, yeah, they got kit and all that.
What is it like a concert? What type of music? Or is it
It's
church?
it's a showcase. I guess you got the artist that I'm playing for. You got picked to do a showcase. The showcase is just basically like a show, but it's probably for something specific. I'm not sure what. Um, but yeah, man, somebody just contacted me out of the blue on Instagram,
So it
and
might not be a real job.
he was like, "Oh yeah, your homie referred you. He's a sound guy that I know." And I was like, "Hey man, thanks. Good looking." I hate him up. I was like, "Thanks, bro." He's like, "Yeah, you're highly recommended." I'm like, "Oh shit."
What?
That happens every now and then, but shit, yeah.
Well,
It
I
was
hope
nice
it
to
turns out good.
yeah, it was nice to you know, get hit up.
You recognized?
I
Yes, to
thought I
be
heard something. I think he turned it up a little bit. That's why.
turn what?
What's that? The whoop de wop? I think
I'm sorry, what?
that's
What?
the whoop de wop, right?
What are you
Oh yeah,
talking
yeah.
about?
Oh, okay. Because I know I gave you two of them, right? I forget how many I gave you.
3 of them. I think you hold on one sec. I think you gave
Like
me
three of them, yeah.
yeah, it was either 2. I think it was 2, but it
It
might
was
have been
two.
3. But yeah, I use them pretty much every day. Psychedelic,
Yeah,
and
psychedelic.
then
Yeah,
right, and then I have them as
that was
part of
one of
my
my favorite
opening
ones, Stanley.
things.
That's why I gave it to you, man.
No, I believe me, they get used pretty much every show.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, what I need to do, because sometimes I'll have to get the door, having stuff delivered. And
Mhm.
I really need to do intermission with your music. Um, I'm gonna have to. I keep forgetting to do it, but next time I have to leave for a couple minutes, I've got like my little intermission thing, and
Oh
I
yeah,
could
yeah.
always use the music because it people probably need to listen to it more. But
Well,
it's in the background.
it fills space, I'm sure. Yeah. Filling space is always good.
And they're long enough, both especially psychedelics, fairly long. I only use maybe a minute of it.
Hmm.
So
How's the
that's
weather out
cool.
there? Is it humid?
You know what? Well, it's always humid in the summer, but it's actually not been bad. We've been getting a lot of rain lately. Now today it's been blue skies, but
So
probably
it
the
feels
hottest it's
tropical then?
gotten. Not tropical. I'm in West Georgia. I'm not down in Savannah. Savannah will be tropical, but I'm about
Okay.
4 hours north and west of Savannah.
Yeah, 'cause
So
when it's hot and
it's
rainy, that reminds me of like a tropical, storm. That
no. If it gets up to like 90 and it's rainy, that's not as like Florida. It'll be like 100, and then a rainstorm will come in. Even Savannah is where I live, right outside Atlanta. I remember one November, went down, for Thanksgiving Day, and I left here because it was chilly and long sleeves. I opened the door in Savannah and I just instantly broke out in sweat. It's like, damn, I should be wearing shorts and a t-shirt. It was about 20 degrees warmer. So Savannah, that part of excuse me, that part of Georgia, um, it's like a different weather pattern. It's weird. Georgia's the biggest state east of the Mississippi. So, if you go from north to south, it is probably 6 or 8 hours. Just like hitting 95 is the thin part of Georgia. If you did it from 75 right outside Chattanooga, where you cross the northern border and then you go all the way to Florida, now it's going to be about 8 hours. It's huge.
Yeah. Florida's a big ass state like Texas.
Well, wait, I was actually let me deal with this particular uh this particular comment. So American Man, who I haven't actually talked to in quite a while, he's still mad for some reason or another. Stanley, you are not a man, nor are you honest about your faults. I'm good, Stanley. Just keep doing your thing. What
American
fault?
Man, bring your ass up on the panel, nigga.
Well, we don't use the N word, remember? It has been a while. But what faults is he talking about?
It has been a while, nigga. You ain't talked to me in a long time.
Let's see. He says, watch how he will address this. Well, American Man, if you don't come up to talk about it, I'm not going to address it at all.
Come on, American Man. I ain't talked to you in a minute, player. Bring your ass up here, nigga.
American Man inflates his importance. It's the first time I've seen him in my chat in months, and he acts like the show has been and will revolve around him.
Where you at, American Man?
This dude has an inflated ego. Hey, American Man, you got a bouncy house for an ego. Kids will go in because it's full of air and they'll bounce up and down and have fun, but the parents rarely go into that bouncy house. Get my point? You're just a bouncy house. You got a bouncy house for a brain, son. The kids will like to go and play, but the adults, we just hang out outside and wait for the kids to come back.
Because you're weak and gay, Stanley.
No, because I am an adult. I don't.
That's what American Man would say. You're weak and gay.
Yeah, he. I don't know why he says things like that.
Where you at, American Man? Bring your ass up here, nigga.
I mean, with him, it's just assumed he's weak and gay. I mean, every time look at him, he's hiding out. What else does he have to say? Pay attention, folks. Yeah, okay. Well, I'm gonna go back to this video. Let's see here. Oh, there's still quite a bit left. So this basically is a 98-year-old lady talking about Atlanta back in the day. So to me, it's history and it's interesting. I know not everybody's into history, but I am. And I don't like discounting the Black American side of American history. So many people like American Man and Deacon Dave and SKC, all these MAGA blacks who just want to pretend that, hey, we should forget how Black Americans contributed to American history. They are so willing to go, well, the white man built it. We ought to be happy that the white man, we were their servants.
But Stanley,
yeah.
I think everything that everybody uses has been made by a black person, from GPS to cell phones to refrigerators to air conditionings.
No, they and you know what?
It's so crazy. Like
We
we
have
made all that shit.
American kids have intentionally been given an education that discounts the contributions that Black Americans have made. There's still people who don't think Eli Whitney invented the cotton gin. It was probably a black man, and he just said, "Hey, you know what? I'm going to take credit for it." That happened
Electricity
a lot.
too.
Yep.
Electricity and light bulbs and shit.
Yep. And then you got people like American Man, and again, SKC, the coons of the community. They just want to act like black people ain't done shit. Dude.
What do you call them? Anti-black?
Look. Oh, they're anti-black blacks. But let me tell you something that I talked about a couple days ago. Frederick Douglass was the most photographed American of the 19th century. And just the other day, a couple historians were talking, they literally want to call him like an American founder post Civil War. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments basically changed the nature of the American Constitution, and Frederick Douglass was in the middle of it. Now, he wasn't the only black leader, but he's the most photographed. He's the most, identifiable. They actually teach him in high school and in college.
Mm-hmm.
You can't avoid it.
Oh, I want to ask you something, Stanley. I know this is totally off topic, but I don't know if you remember John Koresh.
No.
Okay, John Koresh was from Waco, Texas.
Oh, that was David Koresh.
David Koresh, excuse me. David Koresh. John David, some white boy name,
Mm-hmm.
It's just crazy to me how like white people get away with that shit, but black people can't do nothing. They try to rip it apart. Like, I don't think a black man could have that much power and ammunition and all that shit without the feds already lurking and coming in and dismantling some shit. Like, it would always be like some type of infiltration. Although that they took them out and burned down the house and killed the kids and all that shit, like the military wasn't fucking around when it came to David Koresh. But I just don't see black people being that organized, or if they did, they would take us out immediately, I think.
Mm-hmm. I don't know that I agree with all that. I think I don't think David Koresh got away with it. He died, right?
Well, I mean, he got away with it for a while.
Yeah, but
I mean, it's just
ultimately for a while, but ultimately he did not.
It's just like the Asian protection. They got laws protecting Asians, but they don't protect black people.
No, you those laws aren't specific to Asians.
They are.
No, they're not.
Okay, what was the bill that they just passed for Asians?
I went and researched it. It came about because of an incident with an Asian lady or something.
Mm-hmm.
But
can you give me the details on that or the specifics? Because
no, I look it up. I don't recall.
Can we do that real quick?
Okay,
can we do it?
No,
do you
I'm
mind?
not going to do it real quick.
Well, I'm just
my
asking.
Word for it.
No, I'm just asking. But you ain't got nothing but time, Stanley.
I have an agenda.
Okay, well, you can get to your agenda. You got a whole show to do, nigga. Goddamn, come on, man. Can you? Why you always gotta be like that? Come on, man. Like just roll with it. Flow with it.
No, I'm not gonna do it. If you
why you always do that, man? I understand it's your channel. I know it's your channel.
Let's meet halfway.
Okay,
let's meet halfway.
Okay, what's halfway?
If you want to talk about it, you give me the links and all that stuff. I was going to also compare what you just said to the 14th Amendment and what the Supreme Court just did.
Okay,
The
what?
14th Amendment came about because of Black slavery in America, but the text of it, who it covers, is not just Black people. Same thing with this so-called Asian Protection Act or whatever you want to call it. It came about because of that, but it doesn't say Asians have more rights than any other type of people. So if you want to talk about it, supply me the links and we can take a few minutes to do it.
I don't got no links. I was just wondering. I mean, you got the computer, so I thought maybe you could do it.
And you want to know about it. I already know about it.
No, you don't, because I don't think you understand.
I'm afraid I do. Because
I don't think I don't think
actually,
you know the specifics though, because I just
no,
asked
you
you what the
don't have to.
specifics
You
were,
don't
and
have
you
to.
didn't.
You don't
You
have.
couldn't tell me, sir.
I don't.
You couldn't say you didn't know. That's the whole point.
I'm afraid I just told you I did know. I know that it is not specifically for Asians in the text of the law.
So who's it specifically for then, nigga?
Everyone.
No, it's not for everyone. It's for Asians.
I'm afraid if you want to fight this fight, you go get your ammunition and we'll read it together.
Okay, so they
I'm
didn't
not,
pass a bill
I'm
for
not going to
Asians.
do it.
No, I'm asking you. So they didn't pass a
No,
bill for
it
Asians.
came about because of an
Okay,
attack.
so you know exactly what I'm talking
No,
about then. How
hey,
you know
tough
what I'm
guy.
talking about and then say they
I
don't
said
got it?
what I said. It came about because of Asians, but the way they write laws, for better or for worse, they write laws colorblind. Mentioning Asians in a law, it would wind up in the courts and it would be struck down because we don't do laws based on race. We don't. Now, I think that sometimes is not the best way to write laws, but it's the way we write laws. So, no.
So
The
what do you
law,
think about the David Koresh situation? Because you were younger. You
I think
remember it probably a little bit
like
more vividly than I do.
I remember watching it on or footage on TV. I don't think much about it other than David Koresh didn't get away with it. He died. And funny enough, it's
So you think
Midland.
it was his fault that the kids died, or do you think the police
Yes,
did it?
absolutely.
Why? Because he barricaded the kids in there?
Because he didn't just say, hey, you know what, let's leave it up to the courts. Everybody go outside with their hands up. They basically hunkered down and they were shooting back. He could have just said, hey, y'all go outside, let's surrender, but he didn't. So it's his fault.
But shooting back, I mean, isn't that protecting your land, your property, your
No,
shit?
not when the law comes knocking.
Okay, but
You're
who are the
crazy.
law? Like, why are you just bow down to them like that? Why is that?
Literally, it was the FBI that was saying, come out with your hands up.
But why were they? They were prying in his business.
I don't remember the details, but I think when you are surrounded, there were tanks. They had tanks on the lawn.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why was they
Okay,
them people was minding their business?
Tough guy. Let me reorient.
They came over there fucking with them, poking the bear.
Reorient you to Stanley versus the world. Dude, I think sometimes, especially if there are kids involved, take it on the chin, bitch. If there are a bunch of kids and women inside the house, don't be fighting the FBI back. Let the kids live. Yes, it's his fault. Period. I don't blame the law. The law didn't tell him to barricade and shoot back. Now, could the law have
But
done
wasn't he
better?
just standing his ground? Like, I think sometimes the law be overstepping though.
Yeah, well, that's a you problem. Become a lawyer and fight the man.
So you don't think that the law be overstepping or doing too much or
Oh,
taking advantage of
absolutely.
people just because it's the law?
Absolutely it does, but I think
Okay.
sometimes
So the law is flawed, right?
okay, son, don't overtalk.
I didn't,
think
nigga. What the hell are you talking about?
Okay, say N-word one more time and you might have to take a break.
Stanley, stop being gay,
We
man.
are not going to use the N-word on my panel. This
Stanley, you don't gotta be gay, man.
I need you to
I
listen
need
to what I'm
you to
I need you to
understand
listen.
that
No,
you don't
I
need to
don't.
be gay.
Nope.
But why you gotta do that gay shit?
Because hey, the gay shit is to keep order. Don't use
Yo,
the
buy the book
N-word.
ass nigga, man.
Don't
Come on,
use
man.
the N-word.
Why you so buy the book?
David, if a David Koresh oversteps, sorry, you want to blame the law. I'm saying David.
I do. No,
Koresh
I'm just saying.
overstepped.
No. This is what I'm saying,
your
Stanley.
criticism?
Let me tell you what I'm saying because I think you misunderstand. You're
criticism of David
misunderstanding me,
Koresh?
dog.
Okay,
Let me
think you
explain.
okay, tough guy. I'm not John Galt. You don't
Stanley,
need
why you always try to involve other motherfuckers
Alrighty.
when in our conversation?
Alrighty. Son, this you don't stand toe to toe. When I tell you to stand down and don't use the N-word, I expect just that. Let's calm down.
Stanley, why are you doing that, man? Come on, man. Let me finish my sentence.
Okay, before you finish your sentence, I need you to understand the rules of this panel. They haven't changed since the last time you were up here.
Okay, and I haven't changed since the
Okay,
last
I
time I
don't
was
know
up
why
here.
you're still
Why are you
talking.
always doing that?
Okay, I can't.
I'm supposed to.
I will get my sentence out. The N-word is discouraged on this panel. Can you get through a paragraph without using the N-word? Yes or no?
Let me be me. Shit.
No, I will not let you.
No, man. Why you? It's like you Karen.
Sorry. Go get a channel and you can be you. Now, on my channel, I'm going to be me. And if it's by the book or square, whatever you want to call it, I will be me on my channel. You can be you when I come over to your panel.
I don't have a channel. You know that.
Well, you should. So you can
I know everybody says that, but still, I don't care about damn having no damn channel. I'm trying to just speak to you. Let me talk to you. Why you hating on me speaking to you?
If you can speak to me without using the N-word, please speak.
I mean, damn, Stanley, just let me be me, man. It's not that deep. You ain't got to be all anal and shit.
You will be your best.
No, but you be really acting like a Karen though. You ain't got to do that.
I expect you to be the best tough guy.
You don't got to. You ain't got to be. You ain't got to be.
I have to be me.
You don't have to.
Sometimes
you don't have to, Stanley.
Okay, you need to
Stanley,
be
but you don't have to though.
Yes,
you are choosing to do that.
You're telling me
that's the choice you're making, right?
Yep,
You're choosing to do it. You don't have to
yes,
though, Stanley.
I am choosing.
Okay, so why are
I am choosing to be me? Now you be you, and I'm gonna be me. Stop asking me why I have to be me. But you don't have to be you on my panel. It's all about me, tough guy, not about you.
own because of ego, because you want to choose that only by yourself.
What else would it be about?
Ego. It's my channel, and I can do what I want to do. You sound selfish, man. That's selfish. That's not the way life works. You're acting like a spoiled kid.
My life works.
Were you the only child, Stanley? Were you the only?
My life is not.
Were you the only child?
My life works this way.
Stanley.
Sorry if yours.
You were the only child, or what? Did you have siblings?
Got two siblings.
Who are you, the oldest?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
So what do you?
How many years were you the oldest by yourself?
Oh, 16 months.
That's it.
That's it.
Okay.
And then I have a brother who's 13 years younger.
Oh, okay. Damn.
So what you were talking about David Koresh? Where I was going with David Koresh is he went overboard. He overstepped as well.
No, I think the police was all in his shit, and he didn't like them coming fucking with him, and he stood his ground. That's what I think. That's my opinion. And you should understand my opinion, because at the end of
No,
the
I
day,
don't.
the law
Well,
be trying to overstep,
okay,
and the police do the same shit.
okay.
They will
May I
illegally
respond?
search your shit. They will just fuck with you because they can. And I don't think that that's cool. And that's what I think happened in that situation. Now, he may not have made a good decision having women and children in there, but that is what I think happened, in my opinion.
Well, I appreciate your opinion. Anything else? Ready to move on?
Man, you ain't saying shit, Stanley.
Well, I appreciate your opinion. That's not saying enough for you.
No, but I'm saying though, you talking about you going with the law side, and that don't even make sense.
Why doesn't what?
I just
I'm sorry.
stated my argument, and you
We
ain't
are
even say
talking about
nothing.
something.
You couldn't even make a good case for the law doing the shit
Okay,
like that.
we are talking about something that happened 30 years ago. You were literally bringing it up out of the blue.
Okay,
Sorry,
so
I
what?
don't.
Stop
Okay,
stuttering, nigga.
God
Just
damn it,
tell me,
tough
just
guy,
finish the
tough
goddamn
guy,
shit.
tough guy.
What? What?
Let me finish a sentence, please. It's 30 years ago. I'm sorry if I don't remember the details. It's not that important a topic. It is what it is. I appreciate your opinion on the topic, though.
Who started the fire, Stanley?
I don't recall. I think it was the FBI shooting incendiaries or whatever into the house.
If okay, whoever's in the audience, it might be, I don't know who's in the
Okay, do
audience.
you honestly think that I'm going to spend a lot of time talking about the Branch Davidians and Waco?
I want to
You
know.
really think I'm going to stop my agenda to talk about shit that happened 30, 35 years ago?
What is this old ass picture you got up there, nigga? Like, when does that picture come out?
Okay,
How you
well,
gonna
you
talk
know what?
about what I'm talking about? That
Let's
picture look
find
old
out.
as hell.
Let's find out what this picture's about.
Yes.
Their degrees from Spelman College. Then went on to get their advanced degree.
I don't want to hear it. What the hell is wrong with her voice? Stanley, what you got us watching, man?
Well, she's 98 for starters.
Well, nigga, can you fast forward her ass or something, man? She sound crazy as hell. That's the thing. You
One
just
of
be
the
letting these
things
videos play, and this shit be boring. Then you wonder why nobody want to come up here, because you be stopping people when they trying to say something. Stanley, we understand it's your channel, but you gotta give a little. You gotta let up a little
No,
bit, man.
actually, I don't.
I'm not saying you have to.
Okay, let me ask
I'm
you.
just giving you a suggestion, motherfucker. So don't be
Well,
mad at me for
I
giving you
appreciate
some
your.
feedback. God damn it. Damn, Stanley, you don't know every motherfucking thing. Stanley Against the World does not mean
Let me
Stanley
ask you.
knows every motherfucking thing. Does not mean Stanley is smarter than every motherfucking body. That's not what it's called. Stanley Against the World, meaning you have an opinion and then somebody else have an opinion too.
Do you think that those opinions are equal?
Yes.
Well, I don't.
Well, it's
And
just like this. Everybody got an asshole, just like an opinion. So yes,
correct.
they're all equal.
Except this asshole has a channel.
So what?
And
Anybody can have a channel, Stanley.
correct, even you.
Okay, but we come on your channel because we like your big head ass, and we want to
Okay,
come over here and we
can
want to
I
be
ask
heard
you
too. You goddamn it.
can I ask you a question?
No, because you ain't listening to me. What did I just say? What did I just say,
Now
Stanley?
I can't
See,
ask
now
you a
you
question.
can't, because you ain't. What
Now
did
I
I
can't
say?
ask you a
You are
question on
listening
my
to
own
respond,
channel.
bro. You ain't even hearing
I
me.
can't ask you a question on my show.
No, I'm saying you are listening to respond, and you can't even tell me what I just said, Stanley.
Yeah, I can tell you what you
Okay, so
said.
what I just said. What I just
Who
say.
gives a fuck? Now, I
See
have
what
a
I mean?
question.
Ego.
Do you honestly think I don't get positive feedback for the stuff I show?
I didn't say that.
You think it's all negative?
No, did I say that? Did I
No,
say
I'm
that?
asking. No,
No. Did I say that? Did I say did I
okay.
say it's just
It doesn't
negative all
matter
the way
what you
around, nigga? I did
said.
not say that. Why you
Okay,
putting shit in my
God
mouth,
damn it,
man?
dude. You
Why
are
you putting
being
words in my
real
mouth,
frustrating
Stanley?
right now.
Stanley, why you
Okay,
putting words in my
so
mouth?
asking you a question is putting words in your mouth? How
Stanley.
is that? Okay, son, I asked you a question. Why you think asking you a question is putting words in your mouth? The point of a question is to get your opinion on something and get words out of your mouth. What you need to do is puff, puff, and pass. Or maybe if you haven't lit one up, do that and calm the fuck down. Okay, I don't know where you get the idea. You seem to have main character syndrome. Talk about ego. My question to you, if you would deign to answer, is do you not think that I get positive feedback on videos like this?
No, I'm not saying that. I don't know.
Okay, then if you don't like it, there are plenty of people who do like it.
But
that's the point.
It'd be long-winded. They'd be like, you got to
So
know how to
what?
like
There
make it
are
more
people,
interesting and
there are
faster.
people, there are people that are okay with that.
How old are they?
I most of the people, if I look
What
at
does your analytics say?
okay, I'm trying to quote you the analytics.
Okay.
The majority of the audience, and I'm going to say a plurality actually, about 35 to 44, but it skews older. The smaller numbers are like 45 to 60, and then there's
Yeah,
people that
that's
are
what I was
older than
thinking.
that.
Okay, but how
There
many
is
people are
almost no
in your
one.
chat usually?
It is less than 10% that are less than 35 watching this channel.
So you cater to older individuals.
Well, yeah. I don't know that I cater, but the topics tend to interest more mature individuals. This isn't a kid's show. As a matter of fact, I have it automatically set that these shows, everyone that I put out, it's 18 and above. I don't care what kids think because most of them aren't smart. As a matter of fact, most of the 35 to 44-year-olds, like American Man, they're not that bright. I think American Man is immature as fuck.
What about CT? You think he's smart or no?
I think he's immature as fuck.
What about Freezy?
I don't even watch Freezy.
I mean, from what you know about him.
I don't watch him. That's about all I can say. I don't find him compelling to watch.
What about Gospel of Slob?
I haven't watched Bob in months. I like Bob personally. I just don't like his cast of characters. I think they're immature as fuck.
Bob is cool here and there, but he be acting weird and gay. And then some of the people in there is cool, but he lost a lot of people. He lost a lot of good people that used to run his channel for him. So I don't know. Things changed
went
over
out
there.
and started their own channels. That's kind of natural.
I guess. But yeah, that's all I wanted to talk to you about. I gotta learn this music, man. But yeah, I'll come holler at you. But it's always good to argue with
Good
you.
talking to you.
But I won. You lost.
Of course you did.
Oh, you just gonna give it to me like that?
I am willing to concede.
Okay, well, yeah, I win then. All right, cool. I'll talk to you later.
All right, take it easy. And American Man, what is he saying? In reality, Stanley is hurt. I won't look up to him. Dude, it'd be weird if you did. Don't you have a dad?
In front of us in church and filled up the entire row. And June was my classmate and her older sister, who became the first person to get a long-term contract with the Metropolitan Opera. Was also my friend. We used to take music together. I would take my music lessons over there on their side of town and run around the corner and play with them until my father came to pick me up. Geeky, we call Matty Will the Geeky. She and I think my sister and June were in a 4-piece duet and a 1 piano recital one year. And but our parents were very concerned that we get a better education with more opportunities than they had when they were growing up.
Right. Now, also in this documentary, there's a very powerful moment where I believe this would be your grandfather, George. Was George your grandfather, George White? Yes. So they reenact a moment where he was hit in downtown Atlanta by car and taken and assumed again, I'm touching on the being fair skin. They assumed that it was a white man, and they took him to the very nice, well-staffed hospital where people should all go. But if you were Black, you were not supposed to be admitted in that hospital. And then a browner skinned family member came to visit, and the word got around, and they said they have a yellow N-word in that ward and get him out of there. And they removed him from the ward and put him in the substandard ward for coloreds, is the word they used at the time. And he died 7 days later. Do you remember any of this happening? What are your recollections?
Well, he died in 1931, where I was born in 1927, so I only know what people
what they said
about it. But basically, he had been to see his daughter and daughter-in-law, who made him a pie, and he was walking on Piedmont and Cortlandt Street almost home. And when he stepped off the curb, he was hit by a white physician rushing to Grady Hospital and run over. The physician put Uncle Walter's dog in the car and drove him to the hospital. And naturally, they didn't know who he was, so they put him in the white ward. Well, when my aunt's husband went to look for him when he didn't come home and identified himself, they realized that my grandfather was Black connection. And race has always been a problem with us, who we were and why. Because they transferred him over to across the street to a dilapidated facility for Blacks. They said.
Let me comment on a couple things here. This type of video is why, the MAGA Blacks like American Man and the Soul Brother types, Black conservatives, don't like hearing ladies like this talk. It basically, they're afraid that the white people will get white guilt or something like that, and they lose power. Okay, this is American history that she's talking about, and there will be all kinds of just low IQ criticisms like, oh, her voice is weird, or oh, just all kinds of just silly grade school level stuff. And as I said, my demographics, the majority or the plurality of people are 35 to 44. And I can't tell you how disappointing it is to hear people that are over 40 or even 50 talking like this. You would think this was a high school, they're like 18-year-olds in the audience. And to American Man's point, he says Stanley can't grow his audience because he's an old Democrat that refuses to change. He thinks he knows all. Well, American Man, I do not know all, and I don't think I know all, but I'm okay with people who actually are interested in things that are more serious than baby daddy and baby mama relations. I heard you a couple nights up on Ert's channel. Dude, why do you think I don't go up to Ert's panel? Because y'all, there are topics you all talk about that are beneath me, to be honest. So if I think I'm better, I think I'm better than some of the YN level topics y'all want to talk about. Ert is not even close to an intellectual. Um, I do tune into Ert, for a few minutes because I think he's good at what he does. But dude, those conversations y'all have up there, fuck no, I'm not going to participate. I'm okay with my show and what I watch. And I've talked about it before, and you haven't tuned into the show in quite some time, American Man, but I would be watching this stuff whether I was doing a show or not. I tend to show what I would watch anyway. And those who want to watch, great. If you want to go and hang out with CT or Ert or Bob, dude, by all means, nobody's holding you hostage in the chat. Run along, like I told Ryan Bardwell, self deport. If you're going to be this obnoxious, you can self deport, or I will just fucking bounce you and block you. My audience has grown. It will continue to grow slowly, but I have, and to Tough Guy's point, I have plenty of people that go, well, hey, I tune into the show. I always learn stuff, or, there's some perspectives I never thought about. I get enough positive feedback to, pay attention to, but not be so motivated or swayed by the negative feedback. It's always knuckleheads like American Man or even Tough Guy. And I adore Tough Guy, but dude, sometimes his viewpoints can be a little odd. Let's call them niche. So, no, my audience is fine. Those who want to hang out, y'all can hang out, hit the link, all that stuff. A lot of people just cycle through and they'll go, oh, this doesn't interest me. I'll come back another day. That's good. At least there are people who give the show a chance. And if they're not interested, then they're not interested. It's okay. I'm not looking to have 1,000 people in the audience. I don't do those sorts of topics. Bomb Cherry today, Nightish, they're good at that surface level. And I'm going to take host privilege. They're good at that nigga shit. They're good at the messiness. I'm not, and I don't want to be. So, American Man, you take your fucking low IQ sloppy ass back over to Earth where you belong. Thanks for stopping by. Maybe next time you stop by, and please don't be so long between visits. Maybe it'll be something you're interested in. You too, Tough Guy. But sorry I can't be messy like your favorite YouTubers.
Uncle Walter said he helped take care of him, but basically, I think it was my Uncle George and the rest of the family, because Uncle Walter was always traveling, chartering members of the NAACP. He never got the recognition that he deserved for the work that he did with the organization.
Yes, yes. Now, this was the last, well, one of the last questions. I know it's been disputed, but I know your Uncle Walter and at least one historian, Kenneth Jenkins, has said that you are a descendant of a slave named Delia and President William Henry Harrison, similar to Thomas Jefferson and Sally Hemings. Now, some have disputed this. but I understand others say that that's true, and you indeed have a relative named Marie Harrison, right? So, do you know anything about this, about your connection of being related to President William Henry Harrison?
Yeah, my mother had the whole thing scribbled on a piece of paper. Betty Jackson was the original.
Kimmy, this is an interesting comment. Um, Funny enough, American Man has never told me what perspective he expects me to listen to. But a couple nights ago, we listened to Trump, that speech he gave in primetime Thursday night. We listened. I listened to the whole speech. Um, that is a very different perspective than what I personally think. So, how is listening to a primetime speech by a president that I don't even think should be president and definitely didn't vote for, isn't that a different perspective? And why the fuck was an American Man here to know that I was listening to a different perspective? What American Man wants is for me to agree with his warped views, his warped worldview. And I just don't. The idea that I don't listen to different perspectives is just wrong on the face of it. And maybe he should tune in more to see. To be honest, I probably listen to more conservative perspectives. You'll see a lot more of, y'all don't see a whole lot of MSNBC or MS Now or whatever it is now. You do see a whole lot of things like the Bulwark, and most of the stuff that I listen to tends to be center right. This particular video doesn't have a perspective other than a take on an elder about what it was like being black during Jim Crow in Atlanta. What political perspective am I listening to? It's a historical perspective from a black Jim Crow framing. I'm sorry people like American Man can't take that America is flawed, but that's a him problem. I'm not going to fucking change just because American Man doesn't like what I show. Bitch, he could have come up here and said it in person, but he just wanted to be, in the chat. And that's perfectly fine too. I'm glad he stopped by, but I'm unimpressed by what he typed in the chat. Certainly wasn't persuasive.
Relative she knew, and Dilcia was her daughter. They were left. Benjamin Harrison left 8 slaves to Franklin Harrison. In his early life, he was written up as an abolitionist who didn't believe in slavery, but he became president for 31 days, had pneumonia and died. But he said that it was states' rights, but that was the basis on which he could get elected. There were 10 children by Dilcia, and I'm not sure, since all of our relatives are so fair, whether they were by Benjamin Harris's line, because Benjamin's nephew ran the plantation, who was more Dilcia's age than Harrison, who
Yes. But sounds like it would be related though, even if it was not.
was the 7th child, and that would have been
Your
Uncle
great-grandmother.
Walter.
Wouldn't that be your great-grandmother?
That great-grandmother, Uncle
Right.
Walter's grandmother.
Yes. Yes. All right. Well, now moving on, your husband Oh, I wanted to ask you this. Tell us about your college years, because you didn't just get a bachelor's degree. You were among a growing number of women at that time who got an advanced degree. That wasn't that common. It's changed now. We have women who have advanced education, and you went to Stanford. Is that correct?
The Black Students Group apparently looking up who were the first people of color at Stanford, and they admitted my sister and me and Andy Howard and one other person. And it was done voluntarily, so I don't know why they decided to integrate the school at the time, but apparently they voluntarily admitted both my sister and I after I had finished Smith and she had finished Spelman.
So you were one of the first 4 at Stanford?
They said they don't know. They say that I was one of the first.
Maybe that sounds like it. That's wonderful. Now, your husband, who was my father's colleague, and they were both activists for minority health care in Georgia at the state level. I remember them going down to the Capitol and advocating and writing journal articles and all of that. But your husband, Dr. James Palmer, everybody loved him so much. He was just a charming, fun man. My understanding, he was doctor to Martin Luther King, to John Lewis, to Julian Bond, and others. And he was a regular at Pascal's restaurant. Now, do you remember those times? Any memories about Pascal's and your husband and his time with those famous civil rights leaders?
My husband went to Fisk and my Harry.
School, my dad's school.
His father died his senior year at Fisk. So his brother Bob sort of took over the family. He worked in the funeral home for a year in Sumter, South Carolina, but he said, he didn't want to say that he sent patients to the funeral home, so he did.
If people don't know, and I bet a lot of people don't know, Meharry Medical School, it was a medical school basically set up during the Jim Crow times to educate Black physicians. I think I want to say it's in Nashville, Tennessee, but I'd have to look it up. It's been a while since I thought about it. But yeah, during Jim Crow times, there were, separate med schools for Black people, law schools too. So again, if you look and you are actually willing to be curious and learn, this isn't something that's taught in your history book, but it is part of Black culture. And so many people like American Man and Deacon Dave, SKC, maybe not. But these people don't give a fuck about Black history. They basically want to forget it. And frankly, just to be white and get along. If they could pass, they would. But Black people have contributed much to American history. And I, along with a lot of other actual Black people who have some pride in the Black American heritage, if you're interested to know, it's there to learn. Nobody's forcing anybody to watch this. Go listen to Izzy Bands about, failed baby mama relationships. But for those of us who are a little bit more serious and committed to actual learning, to me, this is fascinating, especially since I'm from Georgia and live right outside Atlanta.
Migrated to Atlanta and worked with Dr. Dibble. Well, he didn't work with Dr. Dibble, but Dr. Devil headed to Tuskegee Hospital and persuaded him to come down to Tuskegee. I think he worked at the VA for a year. He used to stay with me 1 month and 39 days. But Tuskegee was such a dead town that he would migrate to Atlanta every weekend. And he came up with Mrs. Cooper's daughter, who was his initial partner in Atlanta. And they were friends. I was living in New York at the time, so he ate all his meals at Pascal's. And I know that he socialized with the civil rights leaders that were meeting there at that time, and they all seemed to have sent the students who were in the movement that
Here, let me respond to this. So Palomino says, in caps, the only blacks who contributed to Black history is, I think you meant are, John Galt and CT before he went GAYE. Is that a word? Well, let me help you out, because apparently this it got into StreamYard, but apparently it was too hot for YouTube. It didn't get through the YouTube filters. Palomino, I've said several times that I don't consider you an educated white person. You and Be Brave have a lot of similarities. And what am I going to say? If you actually think John Galt and CT are contributing to Black American history, then you have just proven my point. Your ignorance is unbounded, and it is reinforced and probably just kind of grown by the well, I don't know, the fertilizer of white supremacy. And you be ignorant. It is your right as a white man to be ignorant. I appreciate your you've contributed to white American history, especially the redneck branch.
to Jim to give depositions on the injuries. I think they came in themselves. I do remember Maynard coming right in the middle of the flu season when the office was full. But Jim said he had to be fair and see all these people and not just take Maynard first, you know. But Maynard was so affable. He just went around and made friends with everybody, And then Maynard, when he became mayor, he appointed me to the Atlanta Economic Development Corporation, and we met at 7:00 in the morning. And so that was when I got to meet some of the big white leaders of Atlanta at that time.
It's wonderful. Now, my last question. It's 2026. I know this is the year you turn 99. What a life. And, these days we talk a lot about generations. You hear people talk about Gen Z, Gen X, and so forth. And I looked up because I wasn't sure your generation, but it says that you were born the last year of the greatest generation. So you've lived through legalized segregation. It was legal. It was in the South. I mean, this was, as you described. You lived through the Second World War, and now here we are. We're deeply divided politically. I believe we're segregated politically. It's a different type of segregation now, where people, the Republicans here, MAGA, people are just seem to be in their world, and then there are other people that seem to be in another world. It seems like a lot of division, segregation, if you will. And then there's all the talk of erasing Black history, downplaying Black history in the schools. And on the national and the world stage, we've got what's happening in Iran. The president's talking about a whole civilization will die if they don't do this and that. So there's all of this going on. And I just wonder, with all of your wisdom and your experience, living through Jim Crow segregation, living through a world war, and all the other things that you've experienced, what do you have to say to us about this world and ways we can make it better?
Just read a book called Mayo's America by a Chinese person who had great ambitions to go to college and was sent to work in the fields in China. They lost all of their free speech, all of their legal rights and everything. And she said, if we don't do something now, that America is going to end up being the same way. That it's time now, because it seems so much like we're going back to those earlier days of segregation when American history represented so much evil, really, and violence and godliness, you know.
Tell me what you want to share about your Uncle Walter.
Well, I felt like my Uncle Walter was written out of Black history, and he never got the recognition that he deserved because he was the leading spokesman for civil rights during the 30s and the 50s. And
the 50s, too.
He did so much to advance civil rights. But he had a unique way of doing it by going to the top with executive order, making friends with people who had the power to issue executive order. And Roosevelt was the first to desegregate people, and it gave people who were still living in semi-slavery a chance to go north, and that led to a great migration to the north to get a decent job with a decent salary for the first time. And that was around, I think it's 1942. And when Truman came, everybody thought that he would side with the South, but Uncle Walter made friends with him, and he issued another executive order allowing people to desegregate in public transportation and other areas. And then he also all of a sudden desegregated the armed forces. You know, these were major contributions to allow Black people to advance, although segregation and prejudice still existed, you know. To the war in 1945, NAACP said there's no point in trying to beat a dead horse because they brought the Civil Rights Bill 3 times. Congress was always filibustered away in the Senate. And then it was 22 years later, I think 2022, America finally passed a hate crimes bill because by that time lynchings had fizzled out. But during Uncle Walter's day, there were over 3,500 people lynched, hung up on trees.
Yes, he fought that. Yes.
Nobody was ever indicted of crimes. And one reason Uncle Walter became so popular, that he could go to these churches and describe, it had a flair for the dramatic, and give these very dramatic speeches. And describe how horrible the conditions were, which people up north never have realized, And then he used his speeches to recruit members for the NAACP. And I've read conflicting stories that there were only 86 chapters along the East Coast when he went there in 1918, but there were over 1,500 chapters when he died. James Weldon Johnson came to charter the Atlanta chapter in 1917 when the Atlanta Board of Education wanted to take away the 7th grade for black children and only integrate them only educate them to the 6th grade. But that was when a group of Atlanta citizens in Uncle Walter's world working with Standard Life Insurance at the time. He just finished college in 1916. So he was a part of that group that formed the first Atlanta chapter of the NAACP. He sent a physician to speak to the Board of Education who retained the school, then try to float a bond to build a school for the white children. And the NAACP was able to defeat that. Then they said, well, what do you want? So it was only 1924, I think, that they finally built Booker T. Washington High School. And it wasn't 20 years later that they built David T. Howard School. By that time, in 1942, Spelman College, I was in high school, and they closed the Laboratory High School, which was on the Spelman campus. And because Northern philanthropists couldn't understand, we had nowhere to go. And my father thought that we were too young to go away to school at that time. Somebody brought a gun to school, and somebody brought a knife, and my sister came home talking about how scared she was. And they said, well, we got to get these kids out of there. And they said they didn't work to get us, send us north to school. One school, it might have been Abbott Academy, said they never had a Negro before. Why don't you apply somewhere else? And Northfield School for Girls had a quota of 10. Said they could only take one of us. They could only take one of us. And my daddy could choose which one. And so they took me, But then again, the question of my race came up because blacks, the children could only room with black children. This is in Massachusetts.
That was
The kids were so curious about me. They said, well, is your dad in Time magazine? And my mother sent me Time magazine with a very dark-skinned man named Martin, which is my maiden name. And then when I was at Smith, the first luncheon that I was at, the table of about 10 people there. I'm so glad there's no color in our dorm this year. I know I shouldn't feel this way, but they just make me feel so uncomfortable. I felt so uncomfortable that I just left the table and cried and told my father I wanted to come home because he said, I didn't send you up here to socialize with those children. I sent you there to get an education, And so I knew
You know
I had
what?
to
That
stay,
actually
but I think it
sounds like
affected my
something my father
development as
said
a person
when I was
because I, at
at,
that point, didn't know
well,
who I
all through school, but
wanted to be
especially high
friends
school.
with somebody
You
of
know, your
color, and
job
I
is
kind of
to get
just sort
educated,
of
not
withdrew into
fucking,
my own
necessarily
world,
be liked. I thought that was good advice. And, part of, my attitude, especially on YouTube, is I'm gonna do what I want to do. If you come up here and tell me, well, the shit you're showing is boring, um, education isn't always uh, exciting. Sometimes it's rote memory, that sort of thing. So sorry y'all are bored, but I'm gonna do what I want to do. I'm gonna do what I am interested in watching. Hopefully you are too. Yeah, I think sometimes, and it sounds horrible, but I don't always do what I do for audience approval. Earlier, I got some pretty decent numbers showing that fucking, mess on Nidish's show last night, showing, the CM review of Nidish. Yeah, but today, I've already shown that shit. I'm not gonna develop it, draw on it, expand upon it. Uh this bomb cherry thing with Rogue C and Candy Cane. Yeah, it's a train wreck. And I'm actually disappointed in Bomb Cherry. She's messy as fuck. But it to me it wasn't even interesting enough to like review. That's that I don't really care about that. I do like Candy Cane, and Bomb Cherry's okay herself, but whatever they're squabbling about, it's not even that interesting to me. So it'd be nice to have numbers, but not that nice.
Yeah.
This is a time when people really should be out developing and making friends. Now, Uncle Walter's daughter had been there 4 years before that, and the students elected her head of student government, but I think they were trying to prove a point because she really was not that popular person, but she was a wonderful actress, and she never got the recognition she deserved. She played Once Upon a Mattress with
This is Jane White, correct?
Jane White.
Yes, I know about her. Yes.
Carol Burnett. And
Yes.
Carol went on up to fame, popular, well-known person, whereas Jane ended up doing TV commercials, but never got the recognition that she deserved. And I think the NAACP stepped in and took charge of her funeral.
Well, like I said, you have just amazing experiences. I mean, the combination of opportunity, obviously so very smart. But then the times of not just segregation, but also for women, opportunities were different. I know from what I've learned. So again, I thank you so much for sharing this. And I'm so glad you paused and had us add that, because that was kind of what I was wanting to get at earlier in one of the questions about just your experience, being a first and, having people say one thing and do another and all of that. So I really appreciate you sharing this. All right. We love you. Thank you, Queen Rose.
All right. So well, this is interesting. So I see Leonard just dropped a short video about John Galt. Before we proceed to another more serious topic, let's see if we can see what messiness Leonard has dropped. And all of a sudden, I'm getting pop-ups from Leonard. I don't subscribe to his channel, but maybe he tagged me on it or something. So let's see what we got here. Here we go.
What's going on, my video viewing audience? Leonard remix of All of the Roy coming at you. Just leaving out a gas station. Let's pick up a 6-pack. Going to hang out with some friends and such. Like right down the street. Are they selling that spot? 1.9 acres? Okay, all right. All right. Yeah, that and new bills. All righty. Okay. Anyway, it's good when you got your people close, you know, like those I grew up with in Chicago, in the hood, down the street from Larry Hoover. All these other ones be on there. See, and especially for your doggone broke homie. What's his name? John Galt. Talk all that. It's like this here. With him, if he was doggone really doing so good as a realtor person, thus and so, he wouldn't be where he's at. Oh, goodness. Yeah. Can't park out front. Want to park on the street. You flip the camera. Want to park on the street. Okay. Yeah. Now you said what? You got to move around what people to live good? What? You know. This ain't the melanin you call it melanin complicated? No, melanin challenged? Yeah. Pipples. This ain't the melanin challenged people neighborhood. Let's see, I got room in here. Okay, because I want to try to let me go up some more. This room in case Linda comes. If Linda comes over here, yeah, I'll go right here. Yeah. I wonder if old L Dog is coming through. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, you and old homie. No, y'all just trying to show y'all, you know, doggone acting y'all shoe size instead of your age. Got the garage door open. No, the garage door. I'm just walking that way. Let me get this here. Gotta bring somebody some music. Before they go back. Florida or Philly? I can't recall. That church knocked out.
Let me say this, dude. Yeah, driving your Mercedes to a neighborhood without fucking trees, dude, that's just a bunch of McMansions. And I have a whole thought about black folk who move into fucking McMansions in a neighborhood of McMansions. To me, that's not success. Dude, get you some property with some trees and build. You know, if you got to have a McMansion, do it on some land where you don't have to pay $800 every month. Oh, excuse me. You don't have to pay $800 every month to cool the house. it's nice to have like shade trees around the house to help with the bills, and hopefully they're annual so they lose their leaves, and in the wintertime, you can get direct sunlight to help with the bills. This is what the Leonards, the nouveau riche Leonards, dude, a McMansion in a neighborhood of McMansions and somewhere like Alpharetta or some bullshit like that. Dude, that's for the new money. and Leonard at 64 making this video, dude is a child. Who gives a fuck? Dude, everybody fucking has a Mercedes. They build them right over in Alabama. Dude, your Mercedes isn't even imported. So thank you, Leonard. Let's finish this though.
That. See, and this is what you do. You got it like that.
What's up, Leonard?
What's going on? How's church?
It's good.
Okay.
Good.
All right. What's going on, young man? Yeah, working, huh? Oh boy. Hello there. Hello. Hi. Hello. Hey, miniature human. What's going on, bro? Yeah, I'm gonna need
security.
Huh?
I'm the bouncer of security.
Oh, okay.
You gotta.
I got a beer.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Now this one, Michael left this laptop. Was like, yeah. I don't know how to take the password off of it, but I'm quite sure you young people do.
Brian is your guy.
Right. So I'll wait. I'll get with one of you guys. What's going on, man?
Fast.
Let me get over here.
Oh, you gotta go out there and take some pictures.
They got a photographer.
They got
a professional photographer out there.
Well, when you get black folk with money, you get a little money, and they got to get all. Do you have any Grey Poupon?
Yeah.
All Grey Poupon, act like we ain't from Inglewood where they threw up the racks, right? But like we were saying last night, it ain't about where you're from, it's where you at.
That's right.
And when you motivate out, you got to change your mentality.
Got to.
But if you don't change the way you think,
You're gonna stay where you at.
you're gonna keep that same attitude.
Yeah.
Like I said, you got
That's
this.
how I made it out. That's how you made it out there.
Shut up. You just like Michael. You
got out.
Just like Michael. When I was in the hood, Country Club Hills.
Yeah.
So getting with your homies, talking about the old days in the hoods, dude, I don't know. I really encourage those who like this sort of stuff, like Leonard does, the socializing part. Dude, I'm happy to see him happy, talking to his friends from O Block or wherever. Dude, this is not my form of entertainment. Already, there's too much fucking talking. And I never lived in the hood, so I wouldn't even, dude, if I went over and hung out with Leonard and his O Block boys, I would be silent most of the time because I have nothing to contribute. I didn't grow up in the hood, and I like trees.
Well, everything while you were attending,
your cousin Robert, they got you out the hood.
Yeah, while you was
tough. What hood were you in?
Like while you were attending Mount Carmel High School, where Donovan McNabb went.
The wood hood.
Yeah,
The wood, huh?
yeah. Hey,
Yeah. Let me see.
hey, mama.
Hey.
How you doing? All right.
You ever mess around with Big Brother?
Hey,
What's up, babes?
we got all these spoiled children.
Hey, they out.
How I made it out the hood. Country Club Hills.
Yeah, on a different bro.
I know.
Yeah, I'm like,
Who said how they made it out the
your grandson.
You got him out the hood.
Yeah, he's talking about how he made it out the hood.
I'm gonna show you. You know who he made it out? Straight out of the jungle with.
Yeah.
So you shoot this air good.
These guys.
Yeah. Well, good for him. Good to see you, Leonard. Have fun. Don't drink and drive. So let's see, where do we go from here? And he never talked about John Galt. No idea what that video was about. Uh, anyway, let us move on. This is Brooklyn St. Michael. Now, this is a rewatch, less than 30 minutes. I want to catch up because the original programming was going to be this playlist that he put together. And it's basically Black America, one name, four groups, no common agenda. And I'm interested in it because apparently, he is doing some sort of sociological breakdown. Now, apparently, the book he's talking about is Gene Roberts, a former and kind of legendary Black opinion columnist for the Washington Post. He's been retired for a while, and I always, he used to do like, I don't know, videos or something, talking about his opinion pieces. Um, I'm not the hugest fan, but he is kind of an elder and in many ways very wise.
Now that disintegration has cleaved one
And I'm sorry, I said Gene Robertson. I meant Robinson.
Black America into four, will we still nod to each other when we pass on the street?
Uh-oh.
I have to ask whether Black Americans, divided as they are by the process of disintegration, still have enough shared experiences, values, hopes, fears, and dreams that they define and claim a single racial identity and feel a racial solidarity powerful enough to connect, if only for an instant, strangers who may never see each other again.
He's asking if they still have the glue that makes a people. He sees them split into four groups, and he's been living long enough to see the changes and the differences between them. And now he's wondering if they still have enough shared identity to feel like one people. Because if that glue is gone and the feeling is gone, then Black America becomes just a label instead of a real people moving in one direction.
I give the little nod without even thinking about it. Is it my imagination, or are fewer people nodding back?
Which one is it?
We now know that in terms of biology, race means nothing.
Here we go. Now, what does he mean when he says race means nothing in terms of biology? He means when you look at the actual genes, not the stories that people pass down and not what people imagine based on appearance, but when you examine the actual biological code, people can't be divided into racial groups, and especially not how America categorizes the groups.
This has long been intuitively obvious, at least to non-racists, but now we have proof.
Because humans are experts at making up stories. They'll swear up and down that because a person looks a certain way, that their physical appearance must be the reason that they think or act in a particular manner. But that's not true. He's saying that this has been intuitively obvious to the non-racist, and it's been that way for a long time, but now it's past being an intuition because we have proof. What proof?
The deciphering of the genetic code shows that external features such as skin color and hair texture indicate nothing about a person's nature, intelligence, or capabilities, and that it would make just as much sense to group people by any other arbitrarily chosen markers, blood type, say, or ability to whistle.
The deciphering of the human genome began in 1990, and it took 13 years to complete. The vast majority of it was deciphered in 2003, and the remaining gaps were fully completed in 2022. But basically, this was a project on reading the instruction manual for the human body, coded in 4 letters, A, T, C, and G. So the job of the scientist was to write down the human DNA sequence so they could see what the human genetic blueprint actually looked like. And after examining the genetic code, they didn't find anything that could be perfectly linked to the human invented category called race. It's not there, right? Now, genetics don't require a human to invent it for it to exist. It exists whether humans believe in it or not.
I'm going to disagree with that slightly. Not that what he's saying is wrong, but I think his conclusion is wrong. Yeah, DNA exists, but observing stuff changes it. That's like scientific method 101. We systematize it. We discover the patterns and document so we can organize it into, knowledge that is more or less predictable. And then we always criticize the knowledge. There is no such thing as a scientific truth. There are theories that are held up, through constant and continuous observation. Yeah, you got to get what science is and what it does right, is my point.
Race, on the other hand, depends upon humans creating it and then continuing to believe in it to exist. You see? So skin
But it
color is
does
real,
exist.
obviously, but grouping people together as a master category for identity, that's something that's picked by people. And we could just as easily lump people together based on blood type or their ability to whistle, like Mr. Robinson said. You could take all the people with bald heads and call them the bald-headian race. And then you can create narratives about their origin, about their intelligence, about their character. And once people start believing it, it eventually becomes a societal truth. Not a biological truth, but societal truth. That's how race operates.
Human beings are one species, and what we call race is really just a marker for proximity.
The code shows that humans are one species, but race is a rough way to label people based on physical traits, the traits that became common in certain parts of the world over generations.
People who live near one another tend to share genetic material, and this tendency was much more pronounced throughout the eons of human evolution when groups were settled and the only means of transportation was walking. Thus, it follows that people whose ancestors live closer together are more likely to share genetic traits, skin color for example, than people whose ancestors lived far apart. Notions of there being precisely three major races of people whom we classify as white, black, and yellow, or perhaps five with the addition of red people and brown people, are 18th century rationalizations for the brutal use of European technology in the colonial subjugation of populations that lacked firearms, sailing ships, and horses.
White, black, yellow, and so on are colonial categories. What was the mission of colonizers? To colonize, right? What goes into colonizing people?
Well, I think this particular point, you need to go up one more floor or level. It was all economic. Using the United States or pre-America, pre-United States, race, literally, it was all economics. Basically, the free labor, and this is why a Marxist analysis of slavery is sometimes useful as an addition. People sleep on Marx. You don't have to be a Marxist to discover that Marx is actually spot on in his criticism of capitalism, especially back in like the 19th century. It's so funny. If you go back and you look at American slavery specifically in other places, the Caribbean, Brazil, etc. And by the way, slavery actually started right off the coast of Africa. The pre-Atlantic slave trade, places like Cape Verde, I think the Azores, places like that, before they ever got to America, before slavery started in the Caribbean. Um, Portugal and Spain started that bullshit, just islands right off the west coast of Africa. But back to my point, it was economics that drove slavery. The justification for slavery came later. So it wasn't like, oh, hey, the Bible says it's okay to have slaves, so let's get some slaves to make some money. No, it was, hey, let's do this because we can get free labor. And then why these people needed to be enslaved, that was when the Bible and, the biology and all that stuff. First slave auction in Europe, Lisbon, like 1456. And it went from there. It was economics. Basically, it was pre-capitalism, but it was leading that way. Let us never forget that capitalism is the cause of slavery or profit. Let's just say that.
Taking over their resources, taking over their land, and taking over the people themselves. The Europeans were professionals at doing this, right? They're the goats. They use their advanced weaponry to force people into accepting their classifications and their ways of thinking and their religions and so on. And so once their classification system was pressed into the minds of the earlier generations, it became the standard operating system that those people would eventually pass on automatically to their offspring. So the colonizers understood that they had to use brute force to get the earlier generations involved, right? Talking specifically about the ones carried from Africa and getting them to identify as Negro or Black, because those people were not going to willingly accept that. They're not going to willingly accept being renamed by outside people. You have to put a hard force on people, right? And so the people fought back. But once the colonial operating system was firmly ingrained in them, their later generations would accept it without the fight, right? Or without reading the terms of agreement. They automatically click agree to calling themselves a color that doesn't match their skin. They agree that skin color tells them who they belong to. They agree that someone gets to name their people. They agree to keep clicking I agree without reading the terms. And they agree to hand their children the same terms of agreement that they've never read themselves. Right? The racial system is a colonial imposed system, and it stays alive because people keep clicking I agree.
People who lived 1,000 years ago would have thought this classification system absurd. People who live 1,000 years from now will surely think it barbaric.
People in the future will look back with utter disbelief about humans identifying themselves as colors.
I thoroughly disagree with that point. People 1,000 years from now are being trained by what's happening now. And under, MAGA is probably just kind of a beginning or a continuation. Race has taken hold in the West, and maybe 1,000 years, but definitely not 100 or 200 years. It is too easy to classify people by phenotype. In sometimes that racial classification can be useful, especially in medical situations. In the United States specifically, let's not talk about outside the U.S. borders. Sickle cell tends to be more prevalent in African heritage people. Now, if you look at the world, that's not necessarily the case. It's more, people who live along the equator. Um, but race is not totally unuseful, but I don't think the United States is going to change, at least while it's called the United States. As long as there's a United States, it will be racial. And I'm not even being bitter about it. It's in the culture. It's in the founding of the United States. You're not going to get rid of it just by constitutional amendments. You're going to have to start over.
The idea will appear to them as barbaric as the idea of owning people does to modern humans. But the thing is this, it won't take 1,000 years for humans to think that about racial classifications. You don't need 1,000 years for it to look barbaric because it's already happening today. The idea is already circulating through the society right now as we speak. And it's going to continue growing as it wins the war in heaven.
Race is a human invention, a social construct, and its parameters shift over time.
Not biological, but human invention. That's why it can shift almost at any time. A person could just make a rule out of thin air, and they could say that anyone with African ancestry belongs to this category. And then later on, another person in power can split the category and call some Negro, call some mulatto, call some a quadroon, some a octoroon, right? The human can keep shifting the categories at any time because the categories themselves were made by humans in the first place. And humans in positions of authority know that. But the common person typically does not, right? Now, here's a few examples.
Racial identity has always been fluid, based not on objective reality, but on perception and self-image. Europeans once held the notion that the Irish were a separate race with distinctive characteristics, as were the Germans, the Slavs, and of course the oft-persecuted Jews. Now we think of all these peoples as white.
You see? Now, when he says we, he's referring to inside of the American system, because many of them outside of that system don't see themselves as white. In Germany, they don't use racial classifications in the official census. They categorize more on immigration history, citizenship, and country of origin. In Israel, they use labels like Jews, Arabs, and others, not black and white. Right? But his point is that groups once treated as separate races were later folded into the American system as white. Now, just because they moved from Ireland or Germany to America, does that mean that their DNA magically changed? No. But the identity changed because it's fluid.
The San people of South Africa have a different genetic and cultural history from that of the Bantu people of the Congo, but both are now considered black.
Which is wild.
There is no valid way to divide people into racial categories, which means that the important thing, where race is concerned, is how people are seen and how they see themselves.
And that's because it's a social category. It doesn't have the backing of biology. So it depends on how others see you and how you see yourself, more importantly. So there are people who don't typically look like what society would put inside of one race, but they still present themselves in society as if they are that race, right? It works on the other end too. In the Marines, I was good friends with a guy from Ukraine, and there was no way in the world you could get him to identify as white. He saw himself completely different from white Americans. And then on the other hand, I knew a girl whose dad considered himself black, but she has features that look mostly like people from Asia. And she still identifies fully as black. You see? So these classifications are mostly based on perception.
Some of the most interesting recent data about African American self-image comes from that stunning 2007 survey by the Pew Research Center, in which 37% of Black Americans said that Black people in this country could no longer be thought of as a single race.
Uh-oh.
There was no follow-up question to explore just what those people, an incredible 4 out of 10, had in mind when they made that judgment. But there are powerful suggestions that the separation perceived by so many African Americans is both economic and cultural. The Pew survey asked African American respondents which of two statements was closer to their own views. Racial discrimination is the main reason why many black people can't get ahead these days, or blacks who can't get ahead in this country are mostly responsible for their own condition. When the question was asked in 1994, a majority, 56%, blamed discrimination. Only 34% held the black poor responsible for their failure to get ahead.
But watch this.
But in the 2007 survey, those attitudes were reversed. A full 53% of African American respondents blamed poor black people for their plight, while just 30% said that racial discrimination was making it impossible for poor African Americans to better themselves.
That excuse lost a lot of power.
This says nothing about racial identity, but perhaps it does tell us something about racial solidarity.
Pay attention.
Solidarity has been one of Black Americans' most powerful weapons in the struggle for freedom, justice, and opportunity. There was often sharp disagreement about how to get from where we were to where we needed to go. The argument between Booker T. Washington and W.E.B. Du Bois, for example, or the many differences in approach among such titans of the civil rights movement as Roy Wilkins of the NAACP.
Well, one thing I want to point out about, this Du Bois, Booker T. Washington thing is they were totally different in their upbringing. So, of course, there's going to be differences. I think sometimes you should make a big deal of their, dispute, but a lot of people don't realize, and to me, it's apparent, just intrinsic or just a priori. Booker T. Washington grew up in West Virginia. I think he was the son of slaves, or maybe he was a slave. I can't even remember. Up from Slavery was his book, so I guess he was a slave. And Booker T. Washington grew up in Great Barrington, Massachusetts, where the whole town contributed money for him to go to Fisk. He wanted to go to Harvard, but they weren't taking blacks, so he wound up at Fisk and then eventually at Harvard. But white people in Great Barrington, the whole town. So totally different upbringings, totally different ideas about what America is and black people are, etc. And in some ways, it reminds me of, the way I grew up compared to someone like I don't know. Who should I pick on? Someone like most of the black males on YouTube.
P. Whitney Young of the National Urban League, and Martin Luther King. Yet, despite clashes over methods back then, there was no real dispute about what the agenda for Black Americans should include: the right to vote, the right to a better education, the right to use public accommodations, the right to live beyond the confines of assigned ghettos, the right to live without fear of oppression by police, the right to live without fear of violent attack by hooded, cross-burning terrorists.
So they agreed on what was needed, but not the way to get it done.
Those were the short-term goals. Longer term, there was political empowerment, economic development, and full incorporation of African Americans into the worlds of business, academia, the media, and so forth. It was clear where Black Americans needed to go, and there was not really much of an argument about the kinds of policies we should advocate and support. Crudely put, what was good for poor people was good for Black people, since so many Black people were poor. Conversely, what was good for rich people was bad for Black people, since so few Black people were rich.
He's talking about the hard, unified struggle leading up to the civil rights victories.
The economic theories of John Maynard Keynes were good for Black people because expensive government programs were necessary for the project of uplift. If deficit spending led to inflation, that was no great disaster because Black people had so little capital to protect. The economic theories of Milton Friedman which saw inflation as a scourge and advocated tight control over the money supply, were bad for Black people. In the larger sense, it was generally true that what was good for the established order was bad for Black people, who didn't belong to the establishment. And what was upsetting to the established order was good for Black people because it created new opportunities for outsiders like us.
This was before the Black mainstream and the transcendent class became woven into the fabric of American society. This was before they had high stakes in the system. Back then, what disrupted the established order was generally productive for Blacks. And what protected it was generally counterproductive for Blacks. This is what he's saying.
That was then. Today, Black Americans' fundamental rights are secure.
Legally secured in the books.
To be sure, these rights are not always and universally observed. A year into the administration of the first African-American president, federal authorities accused a Mississippi school district of deliberately enforcing a policy of segregation by transferring students to designated schools according to race. Postmortems on the subprime mortgage crisis unearthed evidence that worrisome numbers of Black homebuyers were steered by agents and brokers into riskier loans at higher interest rates than whites with similar incomes and credit ratings. African Americans are tremendously overrepresented in the prison population nationwide, and much of the disparity would be eliminated if the law did not treat crack cocaine, which is mostly bought and sold in abandoned Black communities, so much more harshly than it treats the identical drug in powder form, which is the way whites tend to buy and sell it. When presented with obvious examples of unequal treatment such as these, it is easy for the four Black Americans to agree. Here is an injustice, here is how to fix it.
So when they see a clear inequality, they have no issue agreeing and uniting there.
There also is no real dispute about issues that involve symbolism. When a white entertainer utters a phrase like nappy-headed hoes or uses the word nigger, all four Black Americas concur in outrage.
That's the nuclear bomb. And one of the whites could push it at any moment and all four will concur in outrage.
It would be wrong to trivialize these kinds of incidents. Symbolic is not a synonym for insignificant. Dignity and respect matter. And given the arc of African American history, they matter a lot.
The history is slavery, Jim Crow, segregation, and much more. That history carries a lot of weight. So these words and incidents are not viewed as light things. They hit some very old wounds. And because of that, he's saying dignity and respect matter a lot for Blacks. Okay? Now let's move on.
The economic interests of the mainstream and those of the abandoned coincide in the long run. Ultimately, the goal is for the abandoned to become mainstream, but those interests diverge along the way. Two obvious goals for African Americans are consolidating decades of impressive gains into solid, multi-generational wealth and doing whatever it takes to uplift the millions still trapped in desperate, multi-generational poverty.
Now, this isn't some grand organized plan that's already taken place. He's naming what he thinks the two big priorities should be. The mainstream protecting and building wealth, and the abandoned being lifted out of multi-generational poverty.
One project benefits the mainstream, the other benefits the abandoned. There is no obvious reason for universal agreement on which should have first claim on finite government resources and attention. This is a moment when the transcendent are in an unprecedented position to lead.
You know, all this sounds good on paper, but most of these people already have their own individual agendas. So he's reaching for a leadership solution to get Blacks working together as a team. And we have to remember that he still carries those old expectations of racial solidarity because of based on his background and his experience, right? And how he grew up. He expects the ones who made it and made it the furthest to feel obligated to lead the rest of the people. And that would probably work if they actually felt that obligation to be a top priority. But that's not what many of them appear to be on today.
This comment, Why says, Stanley, is this the reason why only Blacks get criticized for government assistance help? I don't know what specifically flagged you this part about economists make horrible social critics and cultural critics. They see everything as transactional, and I tend to disagree that everything is transactional. Not everything is about money. Um, Maybe it's the way I think they're talking about what's transactional. No, I think that the reason blacks are associated with social safety nets is because of per capita, but it's also because of propaganda. If you're old enough to remember the welfare mothers thing that Reagan pulled during, I think it was his first campaign for president. It's all propaganda, and the propaganda is based on racism. So, but help me out here. What specifically, kind of flagged that? But whatever the reason, it's wrong. Way more white people. You know, per capita is not the only way. Per capita is useful for identifying problems within a specific demographic, but it's not the only way to identify problems or to define problems. And you hear a lot of fucking, be brave type whites talking about per capita. It basically means, America is not only illiterate by and large, it's also innumerate. They don't understand what numbers mean. They just glom on to, whatever the propaganda is. If whatever, you could basically say that in the black demographic, and I'm pulling the numbers from memory, that something like a third of the black population in America is working poor or below. A third is a lot, but you could also say 2/3 are working class or above. It's almost like a glass half full, glass half empty sort of deal. I tend to be impressed that most black people, number one, don't live in the hood, and most black people also are working class or above. There are other people who go, well, a third is such a large percentage. If you're below working class, you're more than likely going to be on some sort of public assistance. It's a higher percentage. Off the top of my head, it's a higher percentage than the white population. Well, great. But that per capita number costs less money out of the federal budget than the total number of white people. If you got, all these white people, low per capita, but there's way more money going to support white people on public assistance. A third of 14% of the population is way less than whatever the percentage is of what is it? Trying to think of the number of white people. It's over 100 million.
Especially not the transcendent class. They have way more than enough money collectively to really build black communities if they wanted to. So the issue today is not resources, and neither is it the law. It comes down to priorities and having a strong enough desire.
Today's transcendent black Americans have far more clout as individuals. When Oprah Winfrey says jump, legions ask how high. But there are no leaders who can claim to represent all four black Americas. In a similar manner, transcendent CEOs can't rescue the abandoned, but they can serve as localized engines of economic development for the mainstream by making certain that their companies actually practice diversity rather than just preach it. If they ensure that qualified and capable African Americans are represented among their executive teams, suppliers, and outside bankers, lawyers, and accountants, they will leave behind a far greater legacy than whatever the final numbers say on the balance sheet. There is Barack Obama, of course, who technically does represent all four Black Americas and belongs to two of them as a transcendent and a double emergent. But Obama represents the whole color wheel of America: white, brown, yellow, indeterminate, whatever.
Obama wasn't going to lead any Black community. That wasn't going to happen. And it should not have been expected to happen either.
It is inconceivable that the President of the United States could see himself or have others see him as a Black leader. It's time, in any event, to retire the term Black leader for good. At this point in our progress, it sounds patronizing. Given the achievements of African Americans over the past 4 decades, we are hardly a bunch of followers who need to be told what to think and do. More important, leadership implies coordinated movement in a specified direction.
Here we go.
It implies an agenda, and African Americans don't have one.
So they don't have one agenda.
We have many.
They have a whole bunch of them. And at times it looks like every man for himself.
At times they overlap, and at times they conflict.
Example.
Politically, it is likely that all 4 Black Americas will remain loyal to the Democratic Party for the foreseeable future. Not only because of Obama, whom African Americans are unlikely to desert, but because the modern Republican Party has made so little effort to attract Black voters or even to stop doing their best to drive them away. Meanwhile, it's all but inevitable that at times the 4 Black Americas will rub up against one another, and the points of contact may chafe. There is already friction between the immigrant emergent and the abandoned, who complain of being exploited by immigrant Black-owned businesses, just as they once complained about neighborhood stores whose proprietors were white, Jewish, or Korean. The mainstream have long whispered their disapproval of how emergent immigrants were taking, or to be honest, winning, college admission slots that some believe should go to the native-born. Now, increasingly, those objections are being spoken out loud.
It's all over the internet today.
The biracial emergent have the advantage of straddling 2 worlds, but also the disadvantage of being able to reject neither. Those who embrace African American identity with no reservation, as President Obama did, are in turn embraced warmly by the other Black Americas. Those who have more difficulty composing a coherent racial self are viewed with a certain cool ambiguity. The abandoned increasingly stand apart and alone. They resent immigrant emergents who use their communities as stepping stones, mainstream do-gooders who come to lecture them by day but make sure to leave before nightfall, and transcendents who talk Black but in every sense act white.
Going upside everybody's head.
The rest of us moved away and left them to their own devices, without the tools or the knowledge to better themselves.
Oh, snaps.
They noticed.
This stuff is wild.
W.E.B. Du Bois famously wrote that the problem of the 20th century is the color line. I believe the problem of the 21st century is the problem of the abandoned. The longer we wait to solve it, the harder it will be to even know where to begin. And the longer we wait, the longer we forestall the possibility of a day when race ceases to be the defining attribute of African Americans. Throughout our history, other groups of outsiders, such as the Irish, the Italians, and the Jews, have been looked down upon, stigmatized, and discriminated against, but eventually through hard work and sacrifice have won their rightful place in American society. African Americans have overcome far greater obstacles to accomplish the same feat, and yet race still separates us, preoccupies us, and defines us.
Still tagged as colonial property, and still agreeing to the terms of service that lets race define them.
There is no longer one Black America, no longer a complete sense of racial solidarity based on clearly defined common interests. But there remains one Black racial identity that the majority of African Americans, mainstream, abandoned, transcendent, and emergent, still share.
And that's one of the last things left. That identity is strongly rooted in the garden of people's minds. And it holds on for dear life, trying to stay alive. When it hears that there's no longer racial solidarity based on common interest, it interprets that as a threat, because that weakens its ability to move people together in the real world, which means that it becomes more of a thought form with less power to influence the physical plane. Think about that. So this concludes our investigation here using disintegration by Eugene Robinson. Right now, we shall close the final book. And this time we will not pick back up with the next commentary. I thank you for your time and attention. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael, and I'll see you in the free world.
These newcomers from Africa and the Caribbean constitute one of two distinct segments of an emergent Black America that is beginning to challenge traditional notions of what being.
Yeah, actually, I've got this particular group of videos are all reading from Eugene Robinson's book. But Dawn actually kind of actually got me more into Joy DeGroy. I think that's how you pronounce her last name. But here's the deal. Some idiot in the chat said has gotten me kind of moved the needle towards something that Joy points out. Let me see, can I find her comment way back up here somewhere. Basically, she criticized some person in the chat, some comment, and people just make so many. I know all these little white boy wannabes and you know, the actual white boys like Chris M, they want to be all edgy and shit. You know, some 98-year-old elder looks like she's on her last legs. Well, yeah, thanks for pointing out the obvious. But what she's saying is Black history. In my opinion, a lot of these MAGA Blacks and Black conservatives who were into being soul brothers, they just don't want to be Black. They are ashamed of their heritage. I literally think that some of these boys are wannabe white boys. Mike, dude, I could just name a whole bunch of people. To me, a lot of them, these fucking fake edgelords. Dude, you know, how hard is it to criticize a 98-year-old Black woman for, oh, she sounds old. Oh, she was born in, you know, dude, she's old. Thanks for pointing out the obvious. They really think this first grade level humor is funny. And the bad thing is that they get a lot of ha-has, ooh, from people who are old. Again, my demographic, most of it, the huge majority of it is 35 or above. 35 and above is not spring chickens. But y'all act like YNs. Like a 60-year-old acting like a YN with that edgelord dumbness. It is mildly entertaining, but that's pretty much it. Mildly entertaining. So, Dawn said, there's one link that is pretty, no, it was an earlier comment. Her commentary about some of the dumb shit that has appeared, and a lot of it was from American Man. He is performative dumb sometimes. I think he just comes in saying dumb shit for the yuck yucks. Let's see, it was earlier than that. And you know, basically this one comment from Dawn just kind of like, you know what, this is a direction I want to go. You know, if the old YNs and their sons, the actual YNs, want to just fucking shit on Black history, because we should all be kind of interested if you're Black, and even white people should be interested because it's American history. And I also have to say, quite a number of educated whites are. It's people like Chris M and Palomino and Be Brave and Ryan Bardwell. All these fucking what does Big J call them? The mudsill class of whites. They're the ones who are always crying when they're not entertained, when they're not hearing what they want to hear. The mudsills don't want black people to have like shit that they're not interested in. You know, I swear, people like Ryan Bardwell and Chris M and all these dumb fucks, they expect me to be talking about the trash blacks. Dude, I could give a fuck less about some of these goings on between baby mamas and baby daddies. That's a them problem. I'm not a baby daddy. I expect my son not to be a baby daddy. The baby daddy and baby mama chronicles that a lot of these content creators want to, monetize. Sorry, not my cup of tea. I will take 9 people in my chat talking about something that's actually interesting versus, palm cherries blessing out Rogue C and blessing out. Who gives a fuck? These are adults, and it is what it is. They are not the top echelon of what's going on in the black community. And sorry, tough guy, I don't give a fuck if you're not amused. Shove off, find the trash content. There'll be 300 other tough guys there enjoying it. I want to go a different way. The other thing that I don't understand is, Stanley, you only have 9 people in your chat. Is that supposed to fucking hurt my feelings? I'm literally looking at StreamYard. I know how many people are in the chat. like these motherfuckers are Pew Research telling me how many people are listening. Dude, y'all, even the fucking insults or the whatever, y'all are boring. American Man is boring as fuck. I've known of him for 2-3 years now, and dude, he is a one-trick pony with his warped view of American culture. He never says anything surprising or new. That's why I kind of feel sad for him sometimes. Dude, say something fucking interesting. It's always the same racist bullshit. He keeps saying he doesn't want to be black, but motherfucker, he's blacker than I am. He's blacker than O-Block. Same old racist, fucking dumb, one note bullshit. Hey, what's up, JB?
Hey man, what's going on?
Dude, I didn't know you were black.
You said what?
I didn't know you were black.
How do you know that?
Oh, I watched your time on Creative's channel.
Oh yeah, I told you that, but you talking about I was white, mate. So I just said okay.
Well, that's gonna be my bad. I thoroughly apologize.
Oh, you all right, man? No problem.
No,
No
you know
problem.
what? I fell asleep watching you all talking about the Bible. But I
Yeah.
was glad you went up there. Did you get kicked off, or did they enjoy your time up there?
She told me I had to go.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that.
No, it's all right. I don't give a fuck, man.
No, I was
Because I think
actually
it's
happy.
because I said I
Dude,
was an atheist or something.
yeah, I kind of figured. No, but you kind of held your own because what's his name? Lord ADS was going on about some trivial nonsense.
Yeah,
And
fucking idiot, man.
Well, when I watched you, you were checking him in a good way.
Yeah, but they tried to make it seem like I was dumb or something.
Might be the accent.
Well, I can't help that, man.
Well, look, and you know me, I don't always give, people their due respect. Dude, that you went up there and cammed up, you were hanging out. I was impressed. You are kind of the man. You know how to socialize.
Yeah, that's when I'll be wanting to, but other than that, man, it ain't no need talking to no idiot.
Well, you were up there with Ms. Chocolate Earth. That woman is fucking stunning. Damn.
Why you don't try to get at her, Stan?
I'm old. And I
Hell,
have
that doesn't mean nothing.
obligations
She
here.
probably likes some old, man.
No, I actually do have obligations. My father's 83, and I'm not going to be making any major moves. Who knows? Who knows what will happen? But I got my 20-year-old son. I got my father, who's in good health. But dude, I'm not. I'm not. I'm here. I'm back in Georgia. I fully expect in the next couple years I'm actually going to wind up, in Savannah. Willingly so, because I miss saltwater fishing horribly. But
Oh, yeah.
once my son graduates from college, that'll be another milestone, and then I can move on from there.
Oh, yeah. I
But
hear you, man.
Going back to what I said, dude, I was very impressed with how you conducted yourself. Not that I didn't think you wouldn't, but dude, shit.
You really thought I was the idiot for a long time, man.
No, actually it wasn't the idiocy. It was just, those women are difficult. Like my first time up there, I got tossed off.
These things like they
They can be hard on the men.
Yeah, it doesn't matter anyway, man.
I actually think it does matter.
Well, not
Chanel
when you're
is
trying to talk the right way, and then they think you're crazy, but all you were doing is telling the truth.
well, I'm gonna tell you. Let me tell you my theory. And bear with me here. All three of them, I hate to say this, and I'm sure I'm gonna get beat upside the head for saying this, but they're used to trash men in this YouTube space. They're not used to men who enjoy being around women.
Yeah, because most of these men, they stupid, man. They just want to be around men.
Well, it almost seems that way.
Yeah. Go out and drink some moonshine and do something, man. That's all I gotta tell them. Go out, drink some moonshine, go get you $3 or $4 and take it to the prostitute and get you one of those.
Well, I don't know that I would recommend, dude, I had a buddy of mine when I lived on the mountain who did his homebrew. Boy, dude, I did not fuck with that shit. You take a couple shots, especially if you hadn't, been drinking a lot, lately. Dude, a couple shots of that shit and holy cow.
But it's some good shit though, ain't it, Stan?
Dude, it's some dangerous shit.
I love it, man.
Dude, it was smooth. There was no bitter to warn. It wasn't like it was sweet. You know how sometimes sweet drinks are, and you just, hey, it's so sweet, you just guzzle it like a girly drink, they call them. No, this shit, it was almost as smooth as water. And that's why it's so fucking dangerous.
Hell yeah. It just gets your engine revving, man. I love it. Hey, I once poured some of that in my car and it started my car.
Oh,
man.
yeah, absolutely. Yep.
And somebody asked me, so if it started up your car, why are you drinking it? Because shit, I need it.
Oh well, shit. Coca-Cola will clean your battery terminal.
Oh yeah, I
You can
did that
drink it,
before.
and they call that a soft drink.
Hell yeah. Oh, things like that. Yeah.
So what are you up to today?
I probably go. I'm supposed to be going hunting sometime next week, man. So I got to
What,
get some stuff ready
turkeys?
for that.
The fuck do you wait? Hold it. What's this is July. What's in season in Texas?
Oh my buddies, man. They got the hogs hunting and stuff like that.
Oh, is there really a season for those?
I don't fucking know. I just go, man.
Well, you can buy if you go to your 7-Eleven or gas station, they'll have all the hunting and fishing rules. They're published by the state. Javelinas. I never thought because we don't, as far as I know, don't have them here in Georgia. But it's interesting if there's a javelinas. They're a big nuisance. I'm surprised there's even a season.
You know what an elk is, Stanley?
You didn't do that. You didn't do that on Creative's channel last night. That burp shit.
I don't know. I probably did, man.
Damn. I'm surprised you lasted that long, man.
But you gotta understand.
You didn't burp. You didn't burp. You belched.
Well, I can't help it, man. Sometimes you gotta burp, man.
I think you can help it.
I apologize, man. But yeah, I want to go elk hunting, man.
And well, you're not gonna get them in Texas.
Yeah, I know that. You got to go to a Liska or something.
Lirska?
Yeah.
Let's see. Speak says wild pig meat is trash.
He doesn't understand the difference, mate. It's a certain one you got to get.
Speak probably doesn't understand how to get the gaminess out. You can fuck.
You can always get it out. It's easy.
Yeah, it's always in the preparation.
Hell yeah.
Like deer meat, dude. If you got to catch it in the cold weather, but dude, it is so funny how processing the meat affects the taste eventually. I've had deer meat that the only reason I know it's not beef is because it's a little dry, but it's still tender. Dude, I honestly, don't get me on hunting. I haven't hunted in decades. I'm more fish, but I regret that I didn't get out with my son and do hunting. I should have. We did fishing, which is, I prefer fishing over hunting because you can do it year round. But I should have, and maybe in the next year or two, I can get him down to my father's farm because I think my uncle still does. We go out there and just fart around pretending we were stalking deer, but I need to get my son out there so he can get the feel of it. I never liked deer stalking because it's just fucking cold. Same thing with duck hunting. Shit's cold. I don't want to go out there.
Hey, you ever been alligator hunting?
No.
That is fun, man.
I can't imagine it would be. I've had alligator once, and it was okay. It tasted like chicken, but it wasn't something I'd want to go hunting for.
Yeah,
it was fun.
It's fun.
Hey, y'all. I told y'all I'd come by and holler
Well, I'm
at
glad
you.
you did.
Yeah. I've been listening in the background, kind of popping in and out. So, how was your Saturday?
Everyone does.
No, I mean, how's your day? Also, because I was doing
You know
other
what?
stuff.
I'm actually having fun.
Good.
What made it fun is some of these yahoos in the chat.
Not yahoos.
It's like, I'm sitting here watching this 98-year-old lady talking about Atlanta back in the day during Jim Crow. and she's like the niece of Walter White, who was like back in shoot, this is back in like the 30s. He was chairman of the NAACP, kind of a legendary figure. And I'm watching Black Americans who are like over 30 just trashing the lady because she's 98 and she's not. Well, what are you expecting 98 to look like? You know, sexy? These dude, these
I guess
fuckers
so.
just are so annoying.
Yes, you're supposed to look beautiful as a woman until you pass, I guess.
You know what? These are boys, not men.
Sorry, having
So,
technical difficulties. Let me go.
okay, well, we're about to watch Dr. Joy DeGroy. I'm pretty sure. Maybe it's Gray, but I've never. Well, it'll be pronounced once I start it. And thank you, Dawn.
Mhm.
Have a good night, Dawn. Dawn, it's late in France. Uh,
Oh, wow.
but
Good night,
um,
Dawn. Yeah.
she kind of put me on a track because now I'm gonna be fucking defiant. You know, I had American
Oh,
Man in
my.
here going, your content is boring. Dude, this is Black
Oh,
history. This is Black history.
you
If you're
said.
Black, you should at least listen to it. I don't know what they expect. And honestly, I understand that a lot of my topics are dry and stuff. And, you know, the nice thing is people will at least stop by and go, what's he doing? Not my cup of tea. See you later. I get a lot of views for, you know, having 9 people, you know, in the chat. Like last night, I had like, I think I'm up to 385 views, and the most people I had in the chat was 20. But
Hey.
385 people, but 385 people is more than my subscriber count. You know, if 360 or 80 or whatever the number is, stop by and at least check out what's going on. And if it's not their
Yeah.
cup of tea, fine. You know, thanks for saying hey.
Hey,
I'm
exactly.
okay with
As
it.
a
Yeah.
as a fellow content creator, I understand.
Yeah. But
You just need your audience.
you're
That's all.
absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And
That's
the sad thing is, you know, people like
Oh, wait. Did,
American
did
Man.
I'm
Mhm.
sorry, Stanley. Did JB leave? I didn't get a chance to say hi to him.
Oh, that's okay. I watched a little
Okay.
bit of it. Well, you're here. How did it go? I was impressed that you got him to cam up for starters because he's never done it here. And it I think I watched for like 10 minutes and fell asleep, but he seemed
That's
like he
all
was
right.
getting along.
He didn't cause no issue. Now I don't know what happened after I left, but I didn't get any DMs or why you because I connected my page to theirs. So is he black, Stanley? No,
Nominally.
no,
No,
he's not. I saw him on the video.
he's kind of a mystery man.
Well, I saw him
You
on the
know, and
video. He's the
he
light
plays a
skin.
character. He
Yeah,
plays a
I
character.
gather.
But
I
to
gather.
be honest, over the
Yeah.
time, he's not that toxic. He's just playing a character.
Nah. And I saw him on a couple spots last night, and he was just. I was like, "You following me, JB? Because you everywhere I'm at." No,
No,
but
he, you know, in the
it's just the late
um
night group.
right. He'll
That's all.
grow
I'm
on you.
just teasing. I'm just teasing. I'll take a
Let's see.
lighthearted situation over somebody being a creep any day. You know
Well,
what
you
I'm
know,
saying?
I almost came up last night and I'm like, you know what? I just got done with the show and I just don't feel like, you know, combing my hair and making
Right.
myself presentable. I just fucking went to sleep.
Thank you, Black Knight. How you doing? He said JB identifies as a black hillbilly. Oh, those are his
Well, no,
pronouns.
he says the only black hillbilly. Well, now see, um,
Hey.
By the way, Black Knight is a hero, like an actual hero. He is former NYPD, and before
Oh,
that,
how
former
cool.
Na- former Navy. So dude
Hey.
is an the dude is an actual hero, but I want to chastise him here. There are black hillbillies in Georgia. Go to North
Oh,
Georgia.
honey, yes.
Uh
I've met a
up in the
few.
mountains of Northern Virginia and over into West Virginia. It was so funny. Like when I moved up to Northern Virginia, the first time I went to Walmart was in Winchester, Virginia. So I go
Oh, boy.
walking in there and I'm like, there are no black people here. I'd never been to a Walmart where there are no black people.
I know
So,
this.
but
Wow.
like 6 months later, a lot of those a lot of those people I thought were white were actually mixed race. That
Yeah.
there's a whole hell of a lot of miscegenation in Appalachia.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even
Yeah.
realize it until I'd lived there. Like, damn,
Mm-hmm.
she's got blue eyes, but she doesn't quite look.
Yeah, it's
Dude, these
almost
people,
that. That's probably what they did back in the day. Passing, I think about that. I had to
not
do
only
that.
that, but in your little shack in January when it's minus 40,
Oh,
I don't care who
whew.
I'm curling up with.
No, that's right.
It's cold. Come keep me warm.
All right. If we're not, I don't want to freeze. So yeah, yeah, I
But
get
no,
it. I get that part.
people don't. There's a whole Black history in places like well, shoot, Booker T. Washington, born in West Virginia. Um,
Yes,
there's a
yes.
whole Black history there. And let me tell you something that I didn't know until maybe the last 2 or 3 years. On my
Hmm.
father's side of the family, there's a
Yeah.
whole West Virginia history. Like,
Hey,
so I had
that's
no
kind. I
clue.
mean, how do you
And when
feel
my
about
father
that? That's pretty
told me,
cool.
well, I don't, it's, it was interesting. Like, dude, I never
Hmm.
thought West Virginia.
Right.
So, America
Mm.
can be fascinating if you actually study it and if you're not just, and I'm going to be talking about people in my audience, not you. If you're not a dickhead, dude, I might I might have to go and trim down my subscriber count because I'm
Oh Lord.
like, dude, if y'all are just gonna be dicks when I show something about Black American
Right.
history, you gotta go.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, what? Why are you even upset?
Well, I'm not upset. I'm certainly not surprised, but what does surprise me is
Oh,
all these people will come in and talk about IQ. Like, oh,
take a
I'm high
test.
IQ. I'm like, really?
But
You're
who
high
told you?
IQ? Well, you know what?
I know that's awful, but
Apparently,
I'm thinking,
apparently,
who told them?
you know what? That is a good question.
They need to be
Like,
stopped.
I don't think
Don't
they
pay me
need
no
to be
mind,
stopped.
Stanley. I'm being bad today.
Well, I don't think they need to be stopped. They just need to be checked and educated.
What about shaked? Shook really hard.
Sure. Who would want to put their clean hands on them?
We can wear gloves.
No, I'd rather just ignore them and move away from them.
All right. Yeah, that's true. We can do that too. That's on the list. But I still am into the shaking part. Don't
Well,
pay me
there
no
are
mind,
some
Stanley.
who are babies, but no,
He said
I don't
babies.
mind. But
Well, I'll
let's
let you
see
know
here.
that I'm doing my own thing tonight on my own channel. I'll let you know. Because
Okay, what time?
I'm probably later, like later. Because it's like 5:30 here, so I'm thinking closer to 7. Because I know a lot of
Okay.
my people are East Coast people too, so
Hmm.
just trying.
Well,
Because
I don't
tonight,
know.
I,
I may
I
actually cam up.
Ooh, you don't have to on my channel. That is Chanel and Creative's rule.
Well, once
So,
they explained it to me,
hmm
I actually understood why. I'm not sure if I agree with it, but at least I understand why. And
of
I'm not
course,
absolutely
yeah.
sure they're wrong. Less likely to, act an asshole. Given some of these given some of these men, these
Hey,
black
we done
men.
unveiled a couple of men. We done unveiled them. That's wild. I have something to say, but I'm not gonna say it on here. Not gonna say it.
Well, this is a quote free speech free damn, I'm a little tipsy. A
Oh,
free
already?
speech
I
absolutist
gotta catch up.
platform. All you got to do is be funny. So many people just make these weird
But I
comments,
tried
and
to come and be funny, but last night
well,
things
I'm
went
not talking about
crazy.
you. I'm not talking about
Oh,
you. Look, I
I'm
say when I say people, I
yeah.
don't mean the person I'm talking to.
Oh,
And that's
I
the
know
other
that.
thing.
I was just saying.
Right.
I felt like I had caused a problem. Like, don't get me
Here?
wrong. I'm not.
No.
Yeah.
No, you
But
don't
see that.
understand, ma'am. Ma'am,
y-
you do not understand my philosophy. You stay,
Okay,
the assholes go.
I understand that. I'm just saying, like, I
I
felt
was
like I saw that you had been up for like you was at 8 hours when when I saw you, and I was like, oh, okay, let me
right.
see what you're doing, and I saw you had a full panel. Wow, it was like I
Oh
came up
yeah,
there and
yeah, yeah.
all.
That was kind of like
Yeah.
an old school classic panel. There were a bunch of assholes here.
No, I can't
But
blame nobody, but there was one that stood out amongst the rest. That's all.
yeah, well, they all will stand out at any given time. But
Honey, I'm all with it. I'm for it. But
no,
yeah,
these people, it was probably Mike 123.
it
It's
was.
it's
It was.
always
My
Mike One.
fist
He
hurt. What
he
is you talking
stands
about?
out. There are assholes, but he's always the one that's gaping. He can. I
I'm
think he
sorry.
works. He
He
works
spit it to
hard.
somebody. You said,
He works. He works hard for the money, for sure.
I got you, but come on, sir. What's the deal? Like, what is you doing?
He's kind of a
Um,
character, though. He's he is who he is.
of course, I don't have a problem with people being who they are. I want you
No,
to show me who
now
you
I
are.
say who he is. I think he's playing a character.
Do
Now
you?
oh, absolutely. Well, you know what? Now
Oh.
that you say that, I think he is a character during the week. It's in check. But when he comes on YouTube, he just fucking it's almost like one of those old Rome movies where, the wild animal, they pull the cage door up. So they
You
go
are out of
they go
control,
into
Stanley.
they
No.
go into the arena. That's what his weekends
Okay.
are like.
You know
He's
what?
he's caged.
Nobody said that. I don't even I shouldn't even laugh, but it's funny. That's crazy work. But yeah, I thought that was interesting. But that's not the first time something like that has happened to me. And so I forget. I have my camera on. I leave it on because I'm
No,
usually
you don't, dude. You drive men wild.
ah
No, you seriously, dude. What is wrong with these men? Like, I see who you are. You are very gorgeous.
oh
However, it's
thank
like, well, damn, haven't you ever met like you're not going to impress someone like chocolate by being a Nimrod. What the fuck are you doing? It's
that's what
like,
they
dude.
think though. They think let me be an ass and that'll make me it's that oh, I had a man on one panel who said who was saying real crazy stuff to me. And he was like, girl, you know I'm flirting with you. No, I did not. I was very unaware. That is not what I thought. I don't think of flirting and you talking sideways to me. That, and I've had men say that to me out here on these panels, and I just be blown away. Like, you what? You're doing what? You think that's it? That's wild.
Well, let me come to their defense a little bit. I
Oh
think
my.
sometimes men will do what has worked in the past instead
Okay.
of like listening to the woman, trying to
Mm-hmm.
get an idea of what the hook might be.
Right. I got
Um, but I also have to condemn myself because I get all like, some guys will
you.
go, "Oh,
ASD.
hey, I'm gonna flex my bicep." I
Right.
bet she
Right.
likes muscles. Dude,
Yeah.
I've always I go into joke mode. Like in,
Yeah.
in a way, what attracted me to my wife was she actually was funny and clever. She could pick up
Oh
these
yeah.
jokes, these like weird references, and she would laugh when no one else was laughing. It would be me and her laughing over some
Having your own
ob-
little thing.
obscure.
Yeah.
And you know what?
Mm,
Oftentimes it actually was an audience of two. We were just cracking each other up.
I've been
And
there.
like
I've been
her
there. Yeah.
family or my family, they're like, these are two
What the
weirdos.
hell? Yeah, like what
What are
the
they laughing
hell?
at?
Who are you laughing at? Like nobody else. And it's the joke of
And
the century.
I've had a can you explain why are y'all laughing? Can you
Yes.
explain the joke?
Not really.
So so I
That's
honestly I actually have some sympathy for, some dude going, "Hey, she's pretty. Let me see. Let me see if I can
Have
get
you
her
ever
attention."
watched? I hope he is playing a character because I don't want him to get offended, but this is what he made me think of last night. Did you ever watch Andy Griffiths?
Oh yeah, dude, I've watched, on Netflix, I think it is. I watched all
Yeah.
8 seasons one
Oh
winter.
yeah, me too. I've seen them all. We used to watch Andy Griffith, Murder She Wrote, and In the Heat of the
Oh
Night.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
Heat of the Night's a good one.
yes, and they but anyway, so he made me think of there was that episode where the guy that was a hillbilly came from the mountain and was trying to steal a girl to get married to.
Oh, that's Ernest T. Bass.
And that's who he made me think of last night when he was like,
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Was he that goofy?
it was no, it's the accent. It's the accent. That's what threw me because he was like, you
Oh,
sure
okay.
are beautiful, Miss Chocolate. And I was telling my sister, I was like, it's
Well, let me tell you
Mr.
something.
Bass.
When I used to work in upstate South Carolina, I was there for about 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
one of the guys, one of like the line supervisor, the overnight line
Okay.
supervisor, was
Yeah.
from the hills of North Carolina, a white guy.
Oh,
And
yeah,
when
yeah,
I
yeah.
first met him, dude, how about you take Gomer Pyle, cross Gomer Pyle with
Oh
JB?
God, I remember
Oh my God.
Gomer
I
Pyle.
could not honestly,
Last night
I
between the
couldn't
two of them,
understand him.
like,
It took me
at
about
night.
2 weeks. I'm sorry.
No, I was saying
No,
if
this
he
guy,
sounded like they
have
were
you ever
sounding the same
have you ever
last night.
heard
Mhm.
sometimes you'll see these like clips of someone from Scotland speaking English, but he speaks it so fast in a meter,
Okay.
and the words aren't like standard English. And you literally, well, Gullah is probably the better example. Gullah, I don't, I, I don't understand Gullah unless they talk slowly. That's what this guy was like. He was white, Appalachian, North Carolina.
Oh wow.
And oh
I
my
listen,
God, it took me about 3 weeks and I could kind of follow him.
mhm.
So that reminded me of the Andy Griffith. That reminds me of JB.
What is wrong with your chat? So out of control.
It's a chat. Look, I'm a troll too, so a lot of my
Yes.
audience, especially these undersexed males are
Not
dude.
undersexed
So
males.
Stanley, a trick to her. Now,
Yeah.
Chris M is a
Well, you can't
racist,
stand
like a straight out
Cindy.
racist. He's never bad enough to get tossed out of a chat. He goes up to the
Just
line, but
close
never
enough. Okay.
just close enough.
Yeah, I got you. That's
Now,
wild
why
to me.
high is going? Can you make pies like Aunt B? The fuck are you? Ain't B? By the way, why does he expect you to make pies? As a matter of fact, who the fuck likes desserts that much?
Constantly is hilarious. What? Oh
Well,
my
Con
gosh.
Connery is actually he's clever. If he's gonna
Yeah, and
troll,
funny.
it's
He's funny.
you might
Yeah.
you might have to look up the words in a dictionary to see where he's going. So
Got you. Okay.
no,
Funny.
he's dude, he does like show titles like, oh, this is so funny. It's gotta be a show title.
Oh, hey, Constantly, how are you?
Yeah, he's
Howdy, sir.
he's
Oh, I
he's
met him
he's he's a core
so
audience member.
yeah, when I met Constantly over at Bob's
Bob's?
channel. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I was over there for a little
Yep.
bit.
He was probably one of the stellar
Wait, somebody said I'm in the debate league. You knew I was in the debate league? How cool. I'm sorry, I'm such a kid.
What's the debate league?
She's a Q butter panelist.
Oh,
Ain't
are
that
you really?
racist over there? Yeah. I've been I like what he's doing as far as
Mhm.
creating a school.
The schools, yeah.
Yeah, I'm more into that part of it. And then I do
Mhm.
from time to time, I like to go over there and talk shit and talk about black folks and things like that. I'm a black woman, so I don't know why that would be an issue. Like, how is that a bad thing?
Well,
And he
I
said
think
it's racist over there.
Chris M is like
Well,
one of
I
the
got a
CT
fan.
folk.
He's a fan. Thanks. If he know me
Is
from
he really?
the debate league, bruh, you've been following me for a minute.
Wow. Well, I've
And
actually talked
that's
to
what he
Q
said.
Butter
He said
once.
yeah, she's in a
I think
racist debate league. That's what. How?
Well, let me tell you what people like Chris M think is racist. If
Sure,
you
please.
if you point out that America is fundamentally racist, pointing it out
Mm,
means you're a racist. In some ways they're
ah,
right. But the ignorant like 2-year-old, no, a 2-year-old's not going to see race, but a 22-year-old, 32-year-old, just add 10 all the way up. Bottom
yeah.
line is America is fundamentally racist.
Oh, I
And
agree.
it's harder not to be a racist in American
Yeah,
culture.
I believe it.
The default setting, if you're raised in American culture, especially if you're uneducated
Yeah, I
as to
got you.
what race is, you're going to default to racist. You will see colors. You will think white people are this way, black people are that way, Asians are this way, etc. You actually have to be educated and work on not being racist. Now, that's my
Hmm.
conclusion. There are people who may disagree, but I don't see how.
Of course. Yeah. I
So,
mean, because I think
Christian,
you're
you're a racist if you understand that America is fundamentally racist, and I guess logically you're right.
can I answer
And
Chris now? I know
oh,
he's
please
asking
do.
you, but I really so is the black power red, black, and green anti-white? No, it isn't.
It's not
It
about
isn't
white.
anti-white. Not
It's in
exactly. Just
it's in
because,
reaction. It's in reaction to whites
yeah,
have done. But who cares about whites? If it was about whites, there'd be a white stripe in it. Idiot.
yeah. I don't get why you're worried about what is, I guess that's the thing. Like, do you want better or no? Because to me, when you start to nitpick in that way, um, you know, it doesn't make sense to me. And I'm glad somebody said it or
You're
want
breaking
to
up a bit.
see better for mine. That doesn't mean I'm anti anything. That makes no
Well,
sense.
that's odd. It's odd you say that.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing about America's racism is it's
Mm-hmm.
literally zero sum. You can't be pro-black without being anti-white, vice
Yeah, they've
versa.
made it that
That
way.
that's
Yeah,
like
like you have
it's like
to.
literally the dumbest fucking thing possible.
Oh
So,
gosh, yeah.
so people will go, well, Stanley, are you pro-black? And my answer is I'm not anti-black.
No,
I don't
right.
think
Like, why do I
everything
have to
black
be
people.
anti-white
No,
because I'm anti,
it's a
you know?
dichotomy, and it's a limitation in our education system, and it's
Oh, I agree with that.
deliberate. It's deliberate.
It is deliberate. And that's the sad part. And I'm guess and Dirty Dude, when I say mine, I am a black woman in America. Okay? That's it. It says Negro on my birth certificate. Now
I think it does on mine too.
my skin might be light, and that's because we do have a lot of Europeans in our family. But
Well,
to me,
the thing is, a vast majority of Black Americans, deep roots in American history, will
mm-hmm.
have some percentage of European. And I don't know if you caught it, but the first story I ran or watched was a New Orleans reporter
Oh
who
no, I missed
had
it. I came in on the
grandfathers or
lady.
great grandfathers. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
back during Jim Crow, one brother who was I think a great grandfather,
Mm-hmm.
one who was lighter skinned went to Chicago and passed as white. Whole Midwestern white family. He's the progenitor of. The darker skinned brother stayed in New Orleans, whole nother branch of the family. Now, you know how in the black community, light skinned blacks would tend to prefer other skinned blacks. That was a whole colorism thing. But the bottom
Mm-hmm.
line is there are stories, if you go back and research it. I remember this one, it wasn't Oprah, it was one of those shows though. This blonde, blue-eyed white woman discovered that she had a whole, like a major black element in
Mm-hmm.
her family. And if
Mm-hmm.
this woman was walking down, you would have never guessed she had any African heritage. It worked
Exactly.
the other way around too. And this is
Mm-hmm.
one of the things. There are a lot of white people who have African heritage.
Oh, honey, they do. Why
Yeah.
and again, I think that's why all of this, find out who you are, where are you from,
Yes, exactly.
testing DNA are coming, it's coming from because they're trying to figure out where
Yep.
actually do I come from? Because we're such a
So
melting pot.
so when you hear like someone like that idiot of Air and Sea talk about
Mm,
his Mayflower heritage, two things. I bet if he did a 23andMe, there's probably gonna be 1 or 2%. Uh, you know, even if you got Mayflower heritage, you're subject to have some African heritage too. And then the
Yeah.
other thing that I just dragged his dumb ass because he dared come up and confront
Oh
me
my
with it.
God.
Two
Y'all
things.
wow.
Number one, I've actually been in grade school and high school with descendants of signers of the the Constitution.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Those kids were like some of the most like um, friendly kids. The
Oh,
descendants of slave owners who come from blue blood,
yeah.
they tend to just look at black people and go, well, hey, you're smart, I'm smart, cool.
Mm-hmm.
It's always the fucking what Big J calls the mud sills. It's always these fucking like whites
Because
who
you're a
make a
threat.
big deal out of race.
It's a
It-
threat. You're a
because
threat.
because it's one of these things in American history where they
Mm-hmm.
used to keep people like Chris M's family down, but they'd always go, "You Poe, but you ain't black." You got
Mm-hmm.
some dude.
You got
That
left.
is the Be Brave. That is the Chris M. Dude, a
Mm-hmm.
lot of these fucking weirdos, dude, they hop on the race stuff because they ain't got nothing else.
Yes, yes. But I always find it interesting that you go from first, I'm looking at you because he can read my mind. So I'm looking at you as a trick and then go into, well, the black, the green, and the red flag. Is that racist, Stanley? I'm sorry, I don't know how you sound. I'm just thinking that's probably what it sounded like.
Well, I
Listen,
hate to be.
race is a part of the culture. Like I don't get the
Oh no,
game
it's
anymore.
intrinsic. It's not a part. It is the
Oh,
culture.
now I'm a
It's a racial
scammer.
culture.
Wow. I'm
Oh,
apologizing, sir,
he's
in
going he's
advance.
going to
Why hit
keep
the link?
he's going
Hit the link,
but he'll
please.
dude, these chat
What?
rats, he's never going to hit the link.
Mm, mm. Wow. Why am I not in jail then, Chris?
Like your grandpappy was.
With all due respect, ma'am, Stan is not a threat. Why would he
Oh, I'm
be?
not
Why would I even think
let me
that?
let me go here and look at
Yeah.
what they're chatting.
I'm not gonna take it with a grain of salt,
Hold
sir.
on. Dirty dude. Dirty dude. I've known Dirty Dude for years at this point.
Mhm.
That dude, he is just Dirty Dude. He's like Dirty Dude is probably less racist than I am. To be honest, I've never even gotten a like scintilla, to use a word you'll have to look up. Dirty Dude, he will ask hard questions, but that shit.
Oh
My
no,
wife
he's not.
is
Yeah, he's cool. I'm just saying I find it interesting when people don't know me and won't take the time to know me, but you will regurgitate some things you heard from someone that isn't me. You know what I'm saying?
it's
Like
not a
that to
YouTube
me,
culture.
come to my face. Don't talk shit about me in the chat. Like, you got proof? Who said it? Who said
Well,
that who did you say that you were a threat? I said you're a threat to them. Who? You can be less or more racist, Stanley. Are there levels to it? I know you didn't say it. I know you didn't say that. Dirty
um,
dude.
at my stage of life,
Mm-hmm.
racist is racist. I don't
Yeah.
even know. I mean, you're trying to apply a spectrum to let me ask you a question. You can be more evil or less evil, but it's still evil. I
Right.
kind of look at racist. You can be, you know, now if you want to talk about, well, does more racist cause more damage? You know,
Mm.
than less racist, yeah. But in the end, even a little damage is damage. It really just depends on applying that to a specific topic. The other
Mm-hmm.
thing that people don't seem to understand is just bringing stuff up in general is
Yeah.
it really doesn't form good arguments. You got to be
No.
specific sometimes. So less evil or more evil, less racist or more racist doesn't
It's
really
still the same
mean
thing.
anything in a void. You got to
Well,
take
because
that and apply it.
it's more
In
about
other
making
words,
the
you
person feel better, not, you know what I
well,
mean? Like, I want to justify my comments. So I'm going to tell you I'm less racist than the next person. That's all I'm saying. Like, that's how it comes off sometimes. Not from you, but sometimes when people act weird about race and then
mhm.
you bring race into it, but then all of a sudden it's, well, why is it always about race? Did you not bring it up?
Well,
So,
did you not realize that you live in the USA? When has it not been about race? I literally would love someone like a Chris M or Palomino to tell me one like community or state or something where race isn't important. And you can't talk about places like Iowa with like 0.01, not Iowa, but somewhere like Idaho that's like 0.01% black.
well,
Of course, race isn't going to be a problem there, but it actually is. But it's usually just a flare up, like a solar flare. Name me one place, incident, or a time in U.S. history when race didn't play a part. And most of these dumb fucks have no clue about American history, so you'll stump
yeah.
them right then and there.
Yeah, because again, we know it's there. The history's there. Let's stop. We don't have to play.
Right.
And that's what I mean. Like, you don't have to play around. Like, just be a person. But as
And
I always call
Chris
grown
says
men who,
Chris says that I should never go over to debate league. I know who Q Butter is, dude. They'd shred me. I'm not a good debater. I haven't gone over there
well, if he's not a
because
debater, shoot, then
no, I've
I
heard.
think that
Dude, they are some erudite folks over there.
it's extreme. Like, you have the extremes. Like, you have like you just said, it doesn't make it less. I don't care if I hang out with you. I hang out with you because I'm hanging out with you, not strictly because you're black or strictly because you're a woman or strictly because I've heard things on all different, on Q's channel, Psycho's channel, all kind of stuff. But I wanted to test myself out on the debate league. I had fun. I won one debate, but it was more
Dude,
sharpening my
I
skills.
honestly,
Yeah.
see, the problem with actual debates is there are rules and time limits. And
Uh-huh.
dude, I just, it's almost like bare knuckle boxing or bare knuckle fights like back in the day where there really aren't
Uh-huh.
any rules. I can't do like formal debate rules because I don't
Gotcha.
know. I don't know. It's just not me.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, MOT? Good to see
Hey,
you.
what's going on?
How you been?
Hey,
Hey, what's going on? Nah,
how
man,
you
just been
been?
I've been all right. So I got
Good.
my 48th birthday coming up this week.
Oh, you're
Look
still
at you,
young.
young man.
Yeah, I know. I think I'm gonna come on camera maybe Sunday or maybe the Sunday after that. Shock these people.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I know. And as soon as I say something about me being on camera, I'm gonna turn that fucking camera off.
Okay.
No, I was just playing. No, I probably look a lot younger than I did the last time I was on camera. So, yeah.
I've never seen you before, man. It's tomorrow. So it'd be first for me
Yeah, really?
if you do that. I'm on here. Yeah, really.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah, I was just listening to your conversation about the race thing. I'm like, look, you don't think race matter? Move to Mississippi. Move to Arkansas.
No, I know race matters.
The South
Like,
in general.
Or
I
better
know.
yet,
Oh, yeah.
better yet, Georgia, with Trump talking about the 2020, dude. These
Mm-hmm.
women, these I can't remember their names, but the mother and daughter won a bunch
Yes.
of money from Rudy
Oh, yeah.
Giuliani. Dude,
Mm-hmm.
these women went through hell.
Yes, they
And
did.
Yes, they did.
thank God they won.
Mm-hmm. And that we have at least some laws in place.
And then, the other day I was watching something from some news clip. What was a commentor talking about, the only reason, basically, this person said the only reason Trump is so wrapped up in Georgia in 2020 is because Black people wielded some political power that just knocked him out of the game. Two senators, and Trump lost, and he just has a problem with it. Now, that's an opinion. I don't think you can prove it in fact, but gee, it's mighty coincidental.
But it wasn't just. I mean, it was Arizona, and he didn't win any of the, the actual, the actual swing states, and then the swing states forgot what happened. And look, man, those people deserve to suffer all the consequences. I'm making 35% more a week because of this idiot. It was going to be over at the end of July, but he just extended our nice rates for like another 90 days, and y'all guys are going to keep paying for it. But these people would rather pay those prices than just admit this guy has no idea what he's doing, and he was president before.
Right.
No, they'll never admit that.
No, of course not. I mean, what you do is you just show up and outvote them because there's a place in America for them in your world, and there's no place for you in America in their world. And as long as you show up, 50% plus one, that's the only thing you need to do. That's it. And if people want to be failed Black Americans or whatever's going on, then you let them be that. Oh, and another comment about the debate league. I like the debate league. I would never go up there unless
Really?
I'm like, no, I don't.
If you knew a topic, like there's certain topics that I fear no one because I just know it. But like if somebody said, because I actually heard them talking about quantum physics once, and dude, I wasn't about to go up there. I know physics, but I haven't had to deal with it. Like my son's doing physics right now. At Georgia Tech. I don't even think I could pass a Georgia Tech physics class.
I'd have
to
I like
go
is
back
their
and
actual
relearn
debate
calculus for
reviews.
starters.
Their debate reviews are spot on, and that's what I like about their show. Is
Interesting.
what they feel about each person and them presenting their debate or debate topic, regardless of the style. That's what I do like about it. Is after things
Also,
are
which
over with.
one? Who did you get to see? If you don't mind me asking.
Oh no, I watch most of them.
Really?
Yeah, I watch most of them.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did you see me bomb?
No. I haven't watched in the past 2 weeks. But other than that, most of them I have watched.
I'm out. Yeah, I'm out already.
Like if Taz is debating somebody, I will watch that.
Yeah. Taz is a good debater. He really is a good debater, no doubt.
I mean, because I wish he would exercise it all the time. But if you give that guy some prep time on a historical argument, you're gonna lose.
Mm-hmm.
You're going
Every
to
time.
lose.
So.
And I keep telling people that. People are like, oh, MOT oh, you give him too much credit. I'm like, if you give Taz a
They don't
historical
never want to give
question,
nobody
Wait,
credit.
wait, hold it. Who?
yeah, you
Taz.
heard me correctly. Taz exclusives. You
Well,
heard me
I've
correct.
heard him do some historical stuff, but I saw him on Nightish's show the other day.
No,
Dude, he
not
just
that environment.
right. But let me put it to you this way, and maybe it's more the military or the Navy experience. Dude, he's not good at thinking on his feet.
That's why I say a presentation given by him
Yeah,
on a
yeah,
topic
yeah.
and
And
subject he
time to
knows about.
research. Yeah, I
You
got you.
cannot touch him on that type of stuff. But like off the cuff, he gets mad way too quickly, like even faster than I do. Yeah, so yeah, so I get that. But at the end
Y'all
of the
so
day,
funny.
I love when people go up there and they think they're just gonna smoosh their way through a debate, and the dude came super prepared with slides and historical things, and people just looking like, man, I didn't expect that, because they expect the way he act outside of debates to actually come into debates, and I'm like, this dude is like 11-0 for a reason, and you still haven't caught on yet. And they go like, oh man, well I'll just debate him, and then they choose a topic. I'm like, yep, you're gonna get cleaned up there too.
Well, let me make one point to Chris M. Look, I raised my son, and it was very much in my mind. And I think my father was kind of adamant about this. Being smart, like actually smart, it's almost like taking W.E.B. Du Bois and crossing his worldview with Booker T. Washington. It's not enough to be able to do calculus. You got to be able to turn a wrench too. Okay. It's called being at least what I call a Renaissance man. Okay. It is not good enough to be a Poindexter and not be able to hammer a nail. That's not smart. That's not competent. You can be good in one area. You know, if Taz is good at the research and stuff, dude, he has nailed that part. But in MOT, you know this, dude, in the actual military, where you literally have to be able to make good decisions based on just instinct from all that training. You got to be able to do a sun line, where you're using math and charts and stuff, but you also need to be able to go left full rudder to avoid another ship in an instant, or people are going to be hurt. That's in my opinion, every person. We ought to make military service mandatory.
No,
because
but you
I
can
think
kinda
that's the
create
only
that.
way you can learn it.
I mean, you could create that environment kind of inside your household. It's just that,
Well, yeah, you're right.
a lot of people don't. The reason why they don't care about national service is because they
Come here,
don't want
Bubba.
a national identity. They don't want that.
The
They
noise
they
is
want
ugly.
things.
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no. Go ahead.
Okay. It's just that they want country when it's convenient for them, but they don't like the ideal of everybody is universally equal, which is what a conservative's problem is at its core, which is why there shouldn't be police officers, politicians, anything else, because they don't believe in the core principle that all people are created equal. And because they don't believe
Right.
that, it really drives every single one of their policy positions, because it's simply based on we have to cut out this for this type of people that we don't like. And nothing really exposed that more than the 14th Amendment situation with the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
And it really exposed a lot of people, even black people who are dumb enough to think
Well,
that the
Clarence
conservatives.
Thomas is one of them.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's
The Constitution is colorblind until you start talking about the 14th Amendment being for black people. Dude, I actually went in and read
what about
his
that
decision.
3/5 of the person shit? Like what do you mean it's colorblind? What are you talking
Well,
about?
that's really just the 14th Amendment, just the birthright citizenship. I'm sorry to tell you this, Ketanji Brown Jackson blew his slow ass out of the water. It's like I'd have to go back and research it. It's somewhere on my laptop, but she literally calls him out specifically, like, "Hey, I thought you said the 14th Amendment was colorblind, but now you're saying it was for black people." And that history is
No.
demonstrably false. So Clarence Thomas is a dude, this motherfucker. You know, I think Clarence Thomas is actually smart, but he's not brilliant. He's just
He's a
not.
Russian
And
spy.
well, I
No,
don't
I'm
know
just
about
playing. Go
all
ahead.
that, but he
I'm
is.
just teasing.
There's a certain je ne sais quoi. I think Clarence Thomas is good at the fundamentals of the law, but someone, I can't remember who it was, recently on YouTube went, well, American kids, and certainly back when he was in school, because I'm not even sure that I was,
That's what I'm saying. For
they
somebody from the
can't
South,
think
it's
they
unconscionable
can't
you would say
think
that.
abstractly. They don't. Americans are not good at thinking abstractly or metaphysically. And I don't know whether it can be taught or whether it's just natural, but you give Clarence Thomas can do arithmetic, but he can't do theoretical physics, because arithmetic is not going to get you to quantum physics. You're going to have to know math like way, a higher math, basically. And I'm sorry, Ketanji Brown Jackson, I suspect she's going to be Chief Justice one day. They are literally saying she talks too much, or she asks more questions. But I hear, occasionally, if the case is interesting, I'll even listen to it on my show. Clarence Thomas, he's done fine, but dude, he is so fucking inconsistent. And he's a lot like Alito. He's a lot like some of the older conservatives. Dude, they kept saying they weren't activist. The
Yeah,
Supreme Court
completely turned to
currently is
activists.
activist.
Completely,
They will
completely
that
turned it to.
Colorado case, holy
Yes.
fuck. Dude, what were they talking about? Ooh, Colorado's decision is going to affect the other states. We'll change the
Yes.
Constitution. It's
No.
never not been that
It's
way.
supposed to affect the other states. Why? Because it's
Correct.
written. It's written. If you do this, this is what happens. It's not
Yeah,
hard
it's
to get.
always been that way. It's never not been that way. Why is this particular case? It was such a fucking hypocritical position.
And then you have people who said, Stanley, like there wasn't a trial. There was a trial. They're like, oh well, it's not like it went through the courts. It did go through a court. He did have a lawyer. He did have to provide evidence, and he was found guilty. Not preponderance of the
and
evidence. They went through a
he
whole
is
trial.
struggling. Donald Trump, I'm gonna tell you what. Somebody asked, a couple days ago, well, do you think Donald Trump is going to try for a third term? Like, I don't think he's going to last that long.
No. Every time somebody asks that question, I throw them off the panel, I hang up on them, or I exit the conversation.
Well, let me ask you a question, and Chocolate, you too. I'm at a point to where I almost welcome, like, as long as it's not like horrible trolling. Like Chris M right now, I've known him for a bit. He can just say what he wants to say. I don't think anybody should ban him because I know he's an idiot. I don't expect better from Chris M. So what I mean, and actually you are very good at this. I've heard you say on your show, MOT, no, don't ban him. What's your criteria? And same thing for you, Chocolate. what crosses your lines? When do you go, hey, he's got to go?
No, for me, it's like my last live stream on this
Mhm.
very particular subject that we're talking about now. The guy didn't get half the sentence out, and I kicked him off the panel
Oh, I was there
because
for
he
that.
asked me,
Yeah,
"Oh,
he
like,
was.
yeah,
Yeah, I remember that. He was slow.
yeah." I mean, Obama running.
Uh-oh, you're fading out, MOT.
Okay, I thought it was me.
No.
No,
So
I
what are
should be
you
good now.
in?
How about now?
Okay, go ahead. And then Chocolate,
Yeah.
because I'm going
So
to ask you about
Sure.
your co-hosts on Creative Show, because I do want to talk about Creative Show a little bit. So go ahead,
Okay.
MOT.
that's me. It's just that when your question is so ill-fated of actually knowing what the Constitution is, and you're trying to break the Constitution, like some of that stuff is like, look, you got to know what the amendments are. Like for me, I'm not a starter conversation from the stupidest person's point of view type person. If this is the 900 level course, and if you don't
Mhm.
understand what you're talking about, you can't be here. I mean,
Oh
I've already
my
been
God.
through 10
Amen.
years, 10 years
Amen.
of doing the, oh no, oh no, little guy. You see, you can't do this because this is what, like, no, your question is stupid. It shouldn't have been asked. 2 seconds of research of looking at the amendments of the Constitution, you shouldn't ask that question. And because you did ask that question, there's no real reason to think that you're not going to ask any more dumber questions. You got to go. That's what it is for me. So
Right.
at this point.
Yeah,
I have no
too many.
patience. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say too many people just don't even understand their own arguments. Like, you're saying this, but do you understand what this means? There is an if then, kind of in your statement. And people basically they can only think linear. They don't understand that, it's not A to B linear thinking when you get into things like law, morality, even most of philosophy. Dude, if you're linear thinking, you should not debate. You should listen more than talk. And I don't think people really understand that. So go ahead,
Yeah, but
Chocolate.
abstract thinking forces them to look at other people's points of view, which they're not able to do. That's how come they dodge abstract
Well,
thinking.
I don't think
But go ahead.
if you're not good at math, like in high school, because they're just honestly, I don't think I'm gonna be real. People are gonna beat me up for this. I'd say 80% of the people on YouTube that I meet, day to day doing these shows, they're not good at abstract thinking. 80%. It's because they're not taught to or expected to. America do or die.
No,
That's
I'm out
not
of
abstract
that.
thinking.
No. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah.
So go ahead, ma'am.
Oh, my answer is going to be quick. I don't play on my channel. If you are disrespectful to me or the people on my panel, you got to go. If I got to
Mhm.
talk to you more than twice, you got to go. Because we're grown. I'm not babysitting kids. Like, if I want to do
Mhm.
that, I can go be with my nephews. I don't.
Mhm.
I don't want to do that. And then when I have to keep yelling, oh, I don't like that. Because now I'm like
Yelling?
this.
You have to
I
yell at people?
I get I get mad when people make me mad, if that makes sense. Like, it's almost like now you put me in a mood because of your shenanigans. Get out of here. Oh yeah, I did. Oh yeah. Prime example, our mutual friend Stanley. Yeah, I've kicked him off my panel.
Oh, really?
Give me an example.
I
Give me an
have
example
to.
of
So
why or
I
how.
think he kind of expects it sometimes.
Yeah, but no, he can't come back though. Even
like
he
that.
can't try.
Oh
Yeah, I
wow!
don't play.
Oh,
Yeah, I
you
don't play.
banned him. Holy
Uh-huh.
cow! Oh,
Yeah,
okay, I get you now.
because he don't. And number one, don't disrespect the host. Why
Mhm.
are you over here to disrespect me? Oh, hey, this my house. Now, when I'm at somebody else's home, such as yours, I get quiet and respect who's talking. But honey, please, half
Well,
the
that's
stuff
how it
Example of what
should
had
people
to
be.
happen, you had to kick somebody off.
Oh, it's Mike 123.
Oh yeah. I mean, he would last 2 seconds on my
I
phone.
figured that would be your reaction. Oh, that explains it.
say.
Oh yeah. I mean, I hear Delta November dialect, and I'm like, hey man, we're done. Yeah, we gotta go.
Hey, MOT.
Oh,
There are
thanks, Con.
still people asking what a Delta November is.
Still. Good for those people.
Oh my
Good
gosh.
for those
You got to start using Delta November. Chocolate, I'm sorry. You got to start using Delta November.
Don't
It
apologize.
is
You're fine.
when they ask and you have to kind of tell them. Oh, it's hilarious.
Oh my gosh. He said, I've known chocolate for a while and I
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me put it
oh
back up there.
boy. No, no. I just okay, thank you. I can't- Oh, Con, you'd have loved it. I've had some wild stuff said to me this month already, and we're not all the
Well,
way
wait,
done.
hold it. Wait,
Month?
hold it. Now, Mike 123 can be bad, but I mean, he was that bad?
Oh no, you think it was him. No, it's someone else that we know in kind.
Oh,
He actually followed my channel, Mike123.
yeah.
He followed my channel and came over. He was in the live chat for a minute.
So someone worse than Mike 123. Holy cow. The only
He
person I
told
can
me
think of that no,
I
go
was
ahead.
wiggling and jiggling up here. Remember?
Oh, wait, hold it. I remember that. No, that was
Ah,
Mike 123.
no, it was not. Wrong color, sir. Wrong color. That gives you help.
You know what? I remember the term. I'll have to remember who it was.
Uh-huh. Would you like for me to give you a clue?
12. That wasn't 12 man.
Nope. Was not.
Oh, well, give me a hint because I can't
All right, I'll give you
imagine.
a hint. His name starts with an S and ends with an Iman.
Oh, well, he's not white. He's a no.
I said he was.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I remember now. It's so funny. I think, and I'm not actually picking on Simon when I say this, but
Mm-hmm.
before I even had the show or I was a part of John Galt's outfit, I was on YouTube
Okay.
a while, and
Mm-hmm.
there's a whole contingent of British blacks, and one of these days I have to go back over. There's a show they do on Friday nights,
Mm-hmm.
but a lot of them were Windrush, descendants of the Windrush generation. But dude,
Oh,
they
okay.
sometimes they feel so comfortable talking about American black culture. They act like they know it. They act like they're a
Mm-hmm.
part of it. They act like they contribute. And Simon thinks he is American black. He
Well.
sometimes forgets. And I have a friend who is who's African,
Mm-hmm.
lives in Nigeria, and I had to tell him I've probably known him about
Oh.
what 5 years or so. For
Okay.
years, I kept telling him, "You have no clue what you're talking about. You are outside looking into the culture. There are things you
Mm.
can't know if you weren't born and raised in the culture or raised in the culture for years from a kid." And
Mm-hmm.
finally, about a year ago, he's like, "Yeah, it took years, but I agree with you now." Simon has no fucking clue what he's talking about. When he talks about Black American, just X, whatever you're talking about in
Mm-hmm.
American culture in general. I'm not sure you know. Black American, the Black American part of American culture specifically, I don't pay him any attention. He has no fucking clue what he's talking about.
Well,
I'm
I would
surprised
agree.
when he gets it right, which
Well,
is
a
rare.
broken clock can be right twice a day.
As long
Correct.
as the
There
hands
you
are not
go.
moving.
Oh, right. I forgot
That's
that.
funny.
Dang. Why you kill my dreams? Go ahead, sir.
So, let's see. I don't know where to go from here other than Joy DeGroy. I have no clue how to pronounce her name. I know I can read it. I know who she is, but I've never tried to pronounce it. And it was Dawn who kind of changed the course of where I was going. Um, and it was a comment. It was a comment about Black culture in the United States. And I just decided, you know what? Fuck it. If y'all are bored, I'm going to bore you even more because I'm going to go into culture. And for some reason or another,
Oh, where you want to
it's a lot of Black
future?
folks who just do not understand that America is fundamentally racist. There's literally
Built on it.
stuff about slavery in the Constitution, and they
Yeah.
didn't even have enough balls to use the word slavery.
No, because they didn't want it to come back to haunt them. They
No, they
the
didn't.
what's
They
the
tried not to be hypocritical.
yeah. Nah.
Oops.
Well, on that note, gentlemen, I gotta bounce. I gotta
All right.
Okay.
finish up my hair and get ready
No,
for
really?
tonight.
What, you
Yeah,
have to
I
do
gotta.
your hair? I
Are you
thought
going
it
on?
just
So
naturally fell
what you
into
got going
place.
tonight?
Oh my goodness. You're hilarious. And thank you. What am I doing tonight? So tonight is Sexy
Drop your
Saturday.
link before you go, by the way.
I will. I'll bring it out once I create the show. I'll bring it over because we're doing
Okay.
like I created a whole dating app that you can play games like chess, spades.
On a
Yeah,
dating
yeah. So I'm
But
debuting it
so
tonight, so people can
so
go and just
if you lose at chess, you don't get a date?
no. It's like okay, say for instance, if Stanley, you and I match up, right, and we want to talk to
Mhm.
each other, instead of making it
Oh.
awkward. You can go in and play a game and just be like, okay, yeah, how you doing? Blah, blah, blah. And
Oh,
so
like
we've got
while you're
pool.
talking.
Yeah. So you're keeping yourself entertained as well as having, and that to me, can you pay attention? Can you multitask? Are you lost in the sauce? So, and then like I've got, what's the name? Invaders, where you can play
Space
that too.
Invaders?
Space Invaders. Yeah. It's a version. It can't be the actual space.
Yeah,
Let's say
Kramer.
Galaxy
Well, see,
Invaders.
I was thinking of alternative names. Can
Yeah.
we substitute invaders for chasers?
Yeah. I
Space
guess.
chasers.
Space Invaders. You don't remember that?
Oh no, I
I was
remember, but considering what some of these Delta Novembers want to do, I think it's chasers or just I don't know.
I'm gonna tell you it's a little
I
secret.
think
I
you
don't
should
worry.
instead of
I don't
reindeer
worry about
games,
this.
call it Delta November game.
But yes, so I wanna I got all my books uploaded, celebrating
Mhm.
that, and then
Well,
bringing out
you
the
need to
two.
drop that link too.
I
Or
will.
send
I'll
it to
drop
me
all the
so I
links
can
I'm
read some
using
of it.
tonight. Yeah, I think
Okay.
you'd like it. I do. And then just have fun. I'm going to be talking about some business stuff on the adult side. Nothing too racy, but just something different. Well,
Well, I
not for
think I
me,
might
but
be there.
well, yeah, because I'm not gonna start super late because I know, you know what I'm saying? Even though it's Saturday, folks be
Mhm.
like, hey man, that's late. So anyway, let me go get cute. So I will see y'all later.
All right.
Mhm.
All right. All right.
I'll talk to you later. Let's see here. There was a comment. Bobby Perkins. Of course. And I might even have to use this for a show title. He says, Stanley's a good black. Good blacks don't play spades. I don't even.
Why don't you put that together? A
Bobby,
good black don't play spades.
Bobby is black and has some, let's call them boutique ideas. But the good thing is, he lately he's giving me more show titles, just about anyone. Let's see. So
Yeah,
Chris
what
M
about the
says,
SKC show title? Where'd you get that from? A couple
uh,
shows ago?
it was something he said in the chat or typed in the chat. Most of my show titles, probably at least 90% of them, a lot of times they have nothing to do with the show, but my show titles come from these one-liners that people just type about various things. Like I'm a good black because I don't play spades. Probably gonna be a show title. Like, it's so funny. How could I not use it? So here's another good one. Which who knows, might be a show title one day, but Chris M agrees with Bobby. Stanley's definitely a good black. He stays inside his house, out in the woods, like I assume he means a good boy. That doesn't even make sense. But they try, there's a lot of trying. And then Palomino Mudsill goes, is Stanley's a good black because he makes excuses for criminal behavior? See, I'll just stop there. What the fuck is he talking about? What is he talking about? I make excuses for criminal behavior. Oh my lord.
Oh
All I have
man.
to say is they try. They try. What the fuck? How often do I even talk about criminal behavior? So and then Deacon Dave, who obviously is drinking bourbon, he says, Stanley. Oh, I'm sorry. Where is Deacon Dave? Con, you and JB Smooth are in the same bucket labeled lick spittle. No idea what that means. Probably a conversation I missed. So, Saturday nights are rather interesting. People just come in here and type the little shit. Oh. But I want to watch some of this Joy DeGroy and Dawn, who you know who Dawn is, right? Man of Tomorrow.
Yeah.
She is a fascinating person. Boy, what and she's so I have a thing for like artists, and she's eloquent. So I don't know. I have a thing for her. She is class personified sometimes, and she's understated. And I said elegant, but something someone said about race relations, and I've never actually got into Joy DeGroy, and I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. But this thing about race in black and white, so many people, and it's not taught in school. And you know, I get on about abstract thinking and stuff. People really don't understand what culture is. Black people on YouTube don't, white people on YouTube don't. I think out in the wild off of YouTube, you don't really have to think about it, you just live it. You know, there are rules. You know, culture is essentially the operating system. It's the rules for the hardware, which is, you know, you go to work, you know, the people, how you conduct yourself, etc. You know, law, um, things like rules are all uh, kind of written by the software, but they're hard coded in the machinery. The people are the hardware, the families are the hardware, the communities are the hardware, and culture is how that community interacts with each other and other communities. They are basically, you know, you shake hands, now you fist bump, you know, the software has been updated. Um, and I don't think people are taught how American culture actually works. They want to pretend that I'm sorry, I didn't, you know, this beat, you should get a beat when people come up. I'm gonna have to go look and see why that's not working. But people aren't taught culture in high school.
No.
Civics, like a civic education, is not a culture education. You don't learn that. And it should sometimes be taught, in my opinion. If I had to, you know, add something to a high school curriculum, especially, it would be some sort of culture class, how American culture is. And it's an intersection of history, of shit. It's a
Yes.
history of sex education, American culture, just a bunch of things. So anyway, I'm rambling on, but uh, you know, I'm just, a lot of it is just what I see in these YouTube chats.
Yeah, man. I
We
mean,
have raised a bunch of dumb kids.
no. It's chosen stupidity. I mean, it's not like that. There's a way that you can't update the software. It's a deliberate. It's kind of like an old computer where you have to choose to update the software or not, and you just hit restart without updating.
Well,
No.
that's kind of what I mean. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
definitely a choice. You know,
But
it's been this way for a long time. Let's just keep the software where it is because we're afraid, you know, we won't be able to navigate it, or it might, you know, change red to blue, or, you know, things like that. I get where you're going with this.
they're afraid that they lose all of their leverage if things change in any shape,
That is
form, or
true
fashion.
too. Yeah, America, you know, American culture, you know, we're taught that it's a zero sum game, and that's why MAGA is so bitter. They look, when I heard Donald Trump, and I can't remember the exact quote, but it was in a speech where, you know, civil rights has been a good thing, but it's hurt white men. That's a tell right there. He favors white men like it used to be. Make America great again. Dude, there's all kinds of like dog whistles and, you know, illusions.
But it works with
They,
incredibly stupid people who don't understand history. It works a lot.
yeah. And the sad part is Palomino and Chris M are mudsills. You know, you expect, you know, what is it? What is what did Janet Janet, is it Janet or Janice Joplin? I can't remember now. Janet
It's
Joplin.
Janice. Janice.
Uh Nothing left to lose. Dude, Palomino feels comfortable being racist or veiled racist in a black man's channel trying to get a rise. At least someone like a Ryan Bardwell knew he was defeated and he self-deported. Palomino will never, he is going to try and try and try to make these racist, dumb, fucking low IQ mudsill comments because I let him. He doesn't want to get better. Being a fucking racist troll is a choice, and he chooses
Yeah, it
racist
is.
troll. Perfect example.
I mean, that's why I tell people up front, and I'm on this from now on. Look, leave them out there. If they want to be behind, if they want to be the bottom barrel, if they want to hold on to in America to where they didn't have to produce anything, let them. And then you just get your stuff together and then you separate and do business with other people. Because most of these people, they don't know how to coalition build. They can't work as a team with anybody because they're too damn selfish. And they don't want to update stuff. Like, you can be selfish as long as your ass is on top. You can't be selfish as shit if your ass is on bottom. That makes no sense.
You know,
You
that's
divide yourself up into groups.
You know, and I was thinking about incels like Palomino. Dude, you bottom feeders. Dude, there's a reason, and I'm going to use Be Brave because he's an obvious example. His wife left him decades ago. He has no contact with his daughter. They moved to a whole separate country for another and obviously better man. And this motherfucker's been bitter ever since. Dude is 70 some years old telling us why blacks are the biggest problem in the country. And this motherfucker, he's had a whole lot of time without a family. These incels, no one wants to mate with them. The reason, now I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm literally have no evidence. This is pure Stanley opinion. The reason the reason the white American population and other demographics are too, but I'm just going to concentrate on the white population. They are in power. You would think they'd be mating like rabbits. White women and just women in general, there are too many Palominos and Chris M's. Nobody wants to mate with that. That's why as a matter of fact, Palomino may be the single biggest cause, or Palominos, people like Palominos, might be the single biggest cause of the birth rate decline. No woman wants that shit.
And here's the thing. Other women have passed down the actual information to not be with these type of people as well. Other people have passed down the actual information. And if it's not told to them, they have experienced it from their fathers and all that kind of stuff. And they don't want to repeat it. And they'd rather die than repeat the process. I mean, that horrific treatment of people comes back to haunt you.
I think America agrees with those women. Like,
they do.
If we have to have a whole race of Palominos or Chris M's or Ryan Bardwells, dude, burn it down. You know, maybe the next insect species that takes our place will have better sense than to encourage a Palomino. Dude, these guys, oh boy. Palomino, why are you still single? I know you're 40 something. Dude, go find you a woman to procreate with and get out of my chat. If you were, I'm gonna get
That's
real.
a tall order. It's a tall order at this point in time.
Dude, go find a woman to be nice to and entice to have your baby. You'll be a lot happier than you appear to be in my chat tonight. Oh, there you go. That's the elder black man's advice to your son. Be happy, be fruitful, and multiply, because you're not gonna. It's not gonna happen if you keep typing dumb shit in my chat. So, this is Joy DeGroy, and let's listen to what she has to say. And the title grabbed me. I listened to about 5 minutes of it. Race in Black and White. And I'm not tied to it. We can pivot. I think once Chocolate goes live, I'll probably wind up, seeing what she's got.
For some reason, I don't get her alerts.
I want to have a conversation about.
I know I'm subscribed to her channel, but I don't get her alerts when she go live. I get them after she.
I know she joined Creatives. I think I do get her alerts, but she doesn't go live that much. A lot of times she's been over on Creative. What is it?
2.0?
Creative
Solutions.
Yes, 7.0. Most of the time, I think she is on her panel. And then she may join, she may multi or simulcast or whatever. She doesn't go live on her own channel that much.
Oh. So she does that stream to my audience shit from her channel. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
So she says she's going live on her own Steam tonight. So we shall look forward to that.
Is where the rub is people are asking to have a conversation with the fundamental assumption that nothing you're getting ready to bring them is above them.
Oh, by the way, do you know much about Dr. DeGroy? I know of her.
No, I don't.
But I've never really. So let's see what she's got.
Or beyond them. And so that's kind of what I want to talk about. I want to talk about how when white people say they want to have a conversation about race, often, not all white people, obviously, because there's plenty of white people that want to have a conversation about race that can have it. And I have those conversations. But the concern I'm having is on the community level, on the one-on-one level, when people are beginning to emerge with a new sense of what it means to begin to deal with this age-long problem in America around racism. There she is. What is that? What's the blur? What are you doing? Are you here? Can you turn the mic on, crazy girl?
Okay, I'm here. Something wrong with my camera. Okay, I'm here. Hi.
And you're too low. I can't hear you. How about that? So I was just explaining what the conversation was going to be. I don't know what you're going to talk about.
I heard it. I'm back. I was coming in. So I heard it. You're talking about how you have white people who can have the conversation.
And I was talking about the whole idea of the conversation about race. Mm-hmm. And when you say that to an indigenous person, you say that to a Latinx person, you say that to an African-American person, I want to have a conversation about race. There's something that comes to mind. It was a woman, Kendall, last name was Kendall, really like her, white woman who was talking about wanting to be someone's friend. And she was talking to a Latina woman about, the fact that, how do you make friends? White people often want to say, how do you make friends with a person of color? And see, that doesn't compute for me, but I understand that these are people who have been managed to live their entire lives not having to engage with people of color. So now they're saying, hello. She says, she uses the example. She says, hello, my name is Stacy Kendall, and I like to be friends. Let's go to coffee or whatever. And the Latina woman's response to her, and I never forgot it because she never forgot it. And she says it in the video. You all may have even heard her say this in one of Shakti Butler's videos. and I think it was Making Whiteness Visible. She says, when a white person extends their hand and says they want to be friends with a person of color, she says, we will have to crawl across the shards, the broken shards, crawl across it of all of the times that we have had this experience. And
well, let me pause this right quick. Hey, 12th man. Let me say this right
Hey,
quick.
Stanley, I was lagging in the stream about 39 minutes. You were talking about mandatory national service.
Okay, I'm not that interested in expanding on that point.
Okay. Well, I thought it's a
You're
great
lagging.
idea.
You're lagging. We have moved on to what we're watching on this video right now. And this goes back to a point that I have been making in a lot of Chris M's and Palominos, a lot of John Galt's, a lot of SKC's. Racism in America is a white problem. Okay, black people got dragged over here to, be forced to deal with it. Race in America, racism in America, it's a white people problem. They need to fix themselves. So some white woman coming and going, I want to be friends. I suspect she wants the reaction of, well, finally, hello, friend. No, you need to go fix your country and make it less racist. If it's a white man's country, then racism and race problems are a white man's problem too. So that's how I feel about it. I want to hear, I want to be your friend. I want to hear, this shit is fucked up. This is what we're going to do to fix it. And if I'm not hearing that, yeah, you might be fun to have coffee with, but I know you're not serious. Any response to that, 12th man?
Well, the other day you were saying that racism in America is an everyone problem. Like everyone has it, white, black.
It affects it. No, I did not say that. It affects everyone. It's not an everyone's problem. I've literally
You
never
said that
thought
you were racist.
Okay, what I need you to do is not interrupt me. What you need to do is go back and replay that part. I would never say that because I never think that. It affects everyone. It's a problem because it affects everyone. Everyone is born a racist, but that's people who are born here. I'm talking about the people who create and maintain. Almost two different things. Do you get it now?
Okay, Stanley.
It affects everyone. Everyone born in this culture has a notion of what race is because we're taught it on TV. Black people think white people are a certain way, and vice versa, Hispanics, etc. But not everyone controls it. Not Congress is 5% white male. Who do you think's passing the legislation to maintain racism in America? Not everyone, not every demographic. Do you get it now?
Well, I don't know if I necessarily agree with him, but
You don't have to agree. Dude, a lot of people who disagree with me don't know American history. I'm not doubting that I'm right. It's not even up for debate in my mind. If 96% of Congress in 2026, or maybe it's 95, is white male, they're passing the laws. If 46 of the 47 presidents have run this country since 89, it's a white male problem specifically, but I'll just broaden it to white people. Black people have not had a whole lot of input into things like the Constitution. I can't think of a constitutional amendment that people had much to do with. So it's a white people problem.
Well, I thought
The
racism
intrinsic,
was over
the
the day the white
intrinsic,
man
I
freed the
know, dude.
slaves.
Okay, I'm sorry, what?
Didn't the white man free the slaves?
No, they helped.
Okay.
Probably had a large part to do with it. You don't think black people? I had this conversation about 2 hours ago. When Frederick Douglass escaped from his plantation and actually escaped from Baltimore, which was a slave city, you don't think a black person like Frederick Douglass escaping to the north freed himself? White people would have prevented him from escaping and going north to be free. What did a white person have to do with that?
Well, that was the underground tunnel or something
No,
like that, right,
Frederick
Stanley?
Douglass did not. Frederick Douglass did not use the Underground Railroad. As a matter of fact, well, actually, he did. Once he got up to Massachusetts, they got him from New York to Boston, or it wasn't Boston. It was in the Boston area, somewhere.
And who was running that
Okay,
underground railroad, Stanley?
black people.
No, it was white people.
No, it was black people. Next. I know.
I find
Let me
that
tell you something.
categorically
Let me
false.
tell you something. I know white people desperately want to act like black people would have never been free had it not been for us. Dude, you are so uneducated on the topic, as are many of your like uneducated white and black people. No, I'm sorry.
What
White
color is
people.
Abraham
Okay,
Lincoln?
what I need you to do is let me finish what I'm saying, then you can respond. I don't have this kind of patience, 12th man.
Yes, sir.
The notion that someone in slavery who happened to be black was happy being a slave, wanting to be free literally starts with wanting to be free. They will escape. You can look at Roots. I heard someone talking about Roots, where Kunta Kinte gets a foot chopped off because he kept fucking running away. That's not a white man helping Kunta Kinte run. That's a white man helping Kunta Kinte not run. Now, it's fiction. I understand. And I hate using a movie as a reference, but it seems to work because the notion that black people in America would not be free without white people, patently ridiculous. And it is literally part of that white supremacy bullshit. Now you can talk.
Well, I categorically disagree, Stanley, that
Well, let me be
all
real.
those
Let me be
all
real
those
condescending.
how many hundreds of thousands of white people died fighting the South? Wasn't it
Okay, so
several hundred thousand?
your premise is that the Civil War started over slavery?
Basically, yeah. That was the
Then
ultimate
once again, the white American education system has miseducated you. When did Lincoln actually start thinking about slavery? The first day of the Civil War, second day, first year, second year? You need to go back and you need to study your American history, sir. Lincoln literally said he was on the fence about slavery. Whatever he could do to preserve the Union, keep slavery, get rid of slavery, he would do it. Stop acting like the Civil War started over slavery. Nominally, it did. Slavery, they didn't want slavery to spread west. The North didn't. and a lot of it was politics. They wouldn't give a fuck. Their main deal was that the rich slave owners wanted slavery everywhere to maintain political power. The first mistake was the 3/4 clause. It gave the South inordinate power, and moving west would have basically solidified the plantation class's political power, probably forever. But again, the Civil War, when they say it's states' rights, it really was states' rights. Now, slavery was in the background, but the proximate cause, no, it was over political power. So next.
And what they do with the newly freed slaves, they created the Buffalo Soldiers and sent them out west to wipe out the Native Americans.
We had this conversation the other day. Again, your miseducation shows the Buffalo Soldiers were not free. Name me a Buffalo Soldier general who was out there commanding troops to eliminate Indians. Give me one. Give me one motherfucking Army commander, the Buffalo Soldier Regiment commander, who is black. I'll wait.
Well, I don't know if he was a general or not, but there's no doubt that they wiped out lots of Indians. You're denying history.
Okay.
Stanley.
Once again, your miseducation and inability to process information and actually draw conclusions from your education betrays you. They, just like the white soldiers, were following orders. Just because a buffalo soldier went out there and followed orders, committing basically a genocide, I'm sorry, you can heroize the Buffalo Soldiers. I think they were just trying to survive and feed their family.
They made a movie about it, and
I don't give a fuck. I don't get my history from movies.
Well, you're missing out.
I'm sure I am. I'm missing out on ignorance. I actually want to know American history.
You don't like to have fun, Stanley. That's your fucking problem.
I don't need Hollywood to teach me history.
Well, you was just citing Hollywood a while ago with Roots. Now Hollywood's not important. You were just citing it, motherfucker.
You literally are weak. Tell me that slaves weren't hobbled. I'm using Roots because I know you never read books. If I have to meet you where you are.
I've seen the movie.
Okay, bitch, I'm talking. If I need to meet your limitations where they are, I have to cite Roots. Would you rather me quote you a book?
That was before me bringing up the movie.
Book probably since high school. So I'm not going to bring up historical examples. I'm meeting you where you are because you only know movies. You are knightish or have the same limitations.
No, I read books, Stanley.
Nah, I don't think you do.
Just like I read Bass Reeves' book.
Bass Reeves,
like actual documentation.
Bass Reeves is mostly fiction, and he's not a hero.
No, it's not.
Bass Reeves.
He arrested over 500 criminals.
Who gives a motherfuck? He was just following orders.
First black U.S. Marshal in the United States territory.
And he
Fort
almost
Smith, Arkansas.
How many goddamn times? Again, Bass Reeves is no hero in a Black American historical context.
Maybe not to you.
More whites find Bass Reeves honorable than black people would.
You know how many white people he arrested, Stanley?
Do you think I care?
Well, you like to make everything about race.
Yeah, yeah. I live in a country that's race neutral from day one. When did race not matter in these United States of America, 12th man?
They done it to me.
Motherfucker, it's just you. I said America. You're not America.
Yes, I am.
Nah, you're not.
I mean, at least he was honest.
Remember-
It doesn't matter to him. Okay. I think the conversation is quite over.
How's it going, MOT? Good to see you again,
I'm
man.
chilling out, man.
Holding it down there in what state you live in again?
Colorado. I'm currently in Missouri, almost Kansas City.
Oh, beautiful. That's wonderful.
All right. Well, let's get back to this video. And I'm going to tell a lot of people this, and I know I've said it before. Don't be coming up here if you don't know shit. Okay, bringing up Bass Reeves. I'm sorry. Who cares?
What's the matter? He was too white for you, Stanley?
I told you what the matter was. Did Bass Reeves fight for the Union?
No, he is an escaped slave originally.
Well, good for him.
He killed his master and went out on his own.
He killed his master and then went to be a sheriff. Following
No, a U.S. Marshal, motherfucker. Get it right.
U.S. Marshal following orders. It wasn't easy for him to become a U.S. Marshal. He had to
I wonder why.
white men to even get a
I
reputation.
wonder why.
I'm sorry to tell you this, 12th man, and I don't. You're a day one, but dude, stop acting like you know shit. You should listen more than you talk. So let's get back.
You gonna go back to the video now, Stanley, or what?
I am. Stop me when you have a comment.
At the other end, there wasn't a friend. So we're crawling across the broken shards of relationships where we thought we could actually have one. That's what it takes for us to get to you, is a crawl across those broken glass shards. And it affected this woman to such a degree that, she wrote a book about it. She wrote a book about whiteness. And that's kind of what I want to speak to today. I want to speak to this whole idea of having this conversation. Now, I'm going to give you an example. I had my students when I was teaching at Portland State. People loved the class because we bonded. I mean, folks that left my class, that graduated from my class, traveled all over the world, they're doing amazing things. It is not for anybody who's faint of heart to take that course. And I always, like I tell you, I always warn my students and tell them that. Well, I remember we're 3 weeks into the 10 weeks, and one of my students comes back to class the next week and goes, I had a horrible experience. I said, I told you not to try it at home. I told you that. I told you, do not try it at home. She went to she lives in a wealthy suburb in Portland. She went to there was an in-service for teachers or something, some kind of training. And she decided she was going to advance the conversation on post-traumatic, my work. And the first question that they asked was, well, didn't they enslave themselves? And of course, she fell all apart and had no responses. I said, I think this is a teachable moment. I said, I've been working on this for most of my life. 9 years in depth, did research for 6 years, but you thought after 3 weeks you could bring it. You thought you could have a conversation. Let's talk about that. Because that, first of all, the statement shouldn't have thrown you off, but why did you think you could? And that's what I'm speaking about here. Because what happens is we go, it's Lucy and the ball. Lucy and the ball, Charlie Brown, come on, Charlie, I'm not gonna snatch it. And every single time they snatch it. And what happens to people of color when we are told that we want to have a conversation about race, there's a fundamental assumption that I don't need no pre-work. I don't need to know nothing else. Let's just have it. And then when we have it, tears.
And let me say this. It's funny that I hear people talking about main character syndrome. White people have to be the heroes of the story. Ooh, who started the Underground Railroad, et cetera, et cetera. Dude, white people have to be the main character. For what reason, I don't know. Funny enough, it's and I'm going to say this again, and I mean to twist the knife. Dude, it's always the fucking mudsill class who wants to be all racial and white people did this. I don't know how many times I will hear people, and as a matter of fact, fucking Imperious did this shit. We built the cars. We built, motherfucker, cultures don't build things. Individuals or teams of individuals, cultures don't build shit. Where did these fucking incapable, miseducated white boys think they built something? You're takers just like everybody else. If you are working for a law firm, you are working. You are not inventing. Stop acting like we built shit.
And it's always them taking the credit of other people's work. Like, it isn't just whites that do it. Like, black supremacists do it, Latin supremacists do it. To them, their job is to bring up the fact of other people's accomplishments. And that's where it ends. It's not that they're accomplished. It's other people are accomplished that look like them.
It never fails.
Like, what is going on here?
It is sad. It's always motherfuckers who are barely holding on.
Yes.
It's like, as much as I abhor people like Elon Musk, now it's possible it's happened because I don't watch Elon Musk, but I don't hear them talking about, white culture built something. As a matter of fact, Elon Musk would probably tell you, be the first to tell you, white culture didn't build shit. I did.
The individual.
Exactly.
Not the group, the individual.
Yeah, white culture built Amazon.
Yeah, a lot of cultures built Amazon.
No, Jeff Bezos did that from his garage. That's
Yeah,
where he started out.
thank you for keeping up. My point, and CT is the fucking worst about this. Fucking white culture didn't build Amazon or Microsoft. Bill Gates. You can identify the people who were responsible for building it. White culture ain't built shit.
Anger. That's not true. Yes, it is. Well, that doesn't make it not true because you did. But again, the arrogance of, I want to have this conversation. I don't need any prep work. And you do.
Yeah.
I want to talk about that. How do we have a conversation? And again, beginning, intermediate, advanced. Maybe we should say, wait a minute. I don't think it would matter if you said no.
I think that it's kind of like in the same video, there's a woman who says, I kept saying, well, I'm here. I'm a good person. And doesn't it count for something that I'm here, that I'm willing to have this conversation? And I think here you should be able to trust me and know that I am now, fully equipped to engage in these conversations, because the awareness is so unusual, right? I'm now aware that this is a problem, and I'm noticing that people around me aren't. And I just by default, I feel then I am with you. No, I'm glad you have a new level of consciousness. So there's a good example. So what you reminded me of was when I tend to troll my children's school parent pages on Facebook. I don't really make a comment. I just like to see who I'm working with, and there was a boundary discussion around expanding. So basically the richer white school had shrunk its catchment area, right? And what happened was they expanded their catchment area. And the feeder middle school between it was a K through 8, and there was a K through 5 school. And the K through 5 school was the more diverse school. And they were supposed to be kind of filtering into this main middle school. And what they found was the middle school is getting overwhelmed. Like, we have too many kids, so you can't handle it. So they decided to shrink the catchment area of the richer school and increase the catchment area of the poorer school where my children attended. So of course, all of these richer school parents might have a kid who was in 3rd grade who could stay there, but their kindergartner would have to go to my kid's school so that they could kind of spread it out a little bit, so that they wouldn't have this, overwhelming amount of kids coming into the middle school. And there were all kinds of comments. I don't want my children going to that school with those children. All kinds of stuff was coming up. Like, well, what about, we need this. And all these comments that were basically thinly veiled racism throughout the whole thing. And I'm like, this is crazy, right? So there's this one lady who's been hounding me to have a play date with my daughter. Miss been 8. She's hounding me. What's a play date? Ignore. I'm not responding to you because I don't have to. But then I noticed she was commenting on the feed. What are you looking at? I can't hear you at all. And you're looking at something smells. What are you doing? You're still muted. I don't know what's happening. You're muted. Okay. So anyway, back to my story. So what happened was I was looking at her comments on the feed. And on the feed, the comments were saying, she was saying things like, can you consider that if you were a parent at this other school, how that might feel to them? Can you consider? And she was just really kind of, you're basically saying, my kid's fine, so F yours. Basically, your situation. And so I liked her comments. Okay, she's a person, maybe I won't be poking my eyes out if I have coffee with her. Okay. So I agreed to go to coffee. So we get to coffee and she goes, so I know all my hounding finally.
She's about goofy as a motherfucker.
No, I was never going to come because you badgered me. That isn't, I said, here's the deal. You think your daughter will benefit from knowing my daughter. And she probably will. You think your daughter will gain some new insights, perspectives, learn how to be with people, being friends with my daughter, maybe be better equipped to engage in the world being with my daughter. My daughter is not going to necessarily gain that at all from you, your daughter. My daughter has, I know you think you're an individual, but having a white friend isn't a new thing for my child. And she's not seeking out, really need some experience with a white kid. That she has plenty of those experiences. I said, so the reason why I'm here, knowing that my presence is more likely to basically make your life more rich and more full, I'm doing that for you. It's not for me. I don't need new white friends. Not really. I know you're an individual, but I have a good abundance of diversity of thought in the white friends I currently have. So the only reason why I'm actually here is so I like what you had to say on the Facebook feed that nobody knew that I was actually on. That's why I'm here, because that was evidenced. You put something out there to push.
She don't even look all that black. I bet she's half
just
white.
Just you want to have a play date with my daughter is not enough reason for me to take time out to meet with you. And so she was sitting there clutching the pearls. I said, if I've said anything that's not true, please let me know. So she was like, yeah, because she knew that. Yes. And I'm not saying that I won't let my daughter help enrich your life. But the reality is, let's not make it seem like we're here on even terms. I have a lot more to risk exposing my child to yours than you have exposing your child to mine. And until she really sat there and looked around, I said, look around the coffee shop. How many Black people are here? I don't know. I said, I do. Me. You're not paying attention to what's happening, but I always am. I have to be. And I need you to consider that and understand that when you continue to engage with Black people. That's the problem, is that when we're engaging the conversation at a different place, And so that's why you have all these white ally woke police who try to police other white people. Oh, now I know. Now I'm going to tell you how woke you're not. That is almost as damaging, right, as not doing anything at all. Because again, we're arriving at this conversation in different places, and you can't, it's not like I'm either woke or you're not. It can't be black or white. It can't be because people say I'm either overtly racist or I'm an ally. Though that's not true. That is not true. So I think that those dichotomies have no place in this process.
And I think also, one of the things that we, of course, hear a lot, as Baha'is, is having a humble.
And that one's half white too.
Developing a humble posture of learning. And again, when you are in a society that inherently believes that anyone that looks like us are inferior, do you see? It's cognitive dissonance. Wait a minute. I'm humbling myself before someone I feel superior to. Now, whether that's conscious or not, that's the reality of America. And so again, it's the same thing that would happen when they would walk in my room and see a black professor. They're like, wait a minute, can you know something I don't know? It's just amazing, right? And so as we begin to clumsily engage in this conversation about race and racism, I would submit to you that what we have to go through, and again, when that Latina woman said to her, it's like crawling across broken shards of glass, I understood what that meant. That's what hit me immediately. So what we do is we go, okay, they're ready to have a conversation. Great. We start having the conversation, and the next thing you know, we're bad guys. Oh, you're this, and I feel this way, and you're just making me feel, you make me feel. I can't tell you how many people say that. You make me feel. Did you want to have this conversation? So now this is different. Again, Bahia does not have my injuries. I say to them, are you sure you want me? Because it's not that I don't have the capacity. I've taught children. I know how to talk to people. But this conversation, at this juncture in my life, I'm going to send you to a prerequisite class. You're not going to have that conversation with me. So don't invite me if you don't want me to be me and to show up with the advanced level conversation. I'm not saying, let me be very clear. All of us had to start somewhere. All of us had to start somewhere. And I'm happy that we are starting at all. But what I'm not willing to do is, and again, what people of color do is put themselves in mental, emotional harm's way for people who say they want to have a conversation. I want to have a conversation. And I'm not willing, I guess, to harm the most vulnerable people here, to try to get people to check out what the conversation and the dialogue is that's happening here, and to be able to accept my truth. I'm not even talking about data and statistics. I'm talking about my life. This is what happened. Well, I don't think. What do you mean you don't think? I just said that this is my life. This is a lived reality for me. I'm not saying it's anyone else's. I'm saying it's mine. And they'll go, well, I don't know. Maybe you miss, maybe. And then then that other Joy shows up.
Well, we don't want that other Joy to Crenshaw Joy to show up. Whatever Crenshaw Joy shows up,
just keep it real.
Repercussions, consequences and repercussions when the other Joy shows up. No, the thing is, I think that what I've been thinking a lot about is programming. I watched the Social Dilemma with my kids yesterday.
Oh, good.
Yeah, we watched it. And it was interesting because their take on it. My son was really like, this is nuts. He felt, I'm getting rid of everything. And he was checking how many hours of engagement he had. What clickbait am I being, and Naime was kind of like, she couldn't fully wrap her head around the fact that they're constantly tracking you. And it was interesting because the only people who use the term, call their customers users, are drug dealers and software companies, social media companies, those folks, technology calls itself the people who use users. And so there's an addictive component to all of that. And it was really fascinating watching. But what I was thinking about that is programming. I used to teach a Black inventors class to my children's class, and they were like maybe I think they were like kindergarten, first grade, somewhere in there. I did it every year for about 4 years, and they were in grade school. And what I had read was, I read that book called, I think it was Blink. It was one book. Okay, yeah. And it was talking about how you start to develop prejudice. Was it? Okay.
Jonathan something.
Yeah. So, and he was really frustrated because he was taking these implicit bias tests. You can take them online or whatever. And he kept coming out biased against his own people. And he was like an activist. He's trying to because we've all been socialized very similarly around Black men in particular. Anyway, so he kept coming up biased against his own people, and he was just frustrated, kept taking the test, kept coming up biased. And then he went to like a presentation or some sort of an honoring of the contributions of Black athletes or Black somebody. And he was feeling so much love and just feeling overwhelmed with this gratitude for their contributions. And while he was still feeling like that, he took the test again, and he didn't come out biased against his folks. So what he was saying is that meaningful connections and understanding that people of color, in particular Black people, have had an impact on your life, as evidenced by those the virtual reality with police officers, right? Reducing their bias when a Black person saves their life in the virtual reality. They've shown that to help them look at the person as human, Black people as human. The same thing, I thought, wow, you have a meaningful connection with Black people. You recognize that they have made contributions that impact your life in a positive way, will transplant somewhere inside of you in contrast to maybe even your epigenetic predisposition to believe that I'm not. It will mitigate that and give you an opportunity to pause and see my humanity. Oh, you only have to tell me that one time. So the next thing I know, I'm like, I gotta implant something in these white kids. That's what I gotta do. So I started doing Black inventor presentations with the white kids at my kids' school, because I'm like, if they understand, and I told them, if I do something for me, it's my personal history. If I do something for my family, it's my family's history and contribution. But if I do something that changes the world, I do something that makes life different or easier for other human beings across the planet, then I'm part of the history of the world. I'm part of history in general. I've made life better for everyone. And so I started to tell the kids, so we're going through all the inventors. What would have happened if we didn't have the inventor of the gas mask? And one of the kids said, well, all the military and firefighters and, oh yeah. So is that Black history, or is that our history? Is that just history? Is that just inventions for everyone? And they're like, yeah. So we're going through, and for some reason they all love George Crumb, the inventor of the potato chip. They just love George Crumb. Miss Overton, I just love chips. Love George Crumb. Anyway, so, and I would quiz them at the end, right? So one of the statements around this, and I've heard it recently debated, but most of the historians bear me out on this, that Elijah McCoy was the inventor of the oil drip can. Here's a little history lesson, little known Black history facts. And he basically created the oil drip can for trains that would constantly lubricate the gears so that the trains could travel further, and that they could actually carry refrigerated goods, because they didn't have to make as many stops. His workmanship was super quality, and he started making money because everybody wanted it. Well, of course, in true capitalist fashion, people started to make knockoffs because they wanted to make money. And people would say, no, I want a real McCoy. So some of the phrasing around the real McCoy is attributed to Elijah McCoy. So here's where I start to bear out my proof of implantation. Okay, yes, you've been programmed by Mrs. Overton. Okay, so what I did was, after our presentation, I would give them a quiz at the end. And one of the things I would ask in the quiz is, if you have amazing workmanship, if you're doing a great job in school, what might your teachers call you? And they'd say, the real McCoy. Now, fast forward 5, 6, 7 years, I was in my child's high school last year, and I ran into one of her classmates from elementary school. And I said, oh my God, how are you? How have you been? How's high school for you? And he said, oh, I'm the real McCoy, Mrs. Overton. So my point is that sometimes it has to be implanted. Some messages, same thing with children, when you beam light into them when they're little and they're hearing Black people are scary and Black people are underachieving, and when you're beaming, I know you're brilliant, I know you can do it. When you're beaming that, you implant something there, right? It can't just be that either or, I'm in or I'm out. It has to be comprehensive, and it has to be creative. You know what I'm saying? It took years to implant the negative. So it's our responsibility to make those positive implantations.
And I completely agree with that, and of course you grew up with constantly having.
Well, any comments so far? That was a long segment playing.
Yeah, not really. Not really.
So I heard 12th Man talking about half black, half white. Care to comment why
Well,
that's
look at
important?
them. They're not black. Look at their skin tone. They're not black.
Wow.
I fear that you don't meet many black people who are the real McCoy. Dude, you literally.
Not
Well, I met you and
not
you're
unless
black.
You are learning
MOT
the
is
worst
black,
things.
but these women, I
You
don't
are
think they're
learning,
black.
12th Man. You are learning the worst things from the worst blacks on YouTube. She's not real black. She's not black. That literally
The mulatto, they have a word
that
for that.
literally. So mulatto's not real black?
I don't think so.
Yeah, well, motherfucker, you don't think. And as I said, you have learned from the worst of the worst blacks. You literally sound like CT here. CT's a dumb fuck.
Well, at least
John Galt, John Galt, a dumb fuck, dude. You were a day one. That's why I've tolerated you this long. Stop telling two black men who's real black. What the fuck could you possibly teach me, 12th Man, about what black is? I want to, don't fucking say another word. I need you to deal with my question. Do you really think you can teach me what real black is, son?
Well, I see you as a real black
Okay,
man
I
because I've
don't give
seen you.
dude. That is literally not what I asked. Do you think you can teach me what a real black is?
I ain't trying to teach you nothing,
Okay, that's
Stanley.
not. I
I'm just
didn't ask
saying.
you what you're trying to do. The question, once again, do you think you can teach me what a real black is?
Yeah, you could tell it by looking
Okay,
at
12th
them.
Man, you need to hit the showers, dude. Motherfucker. This is what white supremacy is. This motherfucker thinks he can teach a real I'm from Savannah, fucking Georgia. I don't think you're a real white. Most of them are smart, at least the ones
I might have some.
I don't think you couldn't answer my goddamn question, and then when you did, it's just pure white supremacy. Bitch, you didn't invent race in America. You don't have the experience, the knowledge, the temperament to fucking ever tell me what a real black is. In CT, he can't tell me what a real black is either. Galt can't. I'm sorry that you have been exposed to the dumbest fucking American blacks possible on YouTube, and you have to suffer the consequences. If you ever come up to my panel and talk about what a real black is, or she ain't black, or bitch, I'll ban you. And I don't give a fuck. You even supported the show this week, but I'll ban you anyway. Don't you ever fucking tell me what a real black is, or who's black, who's half black. Don't do it. Ever. So there's your warning.
Okay, I apologize.
This is not going to be something I debate. Don't you ever.
Well, I consider you a real black man.
Okay, dude, you want to be banned, don't you? I don't I don't need your consideration about whether dude, I was black before I met you. I'll be black after I ban you. Don't you
You're
ever.
a good black.
Oh, dude, you need to take a shower. I'm not. You're done for the night, 12 man. A good black. I just motherfucking told you you don't get to judge. See ya tomorrow when you sobered up, son. God damn.
Having that fed to you and taught to you.
This is why you don't have the
embracing,
conversation with
you know,
them,
just our
about
family is
anything.
diverse. It just is.
You
There's
know
also
what,
a thing that
MOT?
happens, which is exceptionalism or
Hold on one sec. Let me pause
magical Negro.
this.
And
Yeah.
it becomes one
I
where
shouldn't have even asked him the
you're
question,
different.
but I kind of knew where this was going to lead.
Yeah,
12 man
I
pissed
mean,
me
like
off when
it comes with a level of understanding, and if you have a level of understanding, you don't try to dismiss the premise out the gate. That's when you know that you're not ready for the conversation. I don't even try to attempt to let them know. I'm like, listen, if you're still friends with your Homestead Act land family, then fuck you as a white person. That's it. What the fuck am I looking with this limited tolerance shit, dude? I ain't got time for that shit.
well, let
Oh
me
shit,
tell you
I
something.
got it. No,
I don't know. Do you know who Ock Nation is?
no. I heard the name, but I haven't.
Okay. Well, there's this conception where I watched his show maybe a year or two ago, where you get racist blacks and racist whites up there, and they literally would talk about, well, yeah, you're right. Sun people are good at this. Sun people, SUN people, gliders, something about glaciers gliding or some bullshit like that. Yeah. Well, some people are good at music, and you got black people going, yeah, you're right. Some people are good at that. Dude, 12th man. It's not like they were working with a full deck before they got to YouTube. It disgusts me that actual black people in Ock Nation, I think he's got an African background. He may be from Africa or maybe first generation or something. I can't remember. But dude, people like 12th man and a lot of these CT whites, dude, they're just eating that miseducation up. And then they think they can come to my panel. He does not understand that this fucking bottom feeder talking about something that's really, oh, they're not black. She looks half white. Dude, he would listening to black people through a racial lens is de jour with people like that. And a lot of blacks are like that too. Dude, we have got to fucking do better. And I'm just willing to call it out. I don't give a fuck whether you supported the show or not. If you're fucked up, I'm going to tell you you're fucked up. And when I'm done listening to your ass, come back tomorrow, but come back in a better, I don't know, framing, or just don't talk race at all. I should have just dropped his ass without asking him the questions, but I was hoping that he would understand that, bitch, you don't get to, black people don't need your judgment about their ontology. Who the fuck are you to tell black people if they're black or good black or any black based on something that's not even biology? It's racist and racism that gives you that kind of gall.
Man,
So anyway, I'm done with my preaching.
Yeah,
But god damn, dude.
I mean, but
Fucking despicable.
but I know, for the most part, these people can be worked with or whatever. I mean, it's a lot of work on your part that you have to perform to not be that way, and it's so easy to dismiss people. It's so easy to dismiss you out the gate because they know how important that it feels to you and all that shit, and they just don't fucking care. So to me, I don't care. I just be better and actually do the shit that I need to fucking do, and so that way I don't have to worry about waiting on them to get it. I get it for
Oh
them.
well, don't get me wrong. I don't
Like,
expect 12th Man to do better.
uh,
it just felt good to give him what for. Dude, that motherfucker's 56. He's not gonna get better.
yeah, I mean, but you have to understand that most of these people work super hard their entire life to just like you said, not be around the actual people. Period. They want that Vermont, they want their Maine type situation where they don't have to ever fucking think about it until they're confronted with it. And then they have this limited tolerance bullshit whenever they are at it for whatever nondescript period of time or whatever. I mean, man, I don't give a fuck about them dudes getting it. No, I don't give a fuck about that. And end of the day, you should be doing better, period. So that way you're not dependent on these people's nothing. And at the end of the day, these people are not trying ever to fucking get it. It's to them it's a high to never fucking get it. And I'm just saying at the end of the fucking day, I, I'm beyond trying to give a fuck about them getting it. I mean, American history is what it is. I mean, if race really
Well,
don't
I
mean shit, then why
still
how come they don't fucking move to Mississippi? I mean,
well, I think the
if it's such a good
thing that
place,
really does get me is what 12th Man was saying. Hell, I've heard CT say shit like that. I've heard all these, dude, even the quote pro-black channels will say something like that. Like, you're so interested in this woman's heritage that you're not even listening to what she's saying. I,
no. It's
and
a,
it's
it's it's a
and it's
real
black people,
intolerance.
it's black people teaching these fucking mudsill whites the bad logic, the bad history. That's honestly, I expect 12th Man to be 12th Man.
I mean,
What I
but
don't what I don't expect is black people like CT teaching him that those odd notions are actually fact.
Stanley,
So
man, you have to understand.
I don't even blame 12th Man that much. He wouldn't fucking dude probably never had an original idea in his life. What I don't appreciate is a CT teaching him that bullshit.
But he's doing
Even
it
our high schools aren't that
for
bad.
profit. Yeah, but ET is for profit kind of step and fetch it type basis, man. Like these people don't care about these issues. They don't. And they tell you how much they
Right.
care is immediately how much they dismiss the issue. They deliberately misunderstand the issue. They deliberately don't give a shit about nor don't care about the issue itself. I know for certain that I'm not going to tolerate.
Yeah, I probably tolerate it more than I should, but you know, it's like damn. How I know now I'm looking at Bobby Perkins going free Andrew Tate. Why are you typing that shit in my chat? Bobby, have you ever seen me show Andrew Tate? Not even to mock. So oh boy, these weirdo blacks are teaching these fucking gullible whites that they're superior in essence. This motherfucker is going to say this about two women who are obviously educated, talking about something that's excuse me, probably above his head. And the best he can come up with is they're not black. Damn. Well, I hope you're offended, 12th man. Do better.
Though, right? So I will sit here with you because you're not like them. And then, the other Joy shows up. I said, let me let you know how much I'm like them. Okay, don't get this twisted at all, because I don't separate myself from anyone, really. But you don't get to say, yeah, I'll talk to you because you're the exceptional Negro. You're the different one, that you're not like the others. And I think that when we participate in that, we're doing harm. To be the exceptional. And some Black people want to be the exceptional Negro, whatever. But I'm saying that all of these stages, I am challenging people. I'll use your words here because you're better, to be curious. To be curious. Instead of saying to someone who's explaining their history and their truth, instead of saying, I don't agree with that, or that doesn't make sense, or are you sure? Maybe you can be curious about that. Maybe you can stop and go, wow, that is so contrary to everything I know. What's going on inside of me right now that's making me feel the need to shut them down? Did I do okay? How was that? I did it right? And again, I realized, and you have different personalities. Like I tell people in my class, I tell people, everybody, I have folks that I have recommended people to. Don't mention me because they hate me. You'll be good. No, really, they're good people. They hate me though. So don't ever mention my name and you'll be good.
But that's because your desire is for the success of that person. And so you're going to do what's necessary. But this is the same thing with strategy. I sit there and I think all the time, because I think about this issue. Whenever I've been in part of any equity or diversity team, and they ask the group, and every time, inevitably, I'm the only Black person. It's ridiculous, okay? And I always tell them, as a Black person, I don't owe you jack. I don't have to say nothing. I don't have to contribute to this conversation because only you will benefit from whatever I give you. I don't have to do nothing. I always say that. Don't look at me like, oh, we're going to learn so much from her. No, you're not. I'm not the facilitator, right? But as a Baha'i, unfortunately or fortunately, I am required when there is opportunity for us to be able to push learning and understanding that is not harmful to me, but will push the conversation and possibly the thinking. I feel responsible and obligated to do so. So that's the truth.
No, so, I agree.
In those cases, as a Black woman, no, but I don't have to. But what I would say is, in those spaces, when they say, can racism be solved? I'm the only one who says yes. Always the only one. Like on the little spectrum, it's always me. And they all feel guilty because I'm the Black person in the room that thinks it can be ended. And I'm like, again, you have to have that forward thinking about what is possible when you start to look at the reality of our connection. That if you can be curious, and you can start to challenge things that you've been fed, we can solve this problem. Maybe not us, but as humanity, we can solve this problem.
And I think I may have had this conversation before, but Kathleen, sister-in-law, trip to the grocery store.
Man, she was here.
She was where?
I wish she was on here. Where's Kathleen? You want to join us?
She's on. I know. And I didn't get, she was speaking the other day because we had the family.
I popped in on there.
I didn't get to see it. Is it taped? Anyway,
we digress. But no, if she's listening.
We love us some Kathleen, okay? We love us.
If she's listening, comment and we'll add you in somehow. Anyway,
Kathleen told a story once to me. This was years ago. We were both pretty young. And she said that there were these two people that worked in the office, a white man and this Black woman. And he was horrible towards her. Just horrible. Just said off things and just racist. And they'd worked together for years, but she just, knew who he was. That's just, how it was. And one day he sees her at her desk and she's crying. And he asks her, what's going on? And it had something to do with her son and her concern for him. And this man, because the story is really about him, that he could see something in her that he had never seen before. He had never recognized before. He saw a human being afraid for someone they loved. And I may have killed that story if Kathleen heard it. That's how I remember it. But it was something about just being able to get in touch.
She's in the house, so I'm gonna get her. So what we're gonna do is you're telling your story. I'm gonna go and find the link and give it to her. Actually, Saida's on here.
Are you there, Saida?
Can you send the link to Kathleen and her messenger?
But how would she know how to send it?
Okay. Oh yeah. Do I have her email?
Yes. No. If she's on the in the chat, you can see her name and then just message.
Yeah, I don't know that I want to sit here through their technical problems. So, what's up, Untrackable? You know what? I am thinking about just wrapping this up. 12th Man just fucking just exhausted me. 12th Man, I think I've just fucking had enough. The stupidity overload is probably more than I can bear. Where do these people get these notions or their gumption? This motherfucker literally thought we're talking about we're listening to people talk about how fucked up some of this racist shit is. So he thinks, hey, let's talk about race. Dude. And then he wants to go 10 toes down on the stupidity, which to me that's what mediocre white males do. And he's not even mediocre. Sorry. And then there are just plenty of mediocre black males with shows just fucking egging them on and telling them they're right. So I think I'm gonna wrap this up. I think I've just had enough. So I will probably do a show tomorrow. There's a topic that Speak Radio wants me to give an opinion on or react to. It's Matt what's his name? The dude from another stupid far right person who's a racist. Matt Walsh talking about the history we don't know about or should know about the whole Emmett Till murder. So yeah, I guess I have to shut down early, get some rest to deal with the Matt Walsh level stupidity. And he's famous, but he's not smart. So that is it, folks. Had a good time. See y'all tomorrow. Yeah. With all that we have given them, we should own perhaps at least one half of this asset. The revenues generated because of like philosopher. And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain.
Well, I don't know what it was, but the thing is that if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
fearing his shoes, library brave.
The MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put. I'm a drunk old man with a head shaped like a shroom. And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today.